Remember, look at the camera or look at each other or look at me. Good morning. My name is Anna Sattler. I'm here at the Elders and Youth Conference brought to you by First Alaskans Institute. Before I introduce Willie, I wanted to make sure, and Roy, I'm sorry, Willie and Roy, I wanted to make sure that we just had a moment to think about all of our family on the coast that are missing, that are losing their homes. And let's just pray that everyone is okay, and that when the time comes that we all take a little bit of time and money and contribute when fundraisers are presented to us. I know the Heritage Center is coming up with one on November 1st. Please, please, please help our rural Alaskan fellow citizens. Good morning, Willie. Good morning, Roy. Roy is the president CEO and Willie is the chairman of FAI. You guys have been doing this for a little bit, Willie especially, right?
Do I need to speak into it? Hi.
No.
Yes, we've been doing this so long I've lost track of the time, but it's just been wonderful. The staff has just been working overtime. We have a wonderful board still, and we're just happy to be together again to celebrate our languages, our culture, our issues, having the young people get together with the elders. I mean, there are breakout sessions of all kinds. So we're just real happy to be back again, even though there's tragedy out west, and we feel so hard for people that are suffering out there. And I just wanted to mention right off the bat that there's a fund, if people want to help.
Okay.
And here it is. It's called the Western Alaska Disaster Relief Fund.
Okay.
So
Good morning, everyone.
If you wanted to contribute, it's Alaska, ALASKA, CF.FC Suite.
Good morning and welcome to the 42nd Annual Elders and Youth Conference. Whether you are here in person or watching online, we are so excited.
So if you want to contribute funds for people out there, that would be the way to do it.
Okay.
Welcome back. And for those of you that are here for the first time, welcome. It's an honor to be here with all of you on Indigenous Peoples Day. And I'm the
President and CEO, and I am so pleased with how it's gone off. The organization with my team, my very small but amazing team, have done such a good job in pulling it together. We have so many community partners that we work with on this effort. AFN is a large part of our work, and so has been the Alaska Native Heritage Center. It's been a wonderful for us. We work really closely with the Alaska Regional Association, Nicole Baromio, and the new president there. And we're also doing a lot of work with other statewide organizations such as Rural Cap. So, all of this is a culmination of that year-long effort in partnership and connection.
I'm so glad you guys hired Roy, I have to tell you.
Yes, we are. Well, it's wonderful to have Roy. He's just been wonderful to work with, and the staff that he's hired, they're very dedicated and very enthusiastic and very hardworking, I must say, even when they're working from home. Actually, what I'd like to reinforce is if you see Emil Nadi out there, say hello and thank him for getting us together in 1966. That fall, I'll never forget that. I was 24 years old at the time, and actually First Alaskan is kind of an outgrowth of AFN, and we work very closely with them. And I also would like to reinforce the idea of unity for those regions that have come back to AFN. We're very happy about that. We know there are many issues that are divisive sometimes, but really, it's unity that has brought us this far over the course of decade after decade of struggles in every arena possible. So I just wanted to reinforce that notion.
You've been around for a long time, Willie. I mean, not
Yeah, some
right.
people think
I
too
mean,
long.
no, not too long. I mean, you're an incredible leader in this state.
Well, I think it's sort of in our DNA in terms of being indigenous, so to speak, and the idea of service, was something that was drilled into us, helping other people, and I think we've just sort of tried to carry that idea on through First Alaskans, also the other organizations. We have many more organizations, but together, it's powerful when they're together, and of course, everybody loves it outside of our community when we're not together, right? So when we're together, we're somewhat unstoppable.
Yeah, I don't know who says this, but there is a quote that says something about if you don't believe in service, you won't be a good leader, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think that's very true, and particularly in our part of the world where it took really cooperative effort to make a life out there. It's so hard. You have to work together, you have to put your energy together, and I think we tried to keep that notion alive in the modern world, even though we have different kinds of institutions.
Roy, can you tell us a little bit about what to expect the next couple of days, and then let's highlight anything that you want to talk about.
Absolutely. We have, we approved over 60 sessions this year, which is more than we had last year. I think last year we had like 58. And it was wonderful when I went into the sessions last year. All of them were full. And that was amazing. Because we don't track participants, they go wherever they want to go. So sometimes you'll see a lot of people at the fish cutting table, which is happening in the next couple of days. We also have, Tlingit and Haida, they do an amazing job. They're one of our top donors. They give a lot as far as in kind. They bring all this fish. They bring the animals that they're going to teach to butcher. So it's a wonderful event. We also have the Akaluk Trust, which because this year is Inupiat Language of the Year, and we choose a different language every year for our language theme of the year. And Akaluk Trust is teaching a series of Inupiat language courses over this 2 days. They have a beginning, an intermediate, and an advanced course that they'll be teaching, and that's a wonderful highlight this year.
I have to tell you that I still have the Inupiaq dictionary on my coffee table. You gave that to me, I don't even know, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's so much fun because if you learn any one of our languages, whether it's our Inupiaq or Yupik languages, you can easily code switch and learn more easily any one of the other languages or dialects.
I'd like to mention a little clarification about Akaluk Trust. For those who don't know, Akaluk was Robert Newland, who was our chairman up in Nana region for many, many years, and unfortunately he passed away when we were on a trip to Russia one time. And we set up the trust in his honor and his memory. And so they are sponsoring the Inupiaq language sessions today. But on top of that, we have sessions on like financial aid for students. That's really important to them. We have sessions on not only on the language, but we have a session on careers in the oil industry. And so it's going to be very exciting, I think, for everybody, both young and old.
I want to interview you for 2 hours and talk and just listen to you chat about Russia and other things.
Well, I can tell you about eating horse meat in Siberia and horse ingalof, the intestines too.
That's interesting. Roy, if you don't mind, could we go over a couple more things on the agenda?
I want to talk about our theme, which is Kapemai Nikalu, Siksun Nikalu. King of Corrupting. That is our theme for this year, and it translates in Inupiaq to perseverance and fortitude for the generations. And that was the theme that was chosen by our Elders and Youth Council. We choose new council members every year, so if people want to be on our council this coming year, please let us know. we'll have breakout meetings, I think, tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah. And we'll choose the new council and announce them on our last day. Our conference logo this year was made by Destiny Polson, who is Yupik and Alutiiq from Togiak. She created our theme art, which is wonderful. We have a couple of really good keynotes. Wilson Justin, who has been a long-standing elder in our community, who's from Atna, who has given so much to our community. He has agreed to keynote for the elders. And we have Charlie Corthius for our youth keynote this year. And, she's Vivian Corthius' daughter.
Yeah.
So it's wonderful to have them both.
I didn't realize that Vivian had such older kids. We're going to do a mic switch real quick, so I just wanted to go over today's agenda. We started at 8:30. I want to ask Roy about the two moderators that are up on stage, as well as talking about the regional breakout sessions, the dance groups that are coming up, and all of the workshops. That's one thing that FAI is really known for, and Roy and his team have done an excellent job, is the amount of workshops that are available. I've never seen anything like it at a conference. And then tonight is Chinan and Natives Got Talent, and that starts at 7 p.m. You have to be registered to be able to attend, and you have to go. You have to be with your
chaperone.
Chaperone. There we go. Okay, we can continue now. Roy, could we keep going down the agenda, or other things that you wanted to talk about, highlight?
We have two conference guides that I have to mention this year. One of them is Laurel Fate Sullivan. They were both interns for us this last summer and agreed to guide us through this whole week. And then we also have Hayden Johnson. Laurel is Koyukon Athabascan and Hayden is Yupik Filipino and German.
So is she related to our
Julie?
US?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
She's Julie Fate Sullivan's daughter.
Okay.
And she has been an amazing addition to our team. She's working full-time now at FAI. She's been doing some wonderful research on best practices for suicide prevention and how to highlight some of that work.
Yes. In fact, on that score, I was very happy to hand over to her a report that a little committee I had created in the Senate back in the 80s. I think it was the first effort to try to come up with a program on suicide prevention, which really was quite useful. And what we'd like to see is that program resurrected again, because it gave villages a chance to set up a suicide prevention program of their own, with funding from the state at the time of anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000. So I have no idea if it's still alive yet, but I'd like to see it resurrected, because even one life saved in that kind of program would be.
That's so important.
She's working on that, yeah.
She is?
Yeah.
And just remember, everyone out there in the audience, you are loved. Reach out to us as your elders, as for anybody. Just come up to us. You're wanted here on planet Earth. We need you.
Several groups.
Along that same thought, I know a lot of our people oftentimes feel misplaced or displaced within this broader society that we live in. One of our efforts and our goals at First Alaskans Institute is to make sure that you all know that this is your place. You belong here. And we create this conference so that we make this space for our people to be here, to celebrate their cultures, their languages. This is not about our staff. This is not about any of us, even any leaders. This is about our people who come here to celebrate our cultures.
And I have
I wanted. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to just mention. So, along the lines of celebration, tonight we have Chinan Night and Natives Got Talent, and it is a fun evening where, very much like Kuyana Night at AFN, but ours is Chinan after the Athabascan, the Dena'ina name for thank you, Chinan. So
Alaska.
Willie has a little more history about how Kuyana Night came about.
So are you going to perform something?
But you can.
If you are, I'm going to come and watch it. Yeah, just to mention, we have, AFN has Kuyana Night, and people don't remember that way back in the 80s we had a major issue. There was some sports people who were going to try to eliminate the subsistence laws that we had on the state law, and they were going to do it by initiative. So we had to really buckle down and unify, and we raised a whole bunch of money to get on television and radio, and by gosh, we managed to defeat that initiative with the help of the cities. They backed us on subsistence, and so it was my recommendation actually at that time to say Kuyana to the non-natives in Anchorage who helped us defeat this anti-subsistence initiative. So that's the history of Kuyana Night. We wanted to give them something free to look at the time, because you'd have to spend a ton of money to go out to all those different places to watch the different dances, right? And so it's become one of the key features of AFN Week, and that's the history of Kuyana Night.
Thank you, Guyana, for that, because it is the highlight of the week. Whenever I travel to rural Alaska, everybody talks about Guyana Nights. Anyway.
Yeah. So a Natives Got Talent, it's a great place for our young people who want to show their talent, show their blossoming skill, whether they're singing or doing poetry. We welcome the performances, and these are emerging artists. We want to support them. So we hope that as many people as are interested will join us tonight for both Chana Night and Natives Got Talent.
Would you mind explaining the Natives Got Talent? They audition here.
They audition here, yeah. So and we haven't had anyone that we've turned away, but they start in this evening by performing for us, and then they get included in the Chana Night celebration tonight. And every single performance that I saw last year was so good that they included all of the performers.
Are there any prizes?
If
there are, I might try. I would like to say something. We have so many artists here. They're setting up their tables. They've been working all year, making their artwork for the market. So I'd encourage people to come down and just walk through and see all the great things that people have brought to sell.
So I know they're on the second floor, third floor. Are there other places where we can find the artists?
Pretty much on the second floor mezzanine, and then the third floor.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. It's a little smaller than the AFN artist tables, but not. We have some amazing people that come. I always end up carrying extra cash with me this week, because I know some of the artists don't take cash, and yet they have some really good things to purchase. So this is the time to get your Christmas presents.
I have to tell you that I see a lot of comments on Facebook. Everyone's so excited to come sell here today.
Yay, that's wonderful. Last year we had about 3,000 people in the room, and our registration system got clogged up in the middle of the week, and we had to restart it. And then we had 7,500 people responding to us online via Facebook, and then so many other people watching, but not necessarily sending in any kind of feedback. So we estimated we had over 10,000 people online last year. Yeah,
Wow.
It's a really wonderful community and a good outreach. So this is our first full day.
Yeah.
We started yesterday with our opening night, which is wonderful. We had prayers in Inupiaq, and we had a panel about how the theme was chosen, the Inupiaq language of the year was chosen. And today, we really start with the bulk of our different sessions, and some of those sessions today are really exciting. We have the UAF Troth Yeta dance group that are going to be focusing on carrying our cultures through language and dance. We have Inupiaq hymns as a language preservation and revitalization tool, and we have the Inupiaq language lessons, the beginners starts today with Akaluk Trust up on the second floor.
All right.
And many others, but
Many
yeah,
others.
yeah. We have deer processing and
How
packing.
how about traditional games? Is there a section on traditional games?
We did have.
Anakdak, we call it.
Yeah, we had string games. I'm trying to remember.
We could set one up, not even that's on there.
Yeah, we could just do it out.
Just do it out there, yeah, in the hallway.
That would be so much fun.
Yeah.
Which games did you play when
All
you
of them. High kicking, knuckle hop, ear pull.
This would be a wonderful partnership with Native Youth Olympics. I mean, just to have them here
Every year,
having them.
This was born right now, Monday,
every
Indigenous Day.
year. That's right.
I have to shout out to some of my cousins who run Native Youth Olympics and see if we can, create some sort of partnership and have them here. That would be amazing.
Actually, up in Fairbanks, they used to have contests, in Fairbanks, and so I went out there in the early days of Native Youth Olympics, and I entered the harpoon throwing contest. I'd never thrown a harpoon. And I didn't hit that bag, and I won first place.
Wow.
Oh my word.
Thank you, everyone.
I would like to say something about our theme. There are two words in there. One is perseverance, and the other is fortitude. And I really think that describes, what it has taken for our people to make a life, in the Arctic, right?
Right.
And it was true 1,000, 5,000 years ago, and more, but it's still true today. What it takes to make a living out there in our communities. And so I just wanted to point out that from that standpoint, nothing has changed. It's still a challenge living out there.
The other, session that we have today that I want to highlight is building websites for our native languages. That's amazing. We have with Irala Christopher Liu, who is Yupik, and Alaskans Sunny Strunk, who's also Yupik. And they have done a lot of work to develop, the app for Yupik language, and they're working with Inupiaq as well. So it's really exciting to have them here.
I'm really hoping that we can get them here for an interview during lunchtime one time.
Nice.
Yeah.
I met some new cousins, so that's always good.
So, on Tuesday, one of the first things we have on the main stage is seal processing.
That sounds so delicious.
It's so
It makes
good.
me salivate.
Well, yesterday, Elsie Ita, one of the folks that helped us work on the language theme, brought a bunch of unalik. It was so good. So we passed that around the floor yesterday morning, and people were using toothpicks and digging it out. And unalik is the whale cooked, yeah, and it was so good.
That's awesome. Now you all speak together.
Okay.
All right.
So we need to go to the stage. Is that what that said? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys will be back for a break or for lunch, but we look forward to having you here for the next couple of days. Thank you guys so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Greetings, my name is Jessica Ross. I am the granddaughter of Julia Alex, the daughter of Julie Jones, both strong, resilient, and pretty sassy women. They have passed on, and I miss them dearly. My father is Bill Jones, my husband is James, and our children are Jasmine, Isaac, and Anthony. We are Danaina Dene, or more commonly said here in Anchorage, Denaina Athabascan. Welcome officially to Danaina country, and thank you so much for being here with me today. It is an honor to welcome you to this wonderful conference. It's one of my favorite conferences each year. As an assistant professor at the university, I'm a teacher, but I share with my students that teaching and learning is ceremony. It's very sacred to me because as you enter into that space together where you are learning from each other and you are sharing knowledge with each other, you are in that beautiful reciprocal relationship with one another. And here, our elders are knowledge keepers. They are our ceremony leaders. And so I'm so excited that the next few days, our elders are going to be sharing their ceremony with us and leading us in this effort to learn our traditional ways and values and language. And so just keep that in mind, that the next 3 days, this is special ceremony that we are a part of. So keep your eyes open, your ears open, your hearts open, and ready to receive what the world has to share with you. Chanandhali, thank you so much for being here and for taking part in this beautiful ceremony. Chanan.
Anabasi, Jessica, thank you for sharing your beautiful words. We want to extend our great appreciation to all the Dena'ina people for caring for this beautiful land for thousands of years and for welcoming us here today. At this time, First Alaskans Institute's president and CEO, Apagrak Roy Aguinga, would like to share some words about what's happening with the storm and our coastal communities.
Thanks, guys. You know, I did this a little update yesterday morning or yesterday afternoon when we started, and we want to continue doing this every day to give you some updates about the storm. My name is Roy Apahozuk Agloven. I am from White Mountain. I'm Inupiaq, and I am the president and CEO at First Alaskans Institute. I've been at First Alaskans for almost 2 years, and this is my second Elders and Youth as president and CEO. I'm so happy to see you all today. But this morning I want to start by acknowledging, you know, the storm. It weighs so heavily on our hearts. That powerful storm that struck Western Alaska, bringing a lot of destruction, uncertainty, and displacement. Some of us in this room have been directly affected, and or we know people, loved ones who have been affected. And I want you to know, I want all of us to know that we are not alone in these disasters. We stand with each other, no matter what comes. The storm is the remnant of Typhoon Halang, and it could be the strongest to hit our region since Typhoon Merbok in 2022. Families have been evacuated. They've had to leave their homes to take shelter. You know, it's an unprecedented impact that we're seeing. It's a reality that none of us should have to ever face in any one of our villages. We have always, as Inupiaq people, as Yupik people, as Athabaskan people, as Tlingit, Haida, Tsimshian people, as Sugpiaq people, Aleut, we have always faced the elements with resilience. We have lived here for over 10,000 years, and we will be here far longer. In response to the storm, Governor Dunleavy issued a disaster declaration on Thursday. That declaration unlocks the tools we need to help each other through this storm. It allows the state to deploy emergency teams, and it activates individual and public assistance programs for those affected. The National Guard has been mobilized. They are on the ground delivering aid and really trying to help already looking at trying to help in the recovery for the storm. There are several resources that are available. The Heritage Center is doing a fundraiser, I think sometimes this week, and you know they'll raise a bunch of money for survivors. Also, we have the Alaska Community Foundation that is building a fund. And if anyone wants to donate, that website is up and running at alaskacf.org. www.fcsuite.com. And we'll post that a little bit later so that people have access to that. All of these resources are available. If you have been affected or your family has been affected, don't wait. Start the application process now. Get the help that you need so that everything is taken care of for your community and for your family. I want to speak for a moment to those of you who may not live on the coast or who haven't seen the effects of this storm firsthand. It's easy to feel distant, but I ask you to lean in, because while the storm may be hundreds of miles away from some of us, the people affected are our neighbors, our families, our friends, our fellow Alaskans. And in Alaska, we don't leave anybody behind. Koyana.
Anabasi Apagrak. For those here who have been affected or whose families have been affected, we are here for you. Please know that FAI, everyone in this room, and the broader Native community stands with you, and our hearts are with you.
We would now like to welcome Tikon Galbraith, Ujikshla Toby Woods, and Igiagaruk Willie Hensley to come share some remarks on behalf of the First Alaskans Institute.
Tikon Galbraith is the Chief Operating Officer of First Alaskans Institute. Tikon joined the organization this year, bringing a wealth of knowledge and experience working for the Native community. In his role, he supports and leads the Indigenous operations for FAI, helping to ensure the lights stay on and the work can continue.
Ujikshla Toby Woods serves as the Indigenous Leadership Continuum Director at FAI, where she oversees all the leadership programs, including the summer internship program that I was a part of, fellowships, and leads the planning for the annual Elders and Youth Conference.
Igiagaruk Willie Hensley is the chair and a founding member of First Alaskans Institute. He served in the Alaska legislature for 10 years and was instrumental in the creation and passage of the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. He was also a founder of NANA and Manilak. Thank you all for your work and being here.
Thank you all for being here.
Good morning, everyone. So lovely to see everyone, and welcome to the 42nd Elders and Youth Conference, and happy Native New Year's. My name is Silas Tikon Galbraith. I am Otna Athabaskan of the Siskiyou clan and of the Nalbe moiety. Like many of you, I am of mixed ancestry. My parents, Jeff Mann and Donna Galbraith, are Jeff Mann and Donna Galbraith, and I am Otna on my mother's side. My matrilineal grandparents are Molly Galbraith and the late Don Galbraith. I grew up between the foothills of Fairbanks and Mentasta Village. In both places, the land shaped who I am, instilling in me a mandate to listen and learn, to connect through stillness, and finally to act when the time was right. I was taught to speak for those who can't, to protect those who need help, and to always act from a place of kindness and patience. These inherited lessons have led me here today. I'm incredibly honored to have the opportunity to help and open up this shared week. It's hard to believe, but this marks the 22nd year that First Alaskans Institute has hosted this incredible gathering. What a legacy, and what an honor to be here with all of you and continue this important work together. Standing here and looking out at this beautiful community, I am deeply honored to be here. Our elders, our youth, our leaders, our future, I am humbled. It's a powerful reminder why this matters. At First Alaskans Institute, we are committed to hosting elders and youth every year because we know that our elders and our youth are the heart of all the work that we do. This space is sacred, a place where generations come together to share, to learn, to grow, and to carry forward the strength of our ancestors. Our mission at First Alaskans Institute is clear. True to identity, heritage, and values, Alaska Natives are informed and engaged in leading the decisions that shape our future and our vision, progress for the next 10,000 years. Grounds us in that responsibility to carry forward more than 10,000 years of ancestral knowledge with rigor, resilience, perseverance, fortitude, and love. love for ourselves, love for our families, love for our elders, love for our youth and our cultures. This gathering, this community, this moment, it gives meaning to everything we do. So thank you. Thank you so much for being here this morning. Thank you for welcoming us all onto the stage.
Yahalidu, good morning. Chinantikon for those words. Iji jichla, dinaena shlanshida, kache shlanshida, popfanoi shugush kayak kilanda, idishunta kutan katnakaluda. Shunta Arlene Pope. Chida Mary Del Kitty, Chada Rela, Virgil Del Kitty Sr. My name is Jichla, that's my Dinaena name. My English name is Toby Woods, and I just introduced myself in Dinaena. I am from a very rural area of Bristol Bay called Pope Fanoy Landing in Intricate Bay on Lake Iliamna, and I'm so happy to be here. I just want to share a little bit about why it's important that this conference happens. This conference is one of the most meaningful things for our community, and we are happy to provide the space for our people. It brings together generations to listen, to learn, to laugh, and heal together. At this time, I'd love to welcome our amazing board of trustees to the stage. So come on up, and I'll pass it to our chair, Igyarik Willie, to highlight our trustees.
Qian vunga irraruk kekektaruminguna. I'm Willie Hensley from Kotzebue. Thank you so much for taking the time to come again to Elders and Youth. It's time to celebrate, share knowledge, and interact with one another, sell your artwork, tell stories. It's just a wonderful time to be here, and I really would like to especially thank the elders, the white hair people that are scattered throughout the room, because the older we get, the harder it is to travel. And so, they have so much knowledge and experience to convey to all of us. And for you youngsters who are here, maybe some of you might be here under protest, but nevertheless, we're so happy that you're here because there is so much knowledge to be shared here by those who've come with you from all parts of Alaska, all the different cultures. So I'm glad you've decided that it is important, to come to Elders and Youth to participate. And I'd like to now introduce my board, some of whom are here, some of them are on their way, but the first one that's not here is Sam Quito, Jr., originally from Petersburg, a former chair of AFN, and he will be here later on, and we'll introduce him when he shows up. And one that is here is Nuraluruk Valerie Davidson of Bethel. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Yes. Thank you. And she's been attending Elders and Youth since the beginning. She was virtually a teenager when she. Oh yeah, I can't even remember that. She's been coming here and enjoying and participating, in Elders and Youth since literally she was a teenager. Isn't that wonderful? Savik, Richard Glenn is from Utqarvik. He's not here today. He's actually chosen to teach school in Anaktovik Pass with his wife. So isn't that wonderful? He's sharing his knowledge as well. Let's give him a hand. Mm-hmm. I love introducing this next one. I think he was considered one of the handsomest anthropologists in America, and was, I think, on the front page of like People magazine or something. That was quite a while ago. I mean, when he was young and handsome. But Sven, Dr. Sven Ikaluk Hansen from Old Harbor is also here as well. One that's not here yet is Sylvia Lang from Cordova. Are you here? Oh, there she is. Well, yes. And I would like to give actually a special thanks to Sylvia. She's been with us for what, 15 years now? Yeah. And so she has chosen to allow her term to expire the end of December, and we'd just like to give her a huge thank you and an ovation for her service. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Here, come and say something.
Thank you all. I'm Sylvia Lang. My Tlingit name is Sanat. I'm Unangan and Tlingit of the Quashtaquan and Yakutat. I was born and raised and still reside in Cordova. And I've got to tell you, I like being an elder. I get the chance to mentor at my age, and it's time for us to listen to the youth and pass on to them our stories, because they're learning their stories from that little box they hold in their hand, and they need to hear it from us. And I'm starting to recall the stories from my mom and dad that I was ignoring for so many years, but they're coming back to me, and I realize how precious those gifts are to me. And it's my job to make sure my children, who are now in their 30s, also hear those stories from me. And, you know, I'm starting to repeat myself, and I get the rolled eyes. But nonetheless, I'm thrilled to be an elder. And as an elder, I've been on First Alaskans actually close to 20 years now. It's my turn to make room for the next generation. And so that is why I thought it was time for me to move on and make room for the next generation. And you guys are pretty darn awesome. I'm so thrilled with our youth. You're doing a terrific job, and it's now our job to guide you. So thank you, everyone. I love elders and youth.
Thank you. Thank you, Sylvia. And by the way, she's a wonderful artist, too, as well as having been a commercial fisherwoman. My gosh, talent all over the place. Another wonderful director we have experienced is Dr. Rosita Whirl from the Southeast, Tlingit lady. I've known her for maybe 60 years. She got her start as an anthropologist studying whaling in Iqaluit. So I don't know that she's here today, but let's give her a big hand. We also like to remember those who have served but who are not here on our board. And I'll read off their names. You will know them. And at the end, let's give them a hand, okay? Albert Kukesh, Senator Albert Kukesh of Angoon, served on this board. Byron Malat of Yakutat served on our board. Alviren, Oliver Levitt from Iqaluit, he served on this board for years. And of course, our chair and founding chair, Morris Thompson, from the Athabascan world. We miss them. They were great servants of our people. Let's give them a big hand. Qiana, thank you. Okay. She's here. I understand that Senator Lincoln has walked in. Oh, the message is we have a wonderful director from the interior of Alaska. She served her people for many years, and that is Senator Georgiana Lincoln. Let's give her a big hand. So that is our board, and as Sylvia mentioned, Indigenous people are resilient, but there comes a time in your life when you got to slow down, right? And so that's our intent. Over the course of the next year or so, we're going to be reaching out and finding some younger directors to help us lead the organization for the next 10,000 years. So I just wanted to make that announcement. Cleanna, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Willie, and thank you to our Board of Trustees for leading the way all of these years and holding up the mission of First Alaskans and the vision. Truly humbled to have the opportunity to step into the work and serve as Chief Operating Officer. We also want to recognize our partners that contribute to this conference to make it possible for us to gather each year. This year, our major sponsors include Tlingit and Haida at the elders level. Let's give them a round of applause. And Wells Fargo at the elder level. At the leader level, we have support from the Alaska Airlines. Thank you. And the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium. Thank you for your support. At the mentor level, we have Nana and Donalyn Gold, Upkiavgik Inupiaq Corporation Foundation, Rasmussen Foundation, Bristol Bay Native Corporation, Alyeska Pipeline, the State of Alaska Department of Health, Kanik Tribe, Easy Park, and ConocoPhillips. Thank you all for your support. And at the teacher level, we have the American Philosophical Society, Alaska Native Heritage Center, Chugach Tribal Services, Cognac Incorporated, OnStar Natural Gas Company, GCI, KPMG LLP, Alaska Children's Trust, and Doyon Limited. Thank you so much for your support. And at the youth level, we have the Alaska Friends Conference, COERC Incorporated, and KNBA. Again, thank you for your support. We also want to thank the organizations who donated their services or their time, including Dark Horse Coffee, Talking Circle Media, KTOO and ARCS, Jimmy Jensen for their salmon donation, and Tlingit Haida for their salmon, seal, and deer donations. Thank you so much. And finally, thank you so much to all the presenters. You were in this room, you were helping to make this conference meaningful by sharing your wisdom, your knowledge, your resources. You've made the time to travel to Anchorage and join us here today. The vendors who have set up these incredible booths and offer their arts and their skill and their culture and their craft. And all of the organizations who are sharing their resources and the support that they offer to our communities. Thank you so much for volunteering your time and joining us here today. To put on a conference of this size, to welcome so many people to this to Anchorage, it takes a lot of effort to put it on. So Sanan, to all the organizations and individuals for your help and commitment to our elders, our youth, and our Native community. And thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I'd now like to briefly introduce our FAI staff. Behind me on the screen, you can see our incredible team who have worked so hard to make this amazing conference a reality. For the staff who are able to, please come join us on the stage. Conference attendees, please say hi to us throughout the conference. No matter how busy we get, our connection with all of you is so important. You can find us by spotting our yellow staff lanyards. And with us here today, we have Apagruk Roy Agluin, Tikon Galbraith. On the screen, you'll see Atanayak Gwenfield, Sadatsa Renee Linton, Sulunak Austin Erickson, Purik Erica Khan, Kubuch Kim Armandarez, Napungchuk Catherine Leinberger, Baniachluk Lenora Foxglove, Padukti Brandon Kowalski, Bella Block, Napatak Hope Roberts, Apyak Cheryl Angtauwasruk, and Laurel Fate Sullivan. Thank you to our amazing team. We also want to thank the various volunteers that are helping with this conference and the many presenters who are taking the time to share their knowledge and experience with our attendees. We could not do this without you. And finally, to all of you here, our cousins, aunties, uncles, relatives, and friends, thank you, Chinangali, for being here. It's through everyone's, yes, please applause. Thank you. It's through everyone's collective work and contributions that we can have this gathering. And what a wonderful turnout it is this year. Take this time to learn, to share, and connect with one another. Our strength as Native people is what carries our future forward and protects our beautiful homelands for generations to come. Chinangali.
Koyana, Tikon, Jishla, Apagarak, and Igiagarak for motivating us with all of your inspirational words and saying thank you to all of our sponsors and our board of trustees. We really appreciate that.
Thank you to our board for guiding our work, and thank you, Sylvia. At this point, we would like to invite FAI's Alaska Native Policy Center Director, Sadadza Renee Linton, and FAI's President and CEO, Apagruk Roy Agluinga, to offer a special address. Apagruk is FAI's president and CEO. Before serving as president, he worked in philanthropy, healthcare, public service, government, and Inupiat language preservation. He will introduce Sadadza, who is the director of FAI's Policy Center. The Policy Center focuses on amplifying Native voices and leadership by shaping policies that impact our people and communities. And here they are.
Okay, now clap. Yeah.
I had to go and say hi to some of my relatives and friends, so I was running out from over there. But I am really happy to introduce Sadatsa Renee Linton. She is Koyukuk Athabaskan from Grayling. And she's been working as our Policy Center Director for the last couple of years and has been in the Policy Center for a little bit longer than that. She has done an amazing job in tracking the current budget, but she's also been tracking executive orders. She did this incredible analysis of the 2025 playbook, just really trying to get a sense of all the potential policy that might affect each of our villages. And I'm really happy that I get to introduce her today.
All right, Good morning, elders, youth, leaders, and community members. It is an honor to stand before you today at the 42nd Annual Elders and Youth Conference, a gathering that reflects the heart and soul of Alaska. This is a space where wisdom meets hope, where tradition meets action, and where the strength of our culture shine the brightest. We are here not to just reflect, but to stand together in resilience. Alaska Native communities have always led with courage, unity, and love deep for this land and each other. So today I would like to speak to you about that strength and to the challenges that we face today. Our ancestors taught us how to endure hardship. They showed us that we must stand together, guided by love for our people and the strength of our cultures. Shutdowns, government shutdowns, federal government shutdowns are not just political events. Okay, they are a lived experience. When federal agencies like the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Indian Health Services, and HUD pause operations, the ripple effects reach our clinics, our classrooms, and our homes. In rural Alaska, where access is already limited, these disruptions can be devastating. It can mean a village clinic unable to order supplies, a school unsure if it can pay its teachers, or a family facing winter without heating assistance. These are not just budget lines, these are lifelines. Tribal compacts and contracts rely on federal appropriations. And when those stop, our communities feel it first and the hardest. We must understand that federal funding is not charity. It is a trust responsibility. It is the fulfillment of a promise made to tribal nations. And when those promises are broken, it's our duty to speak out. The federal shutdown is interrupting or delaying key services and funding streams to Alaska Native people that we rely on. For healthcare, this means delays in reimbursement for elder care, behavioral health, and emergency services. For food security, this means disruptions in WIC and SNAP and threatening families' access to food. In education, this means funding delays for Head Start programs and scholarships for Native students. For housing, HUD-funded tribal housing programs risk suspension, affecting winter readiness. Tribal employees and contractors face furloughs, reducing income and stability. Shutdowns delay co-management and permitting, impacting access to traditional foods and lands. But let's be clear, Alaska Native peoples are not waiting, we are leading. Tribal sovereignty is not just a principle, it's a practice. Tribal governments are stepping up to care for their people, mobilizing councils, corporations, and nonprofits to fill gaps and share resources. In the face of these challenges, Alaska Native communities are demonstrating extraordinary leadership. Tribal councils are holding emergency meetings, regional corporations are reallocating resources, and nonprofits are stepping in to provide food, fuel, and support. This is sovereignty in action. It is the embodiment of self-determination, and it is rooted in the values passed down through generations. These values are sharing, caring, and standing together. As Chief Luther Standing Bear once said, the elders were wise. They knew that a man's heart away from nature becomes hard. And our communities remain close to the land and close to each other. That is our strength. You are advocating and calling on Congress to honor trust and treaty obligations. You're coordinating in your communities, organizations, tribal consortia, and grassroots movements, encouraging citizens to speak up, sharing stories, and demanding action. This is Alaska Native people's response: strong, sovereign, and united. So what do we do now? We empower each other. We teach our youth the power of civic engagement. We remind them that leadership is not just in offices, it's in every vote, in every voice, and every act of care. Now is the time to deepen our civic engagement. Excuse me. Voting is not just a right, it's a responsibility. So attending council meetings, writing to representatives, and participating in public comment periods are ways to shape our future. Ivan Insaluski of the Nilnik tribe reminds us, leadership can be bold and humble at the same time. It can include the powerful offices of the governors and the senators, or it can be the simplest act of casting a vote. Let's teach our youth that their voices matter. Let us show them that tradition and democracy are not separate, that they are intertwined. We turn to traditional teachings and the wisdom of our elders, the strength of our ceremonies, the stories that remind us of who we are. We support our communities. We check on our elders. We share food and warmth and kindness, and we continue our cultural practices because they are our source of strength. And we recognize that every person has a role. Whether you're a leader, a student, a parent, or a neighbor, your voice really matters. It really matters a lot. Let me end with the words of Elizabeth Perokovich, who once said, "I must demand that you stop trying to deny me the rights that all people deserve." Her courage echoes through time, and today we can carry that legacy forward. Our ancestors taught us how to endure hardship. They showed us that we must stand together, guided by love for our people and the strength of our culture. So let us reaffirm our commitment to protect our people, our lands, and our ways of life. Let us move forward with confidence in the unity and resilience of Alaska Native nations. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your strength. And thank you for showing the world what it means to stand strong in uncertain times. Dagaden.
Koyana Tailutin Sadadza for those beautiful and inspiring words. I really appreciate that. That was very good to hear. Thank you so much.
Sadadza is my supervisor in the Alaska Native Policy Center, so I'm so lucky to every day get to see her leadership and her vision, and she truly has taken the role of mentor for me and for the other people in the Policy Center, and it means so much. And I think she's a great example of the type of leader that lifts up others. So Anabasi for your leadership and for being the best.
Let's give her another round of applause too.
Yeah, another round of applause. Woo! Yay!
And before we would move forward, we'd like to take a moment to review our First Alaskan Institute's agreements and ground ourselves in the values that guide this gathering. My good friend Sulanak and Napungshuk will now share a few of them with us now. So please welcome to the stage.
Shamai, everyone. I hope you're all doing amazing. So we are going to be reviewing a few of our First Alaskans Institute agreements. You may be familiar with them from other settings. We will be covering a few each day just as a reminder. So one of our first agreements that we have is in every chair a leader. And what this really means is that we're acknowledging that leadership isn't just a title that, you give out. It's a responsibility that we carry and we embody in our lives already. And there are many traits that make a great leader, but all of those traits are already inside you because a great leader starts with being a great human being. And our second agreement that I will go over is takest thou hats off. It may also be puttest all of thou hats on, depending on how you take it. And we ask that you bring a lot of coffee this morning, your full selves into this space. Don't limit yourself to just your professional hat, your identities as parents, aunties, uncles, cousins, daughters. All of these are equally valuable, like in comparison to your professional role, and they help inform your life. And when you bring all of these roles, all of your hats into the conversation, it makes it a richer conversation. And we ask that you only speak from your own lived experience and not from anyone else's. And I believe with that, I will pass it over to Sulingak.
Thank you, Nabungchuk. The first agreement that I'll go over with is speak to be understood and listen to understand. Thank you. This speaks to the intention that we invite you to bring to the conversation. We all have our own thoughts and biases and feelings, but we really want to come to each of our conversations with an open mind to be ready to learn. One of the things that I love most about our people, just across all of our regions and different people groups, is that we're all storytellers, and we all love to talk and share and connect with each other on that level. And we have such a short time together that it's important to just be open-minded and be open to other people's ideas and thoughts and concepts. And that kind of goes into the second agreement, is that we want to provide a safe space for meaningful conversation. And just know that we will take all your stories and experiences seriously, and we won't be attributing any names or sharing what's shared beyond this space without express permission. And that goes double for what happens in the healing houses. Everything that's shared here stays here. And we ask that you all do the same too, that if something resonates with you, that you please ask the person that you've learned that from for permission before sharing that. And the last one that we'll go over this morning is to be present and be engaged. Our time together is short and very meaningful, and it's important to just be here and be present. We have so many things going on in our life. We have so many things happening to some of our communities. We have work and life and home and school and all of this stuff happening. And it's important to just take a moment to center yourself, be present, and be here and make the most of our time together. And the last thing I kind of want to say is that these are guidelines. We're not going to be the agreements police, and we're not going to be here kind of like making sure you're doing things and sulking you. And if we slip up in any of these things, it's important to give each other the grace to do that we will make mistakes. And that's okay, and that's how we learn. So, to close it all up, can we all agree to uphold these agreements? Can I get a resounding ee from everybody?
E.
Thank you, Napanjak and Silanuk, for going over those with us. We also want to briefly go over a couple of housekeeping items. Please silence your cell phones. We encourage you to take a break from technology and fully engage with the conference and each other and embrace these moments.
And please be courteous of our elders. Please help them if they need it, and please be respectful of them.
Help us keep the Denina Center clean by picking up after each session you attend. Trash and recycling bins are located throughout the building.
And please keep in mind that the Elders and Youth Conference is a drug and alcohol-free time and zone. Please remember that you are representative of your communities, your schools, and your families. Please make sure to honor those people by remaining drug and alcohol-free throughout the conference. Thank you.
We also have a first aid booth, Team 1, and emergency medical services on standby. Bathrooms are just outside the ballroom doors to the left and right on the 3rd floor, next to the escalators on the 2nd floor, and in the rear of Idliget on the 1st floor. Exits are in 3 locations on the 1st floor along 7th Avenue where you entered, and at the rear of the building. In the event of an emergency evacuation, please use the escalators and exit calmly.
And if you have any security or safety concerns, the First Alaskans team can be identified by the yellow staff lanyards, and you will find them floating throughout the entire conference. So if you need someone, and if you need any further questions or assistance, you can always go back to registration and ask those people down there, and they will be able to help you.
Here is Jishla to talk a little bit about the Elders and Youth Council.
Shannon for sharing our agreements and housekeeping chores. Next, we'd like to recognize our elders and youth council members. This year's amazing theme was crafted and selected through a collaborative process involving our statewide Elders and Youth Council. The council is comprised of 2 elders and 2 youth representatives from each region, voted for during the regional breakout sessions each year at this conference. Later today, you will have the chance to select the new council for the next year. These elected council members represented all of our state's regions wonderfully. They engaged in meaningful conversations each month throughout the year to help shape the vision of this conference. We want to recognize their instrumental contribution. Council members, if you are here this morning, please stand and be recognized. Let's give them a round of applause for their hard work. And I'll pass it back over to Hayden and Laurel.
Thank you so much to our council for envisioning this theme and for all your contributions to the conference. Now, it is time to hear from our youth keynote speaker, a bright young Alaska Native leader and advocate. We are so excited. I'll turn it over to Hayden to share more about Charlie.
Sorry about that. Charlie Banakshira Corthius is Yupik from Bethel, and her family is from Eminock on the lower Yukon River. Charlie remains guided by her Yupik values, respect for her elders, care for salmon, land, and water, and commitment to family and community. She always is sure to make time for the people and places that sustain her. So please welcome me in joining Charlie Banakshilga Corthius.
Paka, Koyana Mansuchi Unnamak. Huinga Punuk Jilgarunga, Mamptaresamungu Mula Su, Angayo Kaka, Daryl Jali Viving Corthius Auguk, Ashkaka Dan Gauguk, Atama Eli Jacksonville Ami Wheatout, Jerry Jali Virginia Corthius, Anama Su Eli Imang Mungud, Jacob Jali Eunice Johnson. Hello everyone. My name is Charlie Corthius. I'm Yupik, and my Yupik name is Punuk Jilga. I'm named after my great-grandma, Zena Bean Hunter's brother, Charlie Beans, from Mountain Village. I'm from Bethel, and my family comes from Imauk, at the mouth of the Yukon River. My parents are Daryl and Vivian Corthius, and I have an older sister named Tatiana. My paternal grandparents are Jerry and Virginia Corthius of Bethel, and my maternal grandparents are the late Jacob and Eunice Johnson of Imauk. Welcome to the 42nd Annual Statewide Elders and Youth Conference. Koyana to the First Alaskans Institute for inviting me to be this year's youth keynote speaker. Today, I will share some background about who I am and where I come from, and 2 stories that have shaped my life. These stories remind me of what perseverance and fortitude mean for future generations, and why it's important for youth across Alaska to continue to speak, learn, and lead. My background. I was born into a big family. My dad has 10 siblings and my mom has 6, and I have many, many cousins. Having a name like Charlie can be interesting. People often think, who have not met me, that I'm a guy. But in the Yupik culture, our names connect us to those who have come before us. I'm named after my great-great-uncle, and that name carries his memory and spirit with me every day. When I first went to school, my teachers and classmates referred to me and called me Punuk Jilga, my name. My name connects me to my ancestors, and it reminds me of who I am, where I come from, and the relationships that define me. My parents enrolled my sister Tatiana and I in Ayapunut Narvik, a Yupik immersion charter school in Bethel. I started kindergarten only knowing Yupik. I didn't learn English until the 3rd grade, and learning to read and write in English was very challenging. But I wouldn't change a thing. Ayapunut Narvik gave me the gift of language, and today I understand how important it is to know our native language. After 6th grade, I continued in Bethel to junior high and later attended Manachcum High School in Sitka, a public boarding school in Southeast Alaska. Leaving home for 4 years was hard, leaving my family, friends, and my community. But it was worth it. I made friends from across Alaska and the state and had opportunities I wouldn't have changed otherwise. When COVID hit during my sophomore year, everyone was sent home and we had class on Zoom, like many of you guys have had. The next year, Manachcum High School was the only school in Alaska that held in-person classes. We were in our own bubble on Japonski Island. And we couldn't leave the island or campus until the restrictions were lifted. That experience taught me the importance of community and resilience. Being a Manachcum graduate means being a part of a lifelong family. My grandparents graduated in 1961 and 1963. My mom graduated from Etchcum in 1982, my sister in 2019, and I graduated in 2022. I have over 30 relatives that are Etchcum alumni. It's always been a part of my family's story. Once a brave, always a brave. Another major part of my journey is the Alaska Native Science and Engineering program. In 5th grade, I applied for the ANSEP Middle School Academy and I was accepted. It was the first time that I left my parents and family for 2 weeks. I met lifelong friends and discovered my love for science and learning. I've completed every ANSEP component, and today I'm a university success student, marking 10 years that I've been a part of the ANSEP family. Through ANSEP, I've had opportunities to grow through internships and hands-on learning experiences. The summer after I graduated, I interned for Lisa Murkowski in Washington, D.C. I spent 4 weeks assisting her legislative staff and learning how policies are made. I was one of 6 interns that year. It was the first year that Senator Lisa Murkowski held the internship after COVID. One of the most meaningful experiences I had was attending the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs hearing on federal boarding schools. I learned firsthand that even though Alaska's population is small, Alaska is one of the most important states in terms of setting policy and direction for our country. I encourage all high school seniors to apply for this internship from villages across Alaska. That same summer, I interned with the Bristol Bay Native Association's fisheries program at the Fisheries Research Institute in Alaknagik, Alaska, as a biological science aide. Collecting data on sockeye salmon production, I learned the research side of conservation. Hiking streams, taking samples, and comparing ecosystems. Other internships that I also have had are with the National Park Service's Alaska Native Tribals Relations Program. I worked with tribal governments across Alaska to strengthen relationships and ensure Indigenous voices are included in decisions. In 2023, while interning for the National Park Service, I was invited to participate in a Pathways to Confidence tribal consultation through the NPS Learning and Development Program, alongside a cohort of Indigenous employees. I also joined a spiritual and cultural event in Kona, Hawaii, where Alaska Native and Native Hawaiian groups came together to share traditions and strengthen connections. For this event, I wore my biluhuks and a kaspok made by my mom, like I am today, to represent where I come from, and a reminder that wherever we gather, Indigenous people are united by respect, relationship, and shared strength. This past summer, my internship was with the Association of Village Council Presidents Natural Resources Department, where I conducted qualitative research on salmon stewardship. interviewing community members, tribal leaders, and resource managers on the meanings of the words protection, conservation, and recovery. My biggest takeaway from this summer is that learning is an act of stewardship. If we only measure and manage without listening to the people who have lived with salmon every day, we're missing half the picture. Salmon are just not a resource, they are our relatives' identity and connection. Protecting salmon means protecting the worldviews that have sustained them for time immemorial. The words we choose shape the worlds we build. I hope my project shows that language can be a bridge, not a barrier, between Western management and Indigenous stewardship. Over the years, I've had the honor in attending the Inuit Circumpolar Council as an observer and culture performer. In 2023, I've joined the delegates meeting an Arctic Peoples Conference in Ilusat, Greenland, where Inuit from Greenland, Canada, Chukotka, and Alaska gather to discuss food security, language, health, and the Arctic environment. I've also observed the ICC General Assemblies in Inuvik, Utqiagvik, and virtually, and took part in the Education Summit in Nuuk, Greenland. These experiences have taught me that Arctic communities face similar challenges. We also share the same hope, to protect our languages, lands, waters, and our futures. I'm also part of the 5th cohort of the Arctic Youth Ambassadors Program, AYA, which uplifts youth voices on Arctic environmental and cultural issues. Through AYA, I've seen the power of youth collaboration throughout the Arctic. I'm currently attending the University of Alaska Anchorage, pursuing a Bachelor's of Science in Anthropology with a minor in Alaska Native Studies. Through my studies, I've been able to explore how language, culture, and worldviews shape our people to understand and interact with the world. Anthropology allows me to bridge Western research and Indigenous knowledge systems, and Alaska Native Studies keeps me grounded in who I am and where I come from. Together, they guide me toward my goal of continuing research that uplifts Alaskan Native voices and perspectives in decision-making, education, and environmental stewardship. In preparing for this speech, I thought deeply about the theme, perseverance and fortitude for the future generations. To me, perseverance means carrying on teachings forward through storytelling, language, and through listening. The first story that I'm going to tell you about is about dreaming in Yupik. When I was a little girl, I remember dreaming in Yupik. My mom told me that I would always sleep talk in Yupik. That's when she knew sending me to an immersion school was the right choice, because I was thinking, learning, and dreaming in my own language. Language is more than communication. It's a way of seeing the world. When we dream in our own language, we carry our ancestors forward. My hopes is that our elders continue to use our language and our youth continue to learn them, not just to communicate, but to stand up and speak to our people with our own language. The second story I'm going to tell you is about traveling to Greenland with our traditional chief. 2 years ago, I traveled to Greenland for an international conference, and the Alaska delegation included our AVCP regional traditional chief, the late Fast Eddie Adams from Nunamikwa. My story starts when we landed in Denmark on our way to Greenland, and we went to get our luggage from baggage claim. Everyone started piling into cabs, but somehow Chief Edward Adams, James Paul, and I got completely separated from the main group. We looked at each other and said, well, I guess we're on our own now. So we hopped into a cab together, and the cab driver turned around and asked us, where to? We all just stared at him, because none of us actually knew the name of our hotel. To make it worse, none of our phones worked. So we just sat there, 3 Alaska natives in Denmark, looking very lost. Thankfully, Fast Eddie, being the wise elder he was, had the hotel information written down on a piece of paper. We all laughed with relief when we finally made it to the hotel and caught up with everyone. After that, I made sure to stick close to Edward for the rest of the trip, because he clearly knew what he was doing. At the end of the conference, Elder and Traditional Chief Edward Adams was chosen from across the Arctic to close the gathering with a blessing song. That moment reminded me just how much wisdom and calm humor our elders carry with them, even when things don't exactly go as planned. He was a true elder and teacher. He believed deeply in the future of our people, in our ability as youth to carry that forward. From him, I learned what perseverance and fortitude looks like, to walk with humility, to listen carefully, and to honor those who have come before us. Elders often tell stories with lessons, and sometimes we don't understand the meaning right away. But we know we must sit down, listen, and remember. Everyone has their own story, who they are and where they come from, and we are all the writers of our own story. As you spend this week at the Elders and Youth Conference, I encourage you to participate, listen, and learn. If you see an elder who needs help or someone who looks a little lost, reach out. Or offer to carry something, hold a door, or simply say hello. Everyone here has a story, and sometimes all people want is to be heard, to be acknowledged. You never know what someone might be going through or what wisdom they hold in what they might share just because you took a moment to say hi. Today, I've shared my story, my name, my family, my education, my experiences, and my dreams. As we celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day, I think about resilience, how the land in the ocean, like the land in the ocean, we adapt and continue, even after storms like Typhoon Merbok and Typhoon Hulong that hit our western coasts. Our communities rebuild. We keep going with fortitude, with love for our people, and with hope for what's ahead. Tonight, I'll be traveling to Iceland for the Arctic Circle's Assembly to continue learning and representing our voices across the Arctic. But today, I'm here with you all, our elders, leaders, and youth, and everyone in between. I feel deeply proud to be a part of this circle. Goiana for listening, Goiana for being here, and Goiana for reminding me that our stories, like rivers, continue to flow.
On behalf of First Alaskans Institute and all of our conference participants, Chinan, Goiana, Charlie, for sharing your time and insights with all of us. I love how you talked about how language can be a bridge, not a barrier in our communities. It makes me so proud to see our Native youth carrying our languages and cultures for the next generations and using your voice to uplift one another. Chinan, Goiana, thank you.
Anabasi, Charlie, thank you so much. That was amazing. I really loved hearing about your journey and your family, your language, and your experience with ANSEP. And I especially loved hearing about how dedicated you are to our salmon. That makes me very hopeful for the future of our salmon to know that a young leader is so focused on that issue, and I'm sure it means a lot to many of us here.
Yeah, Koyana Dailukshi, Charlie, that was very beautiful. I really liked how you talked about language and dreams. That really encourages me and inspires me to keep learning Yugtun throughout my life, because I too would like to dream in Yugtun. I think that'd be very cool. With that, we are very excited to announce our first dance group of the conference. Please welcome to the stage Sivukak Dance Group. The Sivukak Dance Group. The Sivukak Dance Group was established in the fall of 2009 by the people of Gamble and Savunga in honor and respect and inspiration of the original composers of St. Lawrence Island. They are based in the Anchorage area and have performed at AFN Koyana Nights, previous Elders and Youth Conferences, Saturdays at the ANMC lobby, and in different regions throughout our state. They carry on their traditions through their songs and dances. So once again, please join us in welcoming Sivakak Dance Group to the stage.
Good morning.
Morning. Hi, gamse kayo hubi kamsi. Wangko ng Cebu nga kami Cebu kami ngukut. Koyak lagukut akan na kami Happy Indigenous Peoples Day. Wa man takukut. We're all from Gamble, Savunga. We're happy to be here. Thanks for having us. And yeah. We'll be dancing. That was Iskailam Apaktumsa. She was our aunt She was our great-grandma, Flora Imergen. She used to teach that one and many, many others. Dana Aiwana Kanita, our cousin song on the Siberian side of the border. The next one we'll be doing was composed by Kayak. We have his grandson right here, his namesake. Nawun Iglakhlanga. Next one we'll be doing was composed by Walanga, hair braiding.
I'm Walanga's granddaughter, and she's the great-granddaughter, and this one is the great-great-granddaughter.
Next one we'll be doing was composed by Aulinga, Tim Gallagher Sr. We have who's
This next song is a pretty well-known song that was composed by my father, Tim Gallagher. It's a trade song. He traded to pretty much northern Alaska, even into Canada and Russia. So it's called Bering Land Bridge. And if some of you might know, you're welcome to join us up here. It's called Bering Land Bridge by Tim Gallagher. Okay, the next song is called Ivok, performed by Karen Taylor. Okay, while we take a break, some of you know the next song is called The Iceberg Bump. So come on up on the stage that know that song and join us for the Iceberg Bump.
That was Amerikak, also composed by Walanga, a female walrus. Where we're from, St. Lawrence Island, we're known as the walrus capital of the world. And we harvest walrus year-round. Aivak, the first walrus dance that we did, was composed by Tuli, and it's about the bull, the male. Amekikak is our word for the female walrus, and kasekak is the word for the baby walrus. Walrus is very important to us, so we have so many names for them. But the next song we'll be doing was composed by Madakhluk, and it's called Reindeer Fawning. Invitationals, come on down.
See your families, can see you up here. Invitational to all of you from Sivukak Dance Group of Anchorage. So we're inviting you to come up and join us. Come on down. You girls can come down. Come on down. Come on down. Come on. There's room down here. Come on down. Good to see you.
Yeah.
That was incredible. Anabasi, thank you so, so much. Thank you. That was beautiful. That was a great first dance of the conference and a wonderful way to follow up Charlie's words. Woo!
Sorry about that. It really fills my heart every time to see our culture celebrated this way. So thank you, Sakayana Sivakak Dance Group. Thank you so much.
We now have a very unique opportunity. We will be joined by Samuel Horatsika, Amber Ebarb, Sarah McInnes, and Hannah Ray from the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs to speak about the Native Children's Commission Implementation Act, which is a draft legislation focused on improving the well-being of Native children and families. It couldn't be more relevant to this year's theme of perseverance and fortitude for our future generations. You may recognize Sam, who was previously a youth keynote speaker and a conference guide at Elders and Youth, so it's great to have him back. Let's welcome them to the stage. And we are honored to have Senator Lisa Murkowski up on stage as well. I didn't know until now, but it's an honor.
Chimai. Waka. Uvlalotak. Good morning, everyone. Before we begin talking about our Native Children's Commission, I was over in the corner talking to some young people from Quigilangok, and it is a hard morning in Quig. And I was asking them what their source of strength is. And they said, Native dance. So, Apgarak Roy said to me a few minutes ago, he says, I'm sorry that we're off schedule. We're behind schedule. And I said, no. When there is Native dance that is going on, there's nothing that should interrupt that, because that is source of strength for so many. And so when we take the time to celebrate in the way that your cultures and traditions have guided you, that makes you strong even through days that are hard. And so to be in the presence of so many who are projecting that source of strength through dance and language is an honor and a real privilege. I'm here with some of my folks from the Indian Affairs Committee. We're going to talk this morning. We're not going to talk to you. We're going to work with you all this morning about a draft piece of legislation that my team and I have been working on, and it's meant to help Native youth and children and families to live healthier, happier lives. Pretty great ideal. This draft report is based on a report from a group called the Native Children's Commission. This is something that we established almost 10 years ago, and we evaluated what Alaska Native and American Indian youth and families need most. So this commission went around the country. They listened to stories. They listened to the people in the communities. They maybe even came to some of your communities, and they learned what works and what isn't working. And then last year, they shared their ideas in this report that was called The Way Forward. And this is kind of the roadmap that we're using to develop this bill, to put the ideas into action, and to support the communities, not just here in Alaska, but around the country, in the way forward. And we've done good work. We have smart people that are helping you back in Washington, D.C. But that's not what it should be. It should be from you. It should be from the ground up. As youth, you have unique views and experiences. You know very well what kids like you need to be successful. And the elders that are here in the room, you've seen our community's strengths. You see the needs across generations. And we want to hear what you think, what questions you have, your ideas, how to make this bill not only better, but to make it real and meaningful in a way that's going to make a difference going forward. This is your chance to decide what should be included to make sure that it really helps in the villages and the communities that you call home. So this is about empowering you to determine the future of our children in Alaska, but also Native peoples around the country. And so it's only fitting, it's only appropriate that on Indigenous Peoples Day, this conversation is being elevated in a way that will empower our Native peoples for the generations going forward. So I'm going to turn it over to my super great team to walk you through how we're going to handle the next hour. So Gunish Chish, Kuyana, Chine. All you.
Good morning, everyone. Uvalotuk, Jendukla, Yukhatiwasak, Yeth Nakhasati, Klenedi, Nakhatsati, Wushkitan Yeti Ayahat. Given the focus on language, I wanted to start off with my introduction. My Tlingit name is Jendukla, and my clan is Raven Dog Salmon, or Klenedi. I'm a daughter of the Wushkitan, or the Eagle Shark clan. And it is such an honor to work for Senator Lisa Murkowski on Shawatki. I will get us started with some introductions. Actually, you've already been introduced to Samuel Haratzika and Sarah McInnes, so I will skip some of the intros there. But before we begin a dialogue with you, we thought we would describe the ways that Congress, which is just one branch of the federal government, can work to address your needs. We wanted to share this because you may have learned some of this in your government or civics classes in school, but this is a way to have the process of lawmaking come directly to you. Also, thinking back to when I was in high school and college, I never imagined having the opportunity to work for a United States Senator like Senator Lisa Murkowski. She cares about passing good laws for Alaskans and addressing the important issues affecting young people like you all today. So, Senate basics. We are, in the Senate, we're known as the more deliberative body compared to the U.S. House of Representatives. We generally spend more time on issues. Senator Murkowski has a personal office staff. Some of them are here today. Karina is here, the state director. And then she also has committees that she serves on. There are only 20 committees in the U.S. Senate, permanent committees. They help manage the Senate's workload. So there's a smaller group of senators who focus on certain topics, such as energy or healthcare or American Indian and Alaska Native issues. They do a lot of work before the full Senate gets involved, as it would be impossible for all 100 senators to review and work on every issue, which requires really diving deep. Each committee has a leader. Not every senator is chairman or has the opportunity to lead a committee. That's based on the time that you spend in the Senate building up the expertise, and the more time you spend in the Senate, the more opportunity you have to lead some of these committees to dive deep. And as I mentioned, she has some committee staff, some of whom are not here today or back in Washington, D.C. Anna Powers has really been the lead on this discussion draft and effort. She's back, and we really miss her. And Katie Banty is also somebody who worked on this and wasn't able to travel with us. So Senator Murkowski's been on the Indian Affairs Committee her entire time in the Senate, given the focus and the importance of it to all of Alaska and to the entire country, but especially here in Alaska with 40% of the tribes being located here in the state, and then also 20% of the population thereabouts being Alaska Native. So the other committee she serves on is Appropriations and Health, Labor, and Pensions, and the Energy and Natural Resources Committee. The committee we serve on for the senator has a focus on, as in the name, American Indian issues. That's because the federal government has a unique relationship with tribes and Native people, which are based on treaties and agreements, and that's a unique set of issues and a unique set of the law that is important for the Congress to understand and get right. So that is what we're charged with. That's what's called our jurisdiction. We gather information, identify problems, and propose solutions related to all Native people. What we're going to do today is discuss a draft of a bill, and a bill generally, as you may know, is an idea about something the government controls that we want to put into law. To create a program, for example, it has to pass the House and the Senate before it's signed by the President. Every senator can introduce a bill for consideration, but it's up to the committees to do the vetting and understand what are the pros and cons that go into a specific piece of legislation. And then we have a vote in the committee to recommend whether that should go to the full Senate for consideration. So with that, I will turn it over to Sam and Sarah to dive a little bit deeper into the discussion draft.
Great, thank you so much, Amber. As Senator Murkowski mentioned, we are going to talk today about a very specific bill, the Native Children's Commission Implementation Act. It's based on a report called the Way Forward Report, and Senator Murkowski gave us a little bit of background on that. But right now, this bill is just a draft. We've asked for feedback from many Native leaders and advocates and have heard from almost 100 different people and groups. But we need to hear from you all too. So what does that look like? We're the policy people back in DC, so we don't necessarily expect policy feedback from you all. What we really want to know is what issues matter most to you and what your communities are doing to support Native children and families, how some of the programs in this draft bill might be helpful or not helpful to you all, and whatever else you think we need to know or be reminded of. We'll give you some information about what's in the draft bill in our presentation, how it came about, and then we'll let you all discuss. Our coworkers, Hannah and Bryce, have passed out some handouts, so you should have those on your table, and that has all the information you'll need for the discussions. If you don't have a handout on your table, please just raise your hands, and they'll come give you some. So if this is the Native Children's Implementation Act, what is the Native Children's Commission? We got some of the background from the senator earlier. So about 10 years ago, Senator Murkowski worked with her colleagues in the Senate to create a group called the Alice Spotted Bear and Walter Soboleff Commission on Native Children, named after two accomplished elders. This group traveled in Alaska to Hawaii and across the lower 48 to listen to what Native communities had to say. We know that there are many challenges and needs that Native kids face, but we also know there are lots of creative ways that communities are supporting their youth. The commission took all of this information that they learned and they wrote a report. That's the Way Forward report with recommendations, and they gave it to us in Congress and also to the president. Once we got these recommendations, Senator Murkowski wanted us to get to work, and we were led by two incredible people Amber mentioned briefly, Anna and Katie, who can't be here today, but were very instrumental in this work. And it was really important to the senator and to all of us that we do something with these recommendations and not let the report just sit on a shelf collecting dust. So in August of this year, after going through all of these recommendations from the committee, Senator Murkowski put out this draft bill, and it's going to turn these ideas into action. Okay, Sam, so is this a law yet? Does this mean all of these recommendations are going to happen?
I really wish that were true, Sarah. Unfortunately, it would make our jobs a heck of a lot easier if that was the case, but we're in the stage where right now we're collecting feedback on what was produced, and that's a part of us being here today with all of you, as the senator was saying. It's part of our job to collect feedback on the ideas that are going to be most effective for you and that are going to impact you the most. And we really trust you guys as emerging leaders and as tribal leaders yourselves to give us that feedback, to let us know how we've done so far. This is our opportunity to hear from you about what works within the bill and what could be made to work better. We'll continue to process and then update the draft bill in order to reflect some of those changes and potential changes. And then as staff, it'll be our jobs too to be opportunistic working with our colleagues from across the aisle and across Congress to make sure that we can either have in whole or in part this bill be moved forward through the committee process, through the floors on each side, with pieces of legislation that actually moves and can be forced into law. And I'm not going to lie to you, this is a time-intensive process, and it may take several years, but it's something that we're all dedicated to pursuing from the senator on down. But before we get into the exact titles of the bill, and Sarah will give some more general overview in terms of what we've actually been working on, I want to get into a couple of key terms. And the first one that I want to get into is, what's a tribal advisory committee? So as you're able to see up on the slide, a tribal advisory committee does not replace tribal consultation. It is not a stand-in. However, it's another tool in the tool belt for tribal leaders and emerging leaders in this particular case to utilize in elevating community priorities to folks who are actually running and administering those programs over in the executive branch. Now, it's important to note that a lot of times the folks who are running these programs, they aren't here in state, they're not in our communities, as most of us know. They're out in DC, they're outside. They may not understand or fully be aware of all of the needs and the day-to-day livelihoods of folks within our communities. So it's important to have that ongoing dialogue and conversation. And not only is it important for that to happen between tribes, tribal leaders, and the agencies, but it's important for us to continue those conversations amongst one another. Tribal advisory committees, as a kind of a side effect of this consistent gathering, they also pose an opportunity for anybody involved within them to learn from relative strengths and challenges that we may be experiencing within our own communities. But again, they don't exist uniformly across government. And that's why, as you'll see throughout the handouts that have been provided, they're mentioned. We're trying to, ideally, spread them out more and more across government. Like tribal set-asides, which Sarah will get into in just a second, they have to be explicitly mentioned within law. Sarah, do you want to talk a bit more about tribal set-asides?
Yeah, thanks, Sam. And I'll also add, in terms of the tribal advisory committees, one of the things we want to do in this bill is make a youth seat on the tribal advisory committees so that when the government is talking about policies that affect youth like you, there's an opportunity for someone to be there and have that youth voice. So, as Sam said, we also have a lot of tribal set-asides in the bill, and this is another policy word you might hear. This just means that's money specifically dedicated to tribes out of a larger amount of money. So, for example, there's about $270 million that the government gives to states to help families. We want to put in a tribal set-aside, so this could look like more than $13 million going straight to tribes. It means there's no need to ask the state to pass this money through. And tribes can use it to help families thrive directly. We know that a lot of times tribes have been overlooked by the federal government and don't always have the same resources that other local governments like states do. And so that's why we tried to add a lot of tribal set-asides into this bill. So we heard about what a bill is and how this specific bill, the Native Children's Commission Implementation Act, came to be. And we told you that this bill has a number of tribal advisory committees and tribal set-asides, but you might be wondering, what actual topics does this bill talk about? So you can see up here on the screen, or over here, there are 9 different sections of this bill, and these are all topics that the commission heard about when they went traveling across the country. Some leaders and communities brought up the need for more tribal involvement in child welfare, and the need for more resources for public safety. The commission heard about innovative things that tribes are doing to address those problems and recommended that we in Congress and in the federal government support them. Besides child welfare and justice and safety, the bill would also create more collaboration so that tribes can access data about their citizens and also can apply traditional knowledge when they're using a grant. And that's something that's often not allowed when you're spending federal money right now. The bill also addresses healthcare and aims to create more resources for tribes to run mental health care programs and substance abuse recovery programs, as well as supports for new moms and babies. We know that in Alaska, too, housing can be really expensive and also hard to find. And so the bill would create 2 new housing programs that are specifically for youth and families. It would also create more ways for tribes to provide childcare and job training, expanding opportunities for people to learn and raise a family in their home community. I'll turn it back over to Sam.
And I just want to add here that one of the biggest things that we're hoping to do with this piece of legislation, and a through line throughout, is we're trying to expand out what works for our communities presently and really correcting what doesn't. To think about it in terms that I know you guys have heard about time and again from the First Alaskans Institute, we're trying to decide what we're going to keep in our berry bucket and keep out of our collective smokehouse. And before I get into providing a little bit more detail for a few of the different titles that we're presenting on today, I just wanted to give a shout out and a thank you to the Elders and Youth Conference Council. I've been able to see some members and former members of that council from both the youth side and the elders side. And it's really from your direction and with your advice that we're digging into a few of these different titles today. That doesn't mean that within the handouts that you guys have, we will be selective in that. But I just wanted to recognize that if we aren't talking about every single one of them more fulsomely, it's because we've received that advice and we are taking that to bear. And so when we are moving forward, there will be an opportunity for you guys to touch upon it. Thank you. And with that said, I want to move into Title V. Title V is about environmental health. And as most folks can kind of put together, you know, for better or for worse, there's a great impact that our surrounding environment has upon our health over time. But unfortunately, with a few exceptions, you know, outside of innovative organizations like YKHC, there really hasn't been a push to connect one's day-to-day environment with the afflictions they may be presenting for care when they go see a doctor or go see a nurse. This bill would change that. This bill would kick off a broader government approach to addressing environmental health risks to Native youth. It would allow our healthcare providers greater abilities to record environmental hazards that we may be dealing with or experiencing across our lives and tie them to your broader health record. Now that should mean that ideally, whenever you go in and you have an affliction, you'll be better cared for. You won't have to go in as much ideally. And then the options for you are going to be a lot clearer too. Can we move it on to Title VI? Oh, sorry. Okay, so you guys will have to follow along for those of you guys who have the Title VI slide in there. It's about food and nutrition. And again, I'll give some more details about this too. When people miss meals or maybe they don't have access to the foods that they love, and no, I'm not talking about McDonald's here, but the effects of that can be wide-ranging. You know, I remember being in high school and I'd have to pack my own lunch, and if I wanted to sleep in a little bit or I maybe couldn't find anything in the pantry that I truly liked and I, you know, kind of skimped out on a meal or I didn't exactly have everything that I needed to, my attention span for that entire day was kind of off. I wasn't able to engage in my classes. I wasn't able to engage with my peers in the same way that I otherwise would have. And I suffered for it. And those folks around me kind of suffered for it too, because I wasn't bringing all of myself to bear. And we also know that a lack of our traditional foods when it comes to healing means that we're going to take a little bit longer to heal. But if we do have that access, we'll heal faster. We're going to feel better. And frankly, we're going to utilize some of the foods that are available instead of something that's completely foreign and seems kind of weird or tastes off. This bill empowers tribes and tribal organizations to run food programs we most often utilize when we need support, and to incorporate foods that culturally mean the most to us within those programs. It represents a big step forward in an extension of trust in our tribes and tribal organizations, trust that they know what is best for their membership and best for their health. Sarah, do you want to talk about Title VIII?
Yeah, so Title VIII is education, and here in Alaska we know that there's so many different cool things happening with education programs, whether that's connecting math to your daily lives, attending a school where you get to learn in your native language, or opportunities to do NYO, dancing, drumming, beading, and other cultural activities. But we also know, and I'm sure you guys all know too, that there are some things that could help make school more interesting or help you learn better. Especially in rural communities, we know that it can be hard to find teachers, and many times teachers come in from outside of your community, outside Alaska, or maybe from a different country. And they may not understand your community or what it's like to be a kid there. Across Alaska right now, there are a lot of tribes and tribal organizations that are working to address that with the University of Alaska's Teacher Apprenticeship Program. We wanted to support initiatives like that, so the bill would make money available for those kinds of programs and allow people to stay in their community and become certified as teachers. The bill would also provide more resources for tribes and tribal organizations to support and understand what's needed for native language learning and allow grants to be used for things like after-school programs, lessons that focus on Alaska Native history, and more teacher professional development. Okay, so I know we just talked a lot. It's time for us to stop and let you all share what you think with one another. It's really conversations like these that help us keep up with everything that's happening in Alaska while we're back in DC, so we can better represent you. We really need your help to guide us and make sure that with this bill, we're on the right track. Every table, like I said, should have the handouts and some paper to take notes. Pick someone in your group to be the note taker, and then as a group, decide which one of the sections on your handout you'd like to talk about. We'll give you some time, and then once time is up, we'll have a chance for folks to share if you'd like.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
And we'll be coming around if you have any questions, or we just really like to hear what you have to say. You have about 15 to 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For when we go around.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shall we walk around?
So just so you guys know, people will be walking, some people will be walking out of this room at 11:15 to go to their regional breakouts. Yeah.
Stop it sooner, like at 11:05.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Great job, you guys.
Sorry for tightening it up.
Unless you have Danae earrings on as well. My favorite. I need new ones this year. Stop 11:05.
11:05, okay.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to go over where we are on the agenda. Today is Indigenous Peoples Day. And of course, we want to say our prayers and thoughts for all of our relatives and friends and fellow brothers and sisters on the west coast of Alaska. There, in my region especially, there has been some devastating floods and homes have been wiped out, drifted a long ways away, and from what I understand, there are 3 people still missing. Remember that when the opportunity arises to be able to donate, please donate. They're going to need a lot of help. So we're here on Monday, October 13th, Indigenous Peoples Day. We're getting ready to go into regional breakouts before the lunch break at noon today. And almost 11 o'clock here. Of course, Elders and Youth always has these great work breakout sessions. They're fully packed every single day. I'm waiting here. At lunchtime, we're going to have a lunch and learn with Ilaksavik College from Barrow, Alaska's only tribal college. And then after that, 1:30 to 3:30, we'll have a workout session. Excuse me, where we'll showcase on the main stage carrying our cultures through language and dance. That's from 1:30 to 3 today. And then from 3:30 to 5 on the main stage, we'll be learning about Indigenous language, culture, and local history. Okay. I wanted to talk just a little bit about some of the workshops that are available. 1:30 to 3, Inupiaq Hymns, Honoring the Journey, a review of Alaska Native Life Planning Guide, Inupiaq Lessons, beginner, so there's a beginner, intermediate, and advanced here at AFN, breast cancer prevention, sustaining and advancing the movement of truth, justice, and healing from Indian boarding schools. Oh, that's going to be James LaBelle for sure. Ramona Klein, Samuel Torres, 1:30 to 3 if you're interested in attending that second floor here at the Denina Center. Oh, that just breaks my heart. I know that's going to be a great session, and I hope that I might be able to join that for a few minutes. Cedar rose making, there are discussions about opioid overdoses, deer processing and packing, let's cut fish together. I know that one's with Gayla Hosseth. Understanding, preventing, and reporting and responding to opioid, another substance-related workshop related to crimes and just consumption. String figures, story and play, early childhood healers and elders, peer mentor, and your pathway to the future. I mean, they have 60 workshops in a span. It started, Elders and Youth started yesterday for a couple of hours, 1 to 3, 3:30-ish. Then today from 8:30 to 5, Chinon and the Alaska's Got Talent is tonight. And then all day tomorrow, 8:30 to 5. For participants here, there is a teen dance, and they can dance, they can only attend if they are a registered attendee, and they have to be with their chaperone. Again, there's almost a dozen workshops this afternoon from 3:30 to 5. And then tomorrow's Lunch and Learn is experiences and opportunities in the Alaska Native Tribal Health System. Okay, we're going to actually be interviewing someone here in just a second, so we're going to get her mic'd up. I believe that means that we're going to have just a tiny bit of a break, but if not, give us grace. And will you grab that? Oh, no, never mind. You have that. Sorry. What's your name? Huh? Puruk. Okay. Lingiwa. Lingik.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, English was my second language, so a lot of people don't even know my English name.
I like it.
Okay, I'm here. Pronounce your name.
My name is Buruk.
And where are you from?
Utqiagvik.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of a surprise here, so tell me what you're here to talk to us about.
Yes, okay, so we have Mark Trahant, who's Shoshone Bannock. He's here for the 3 days of the conference, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and he's a renowned world journalist, worked very closely with Indian Country Today. He's leading a mock media newsroom.
Yes.
On journalism, news reporting, videography, photography, for any participants that are interested in learning more and getting hands-on experience. So that's happening today at noon, and then it'll be happening again each day of the conference from 9 a.m. and 12. They're huddling over here right outside of Talking Circle Media Sign. So we have Mark leading that, and it's just an opportunity for participants to have an experience with a professional.
How are you involved in that?
Okay, so I work in communications at First Alaskans Institute. I've been with them for about 2 years now. This is my third Elders and Youth. Actually, I was looking at today's participation, and I think this is the biggest we've had in attendance. People are sitting on the floors. It's insane. It's a very beautiful celebration, and I'm just so happy to see so many relatives across the state.
Yeah, I have to tell you, Elders and Youth is always amazing, but it just seems to get better and better and better and better. We have a couple more minutes because they're wrapping up the floor discussion, and then before we go to stage, we'll have to throw it over there. Did you want to talk about anything else?
Shanann, tonight.
Yes.
A night of culture celebration. Yeah, New Talk. We have New Talk and Zoe.
Wow. You have New Talk and who?
Oh, so sorry. Okay, so we have co-host New Talk Simmons.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She's been on the Netflix series North of North. So she did that in Canada this last year.
Is she the one that is from Chilista region but grew up in Nome?
No, she's actually from Utqiagvik.
Okay.
Yeah, she's from the North Slope.
Okay.
And she's co-hosting with Nasquak. I might be pronouncing her Yupik name wrong.
Who is that?
Zoe McCaulson. And her TikTok handle is My Banima. So they're doing Chinan, a night of cultural celebration. Tonight will be the 14th annual. So it's Natives Got Talent. It's happening at 6 p.m., but we're doing live auditions at 5:15 p.m. today.
Could you talk to us a little bit about the live, I'm blanking, the tryouts, like how you get on?
Yeah, so Chinan, a night of cultural celebration, and Natives Got Talent. So the way that it's set up is we have dance groups all across Alaska, and each time we give them a chance to go on the stage, in between those breaks we'll have people who are interested in either being an entertainer, a comedian, singer, any sort of talent that they can showcase to the stage will be those times where they're interchangeably on stage.
Let's talk a little bit about how people in rural Alaska or Anchorage or wherever you are can view what's going on stage and interviews and Chinan and Natives Got Talent.
Definitely. So we'll have it streaming live on our Facebook page, on our YouTube channel, on Vimeo, and then also through KTOO. They will not be airing Chinan live tonight. They'll be airing it on Wednesday.
That's right, during the houses.
During the healing houses, because the healing houses are a very sacred time. We don't want to be airing people's personal journey on air, so.
Yeah. So just, do you have anything you want to share before I ask a question about how youth and elders can participate in the future? If you don't mind, if say to someone in a community that just has no idea, like how they think that they might have to be elected or that they might have to be, a leader, whatever that is, right? Can you just talk a little bit about that? Encourage others to come and participate at Elders and Youth?
Yeah, so what's really awesome about Elders and Youth is elders are free for admission, so they don't have to pay any registration fee to being a participant. And then every year on our Monday of the conference, we have what's called regional breakout sessions. And in those regional breakout sessions, it's a time to be with your community in the region. And then they will have an opportunity to do elect, or you could just nominate out loud, hey, I think that Lingok is an amazing person and she should be on the council. And then they will meet monthly every last Thursday of the month, and it's a way for folks to know what's happening outside of their own communities. So to know about issues impacting their region, to find solutions, to talk about policy, or to learn anything in regards to leadership roles, it's a really great opportunity to network and build relationships across the state.
I assume that's over Zoom or Teams or something. How long do those monthly meetings last?
They're about an hour and a half.
Wow.
And they also participate in the preparation of the conference theme. So they select a theme, and then the council members that are selecting the theme, they'll help translate it in their language for the language of the year.
That's pretty streamlined, an hour and a half once a month for that many regions, and wow, that's pretty good.
Amazing opportunity.
Yeah, and great experience for them, right? Yeah.
So a lot of things going on, and there's so many ways to be involved.
I think that we're now going to go to the stage. Thank you so much.
Kuyanak for having me.
Our native language and how it's being taught today. We're noticing that as you teach our native language, some of the words are being changed from the way we grew up. We grew up from a long time ago, back in 1950s and 60s. We learned from really elders from way back then. All they ever talked was our language. And now we're hearing the words being different. They're being pronounced different. And some words from other villages are coming into our village. And they're making that change a little. And as elders, we should be concerned about that. I think we have a really duty and responsibility. If we're going to get into language and teach in the language, it's important that we learn our own language from our villages the way our elders taught us. If you hear it being changed, all of you sitting here, you have a responsibility to correct it right now. And so that's what we wanted to contribute to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. If folks would just pause for a moment and listen to your elders. The concern here at this table is housing. Homes in the villages. Elders, housing like in Unaclete, the model there for elders housing. Funding availability for homes. To educate the villages through the tri-org for funding that is available that folks are not aware that the funding is there. There's an abundance of funding that is available that not all communities are aware of. And then the topic of family potlatches and foster children that are in care of the state, which relates to housing, and how we should support and lift them up and encourage them instead of having them discriminate against their own blood, flesh and blood. And this is a statewide issue about housing, and we hope that it is addressed at Lisa Murkowski's office. Thank you.
Koyana, for sharing out. I do just want to see if any of our emerging leaders have any response to that or anything that they would like to share. I appreciate the elders' perspective, but I also want to uplift our youth while we have the opportunity here. Just one person. Bryce? You got it. You got it.
Substance such as meat, fish, birds, and berries are shared among the community, especially the households who don't have hunters. Our supplies also teach the young hunters how to share and stow away in freezers. There are some who take those who are able to go hunting that don't have transportation. Some struggle to supply gas. There are some that travel by walking to nearby spots in Great Lake, Alaska.
Koyana Tailuchi for sharing out. I really appreciate it. Bryce, do we have one last one right there? Thank you.
Hello. Our group was talking about how important it is to have teachers teach our own communities as throughout our topics here in Alaska overall of having educators from outsiders trying to fit in. Just the importance of having that connection from our own villages teaching in our education system is very important. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing out. I do just want to say, I know we're short on time, I apologize. But regardless of whether you've shared out or not today, we want to hear from you. As Sarah said earlier, she and I will both be around, other members from our team will be around, so please flag us down if you guys do have comments, questions, or concerns about anything that we've talked about today or raised. You should have an opportunity to learn more privately by scanning the QR code on the back of the handout. You should be able to learn more about the bill itself, as well as some more other resources too. And speaking of resources, I do just want to say that if these conversations have stirred up anything negative inside you, if it's been a bit difficult to engage, please feel free to utilize some of the traditional healers that are over in the other room volunteering their services for us today. They're here to make sure that not only individually but collectively that we're doing all right. And I trust their expertise to be able to be there for all of us and to be able to provide that space and their own medicine in order to make sure that we're okay. And finally, if privately or through this conversation that we've had together, at your table group. If you really feel like what we've been working on is worthwhile, if you feel like what we are working on is something that should be supported, if you feel like it is going to be impactful for your community and can make a difference, I encourage you, or at least somebody within your table group, to attend the resolutions breakout, that workshop that's going to be later on within this conference. That's really an avenue whereby we will be able to see formally, not only from your guys' table groups, but also collectively through the Elders and Youth Conference, that this draft bill that we've been working on, it will be effective and can be effective for you guys. And so if there's something that comes out of that in terms of an actual resolution, I think that's something that we can take and is really defensible for us to say to anybody that we're engaging with in Congress, yes, this is something that's worthwhile. It has the backing of our elders and our youth. It is worthwhile for us to move forward. So I just wanted to end it on that point as a note of encouragement. But again, feel free if there are any questions, comments, or concerns to flag Sarah or I or another member of our team down. Kwayana for the time and for the engagement. Really appreciate it.
Anabasi, Senator Murkowski, and your team for this chance to learn more about this draft legislation and for our voices to be heard. And thank you to the elders and youth here who shared. And, you know, we continue to use our voices and share what's important to us.
Next up is something I know that all of you are very excited for and looking forward to. We are now going to break out into our regional breakout sessions.
Each year during these sessions, your region elects 2 elders and 2 youth to serve as representatives on the Elders and Youth Council. It's an opportunity to represent your region on monthly Zoom meetings, keep your communities informed, collaborate with other peers, and shape the future through meaningful dialogue. If you're passionate about making a difference and amplifying your region's voices, this is a great opportunity to step up and lead.
The Elders and Youth Council actually helped come up with the theme for this year's conference, and I think it'd be very cool to be a part of something that comes up for the theme for next year's conference or any other conference like this.
On the first floor, the interior breakout session is in Idliket 1 front, Kodiak Island is in Idliket 1 back, Norton Sound is in Idliket 2, and South Central will be in Idliket 3.
And on the second floor, we will have the Aleutian Chain and the Pribilofs in Katnu 1. Prince William Sound is Katnu 2. The North Slope is in Tabona 3. Northwest Arctic, Tabona 4. And Bristol Bay is in Tabona 5. Southeast is in the Kankatnu boardroom.
And on the third floor, Atna is in the Takatnu main plenary stage, and Yukon Kuskokwim Delta is in Healer Room 2. For those of you in the interior session, I'll see you there and have fun, everyone.
All right, thank you.
As a reminder, please leave the feedback papers on the center of the table. We'll come around and collect them all. And we have until noon for the breakout sessions, for the regional breakout sessions, and to elect your representatives. And after that, we'll move into our lunch and learns. You should be able to find the regional breakouts in your agenda. If you didn't hear the announcement of where it is at.
Welcome back. Anna Sattler with Talking Circle Media. So Elders and Youth is breaking out into their regions. So that means that all of the participants are going here on the third floor, second floor. And then after that will be the lunch break. It's a lunch and learn. Illicksavik College will be on the main stage. So we'll be able to watch them. We'll also be interviewing a couple staff and board members or trustees of the First Alaskans Institute. One of them is Toby. Toby put on this entire conference. There are so many participants here that there are tons of people sitting on the floor. First Alaskans is thinking that this may be the most well-attended elders and youth that they've ever had. You walk around the first and second floor and it is absolutely packed. So we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, which is perfect. Let's see, it's 11:21, so just by a few minutes. But we're now in regional breakouts. We'll have the lunch and learn at 1 o'clock, the dance group, and then workshops, session 1 and session 2. So session 1 is from 1:30 to 3, and then session 2 is 3:30 to 5. So we're gonna have plenty of opportunity to interview a few people. We are being broadcast on KTOO 360 TV and available through Roku. I never know if I'm saying that right. Roku and ARC statewide, of course. Website is firstalaskans.org. FAI has a YouTube, and that is at First Alaskans Institute 3753. First Alaskans Institute 3753. And then, of course, First Alaskans Facebook page at First Alaskans Institute. So this is being broadcast live as well as webcast live. So today is Monday, the first full day of the Elders and Youth Conference. We'll go until about 5 o'clock, and then there will be the Chinon and oh my word, I am just blanking on everything, aren't I? Chinon and Natives Got Talent. The auditions occur at 5 p.m. on the stage. It won't be televised, but you'll be able to watch Chinon and Natives Got Talent on Wednesday when we aren't broadcasting on the main stage, as everyone is going to be attending the houses. It's the men's house, women's house, and then LBGTQIA2S plus house. So those are all real private, intimate conversations that First Alaskans, Elders and Youth want to maintain, privacy on. So you'll be able to watch Chinon and Natives Got Talent then. So let's see. Like I said, after the after the regional breakout sessions where attendees will be electing or will be talking about who is going to be the next youth and elders leaders. We'll have a lunch break. We'll be talking to Toby and to Charlie, the youth keynote speaker, and then we'll be able to have conversations with both of the conference guys, Laurel Fate Sullivan and Hayden Johnson. They've been doing an excellent job on stage. I just have to give them a round of applause. They were a little bit nervous yesterday, but they've done an amazing job. If you see them out and about, say something nice to them, words of encouragement. And let's see, 5 o'clock Natives Got Talent, 7 o'clock Chinon. Tomorrow morning we start again at 8:30 a.m. until 5. And then there's the teen dance tomorrow. And then Wednesday, the conference begins at 8:30, but again, we will not be showcasing the houses, and that is scheduled. It appears from 9 a.m. to 12 noon, and then at noon, we'll reconvene. There'll be a dance group, closing ceremonies, and then at 1 p.m., Elders and Youth 2025 will conclude. We're here at the Denina Center in Anchorage, Alaska. Again, my name is Anna Sattler. I'm with Talking Circle Media. It's always a complete pleasure doing this every year. This isn't my professional career. I work in community relations, and I do a couple of. I tried to do a few videos on YouTube and TikTok and my Facebook page, but this isn't something that I do every day, and I'm just really honored to be able to be here with you all and tell you what is going on at the Elders and Youth Conference, and then later this week at the AFN convention, and then the much celebrated Kuleana Nights, because it seems to be that most people tune in and watch those. This year, they won't go from 7 to 11. It appears they're going to go from 7 to 9:30, which, I mean, mostly makes me sad, but it also, I'm actually okay with it, because it does make for a long day when you start at 8 and the TV broadcast ends at 5, and then you're back here to start the show at 7 again. So anyway, long, nice week, Native New Year. We're super happy to be doing this. Talking Circle Media is putting on this whole video and webcast for decades. And so we're very happy to do that and to be able to work with First Alaskans and AFN. So just from myself and everybody here, I just want to thank you. And then I wanted to again shout out to everyone in Western Alaska affected by the floods. Our thoughts and prayers are with you. We are now going to watch the dance from yesterday, Sunday the 12th, and we'll be back here shortly. Thank you.
This song was Kana by Gracelyn. Now we will start No Song Kalisa. Raven by All Dancers. Next is Ahoy by Arthur, Calissa, and Kevin. Dalik by All Dancers.
Yeah.
Huyanga Yanga by Sierra Entea. Airplane by Ali, Tiny, and Valerie. The next song will be Igloo, and I would like to invite Earl Kingik.
Oh
Tutiepak. We would like to invite anybody who would like to come up. Invitational.
Join us.
Wasn't that beautiful? Kuyanak to the Kayana Katyagami dancers for sharing your beautiful culture, light, and energy with us. Up next are the Kasukwak dancers from the native village of Akiak. This group has danced together on and off for more than 20 years. Despite many challenges and changes in their village, families have worked tirelessly to rebuild the group, remake their regalia, and bring their community's dances back to life. Whew, I'm a little out of breath from that invitational. They performed at Native Scott Talent and the Alutiiq Museum's grand opening in Kodiak. Please welcome the Kasukwak dancers.
The first song we'll be singing for you is Kazukwak. We'll be singing and dancing like our Lakwaks did a long time ago. Kazukwak.
The next song we'll be doing for you is Bashful Eyes. It means me here, bashful, bashful, over there, bashful, bashful. Everyone around us got bashful, bashful eyes. Nikita Ingelux. The next song we'll be singing for you is Unugu. We'll be singing in the Alutiiq, English and Alutiiq. And we got this song from our late Chief and Elder Larry Maffei, Unugu.
The next song we'll be doing for you is Kuyana Nana. Means thank you for my librets. Thank you for I see fire in the distance, my nose decorations, and my necklace. Kuyana Nana.
The next song we'll be singing and dancing for you is Alain Ifkira. No. The next song we'll be singing and dancing for you is Ayadonga. We'll be taking a journey in the air and land or sea. And for those who can't travel with us, we'll be taking a journey with us through our minds.
The next song we'll be doing for you is Alang Nifkida. The father rocks his baby to sleep so the baby won't be afraid of the dark so the father can go out hunting. Alang Nifkida.
Kira. The next song we'll be singing is our ice cream song. We'll be making some ice cream and giving you some. Ayaw wikamkin.
The next song we'll be singing and dancing for you is our aguduk song. The mother and father were making aguduk. The baby came in, ate up all the aguduk. The mother and father only got to lick the spoons.
Hi, this is Anna Sattler with Talking Circle Media. Welcome back. We're here at the Denina Center in Anchorage, Alaska for the Elders and Youth Conference 2025 brought to you by First Alaskans Institute. What you were just watching was yesterday's cultural dance performance held on Sunday the 12th. Yesterday afternoon was the Elders and Youth Conference started with registration and then opening, welcoming, land acknowledgement, and then they closed at 5:30. And then this morning, 8:30, we started up until 5, Chinan and Natives Got Talent tonight. We are waiting for the regional breakout sessions to come back, and they're all on the 3rd and 2nd floor of the Denina Center, so it's going to take a minute here. And then we're going to go into a lunch and learn for the entire lunch hour. And up on stage, we will be watching and listening to Ilisavik College, Alaska's only tribal college. We'll have 3 presenters from there talking about higher education and encouraging everyone to attend. They offer a tuition waiver for Alaska Native students. Pretty unheard of. Ilisavik College up in Ukhdavik, or formerly known as Barrow, Alaska. It does sound like everyone is starting to come back into the main session here on the 3rd floor. But we have a few minutes to go over some of the things to expect here in the next couple of days. Of course, Elders and Youth starts out the Native New Year, and then it concludes with the Alaska Federation of Natives Convention, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. There are several cultural performance nights. Tonight is Chinan and Natives Got Talent. That is just for registered participants. Youth need to be with their chaperone. Tomorrow night is a teen dance group. But one of the things that everyone looks forward to is Guyana, Alaska, and that will be held Thursday night and Friday night this week. Starts at 7, ends about 9:30-ish, which is a little bit different than what we have experienced in the past when we've had a dedicated, 7 to 11 schedule featuring dance groups from across the state. And then something that, everyone is really talking about, the whole state is talking about, is the recent devastation in Western Alaska. From what I've heard, there are still 3 people missing in Kwigillingok. But help has been deployed. There were 50-some people rescued, but houses have floated away. We've all seen pictures of those, absolutely devastating. We thought that, the weather would be further up, but the entire coast ended up just being devastated. So our thoughts and prayers are with those in Quig and Kipnuk especially, and any other community that has been affected. I'm sure there's been a few. I know that essential services like electricity, water and sewer, those kinds of things go out. Give your crews some grace as they try to get from community to community. They're relying on air travel, and that does take some time. But we will have some word here on how you can contribute. If you can contribute financially, please do so. These are families that have lost everything, absolutely devastating. And then, of course, if you can donate, whatever is on the list, just please consider, though, that everything that you donate, say here on the road system or here in Anchorage, that is a piece of clothing or kitchenware or whatever, has to somehow get to the community that these people are in, and that always means a jet ride to the hub community, and then it requires a single engine or a twin engine airplane to that community. And as we all know, those tickets are incredibly expensive, and freight on the inbound is incredibly expensive. It's the cost of doing business and living in rural Alaska. We all understand that, but if you could donate money instead of anything physical, I think that will be really appreciated. For myself, I as previously working for a freight company, I know how much it costs to ship out to rural Alaska. I don't think at this time that we'd be able to find a lot of donations and from the airlines that would be able to cover those in-kind contributions. So anything financial you can do. I don't want to beat that to the ground, but I think that's really important, and if we want to help and we can, that would be the best way to do it. So after the lunch break, the Lunch and Learn will reconvene at 1 o'clock with the dance group, and then we'll have 2 workshops, Session 1 and Session 2. Session 1 begins at 1:30 to 3, and then there'll be about a half hour to get to your next work group, and the next work group starts at 3:30 and concludes at 5. We'll always have something to watch up here on stage. That's what you guys at home and will be on webcast and on the live broadcast will be able to watch. We'll have a few breaks in between and lunches where we'll be able to interview First Alaskans Institute staff and Board of Trustees, other distinguished guests. We'd like to be able to, speak with both the youth and elder keynote. This morning you heard from Charlie Corthius.
Everyone had an amazing regional breakout session.
Charlie Corthia's the keynote, the youth keynote, and then tomorrow will be the elder. I'm sorry. I think we are going to go to the stage here in a minute, and we will be back.
So we'll be having Ilisagvik College, our Alaska's only tribal college, here at the main stage. Woo woo! And then we're going to be having two. Actually, the option third is going to be tomorrow on the main screen. So we'll have My Journey to Becoming a Native Health Professional tomorrow, and not today. Again, we have two lunch and learns today. Ilisagvik College, Alaska's only tribal college, will be on here on the main stage, and then we have option number 2, Showing Up Strong: Life Skills for Work, Community, and Balance in Cotonou 1.
Yes, and the Showing Up Strong is with Chalista Corporation. And do you want to present about this, or I can? Yeah. And we also have an exciting opportunity with world-renowned journalist Mark Trahant. If you are interested in storytelling, journalism, or news reporting, please visit the side of the main stage near the Talking Circle media sign at noon today to get to join Mark Trahant and gain hands-on experience in different styles of storytelling and journalism. And he was the founding editor of ICT. So it's a really cool opportunity.
ICT is Indian Country Today. So again, go ahead and meet Mark right over there. He's going to be there at 9 a.m. and noon each day. So Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. If you have a passion for sharing your stories through media, through journalism, through news reporting, we have those opportunities for you. So go ahead and make contact with Mark Trahant. He'll be here Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Kuyanak.
Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you, Ernest. I appreciate that. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our lunch. It would be him in the back. Also, for some of our elders that are here, we brought some muktuk to share. So if you would like some muktuk, raise your hand. We'll have a couple of our students come around and bring muktuk around. Kuyanak.
Keep your hands high, please. Keep them high.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming to Ilisagvik's Lunch and Learn. We're going to please stand and we'll say a quick prayer. I know people are already eating, but that's okay. We'll just say a quick prayer. Okay, Lord and Heavenly Father, thank you for today. Thank you for everybody that is here attending Elders and Youth Conference. Be with the elders and youth, and may they learn and embrace their heritage and culture, and that they would go away with one thing about unity and being together as a state. Bless this food to our body, and thank for the whale, the hard whaling crews that caught it, and the woman that prepared. So bless everybody in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Paglagivsi, Uvanga Kahelelani. I am the recruiter here at Ilisavik College. We're really honored and grateful for this opportunity we have to host today's Lunch and Learn. As people are continuing to filter in, there's food over there. We welcome you to get your food and enjoy our presentation and what we've prepared for you guys today. Just to get started, I'm not joined here alone. Thankfully, we are supported by amazing people from the college. And so I would like to introduce our Associate Dean and then also acknowledge the other folks from Ilisavik that are here, our wonderful President, Justina Wilhelm, our administration team, some other staff, and our wonderful students. And so we'll just invite them to come up after they're done introducing themselves, and we'll continue on from there.
Pagalagivsi, my name is Simon Ina. I'm the Associate Dean of Students here at Ilisavik College. I've been here for 13 years. Graduated from Ilisavik College from the GED program all the way up to the bachelor's program. So we'd like to introduce, thank you, Ernest. We'd like to introduce our president before we introduce everyone else.
Uvlalata, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for choosing our Lunch and Learn to attend. We're very excited that you're here so that our amazing team will be able to share a little bit about Ilisavik. If you have any questions after, we do have a booth, and we'd be more than happy to answer any of your questions. But thank you for your time, Queen Akbak.
So right now we're gonna ask our students who are here that are taking classes here in Anchorage and also from Ukqiavik to come on stage and introduce themselves. So come on up.
Okay. Hello, my name is Legina Viasilofi. I am from Anchorage, Alaska. I am currently pursuing my associate's degree in liberal arts. And I chose Ilisavik College because I was familiar with the college. As I've had the opportunity to attend their summer camp programs, they also offer free tuition to Alaska Native students, meaning I don't pay for my tuition. One of the greatest impacts Ilisavik has had on my education is the people I've met and the connections I've made.
Hello, my name is Toimei Sailele, and my Nupak name is Kanik. I am from here, Anchorage, Alaska. I have graduated with my associates in liberal arts and Nupak studies. I am currently pursuing my bachelor's degree in business at Ilisavik College. I chose to attend Ilisavik College because since middle school, I've attended their summer camp programs, and in high school, I became a dual credit student. After I graduated high school, I became an IC scholar. One of the greatest impacts that my education at Ilisavik has had on me is the internship program. I got to intern for some great nonprofit organizations that help my community, like Covenant House and Pacific Community of Alaska.
Hello, everybody. My name is Linnell Punik. My Inupiaq name is Aluk. I am from Wainwright, Alaska, but I currently live in Anchorage. Right now, I'm pursuing my associate's degree in education in hopes to become a teacher back in my hometown community. One of the main reasons why I chose Ilisavik was because their cultural values aligned perfectly with what I wanted my education to be. And another great thing that Ilisavik has done for me is being able to graduate without student debt.
Good morning. My name is Sasha Daranoff. My Nubek name is Kippy. I come from Sitka, Huna area. I currently live here near Anchorage. I chose Ilisagavik, or rather, Ilisagavik chose me. I was not in a place where I could attend a traditional college, and I needed a non-traditional way to look at sorry. I've earned my associates in business administration, and I am currently on my bachelor's degree. I'm a senior. I think that Ilisagavik is the right place for me because it reflects who I am. It's grounded in culture and community, and it has given me a real opportunity. My time at Ilisagavik has had a huge impact on my life. Gives me the tools to dream bigger, the courage to keep going when things are hard. It gives me a sense of purpose and how to give back to my community and family in meaningful ways. And I have 3 kids at tribal colleges. Thank you.
Ublulota, Guvanga Kaitak, Goliman Koyat, Utkalvi Mirunga, Savaktunga Norsoporo planning me, Ilisaktunga Ilisagvimi. My name is Chastity Kaitak Olimaun, born and raised in Utkalvik, Akaga Ilagok, Apaga Tigluk. And I am in Inupiaq Studies at the Ilisagvik College, and I really do love the program that they have because I'm able to relearn or learn my language, song, dance, and all of the other things we do in our communities firsthand. Kuinakpak.
Paglayipsi, Uvanga Tigikluk, Tanig singing the Frida, Akara Flossie Nagak, and Apaga Roy Nagak, Ukalvig Miuranga. My name is Frida Nagak, and I work as the External Affairs Coordinator for Ilisagvik, but I'm also a student. I always had a passion to become a nurse, and so through Ilisagvik, they have pre-nursing, and through the local Samuel Simmons Memorial Hospital, when I'm done with Ilisagvik, I'm able to continue to get my nursing education at home. So through Ilisagvik, I hopefully plan on being a homegrown nurse and give back to our people in Barrow and the North Slope.
Good afternoon. My name is Corinne Marrow. I am the Community Outreach Coordinator at Ilisagvik. I'm currently in the education program to earn my AA in education. I would like to be a teacher for the North Slope, specifically in Barrow. Thank you.
We'd also like to take the opportunity to recognize any students that didn't come on stage, whether that be alumni or maybe some of our students that we didn't see come in. So if you are an alumni or a current student, could you please stand so we could also recognize you? Yeah, right on. Awesome. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for being here. And I also just want to thank our students for taking that opportunity to share. From the information that we're going to share in this presentation, none of it, we can all repeat that, but the stories and the experiences of our students is what we can't repeat. So thank you guys for sharing that, and we'll probably call you guys up again to share it for the people in the back or people that are still coming in. So thank you guys, appreciate it.
So with Ilisagvik College, there comes a rich history with not only Ilisagvik, but our campus. 1947, the Naval Arctic Research Laboratory, which is now called NARL. Through 1954, 1980, UAF was in charge of the facilities. Through 1980 through 1995, North Slope Borough, various education centers, and then 1995 we became an accredited institution. By 2005, we were federally recognized tribal college, and then by 2025 this year, we purchased land for our new campus. And by next year, 2026, is our 30-year anniversary for Illisava College. So we're proud of that movement. We're trying to keep the history going and keep things alive for Illisava College.
So at Illisava College, we offer 14 different programs. Many of our programs are offered online, which is a great benefit so that students don't have to relocate. They get to stay home and learn more about the careers that they're interested in. So we also have lots of certificates, endorsements, and degrees. So we offer associate degrees as well as one bachelor's degree in business administration. And some of those programs that I mentioned that offer these certificates and endorsements and degrees is accounting, allied health, and pre-nursing, our business management program, construction technology, dental health therapy, indigenous education, heavy equipment operations, industrial safety, information technology, Inupiaq studies, liberal arts, office management, and workforce development.
And along with our programs, our credits transfer to any college. When we became accredited, all right, so your students can come here to Illisava College, transfer to Hawaii, Michigan, California colleges. And the reason I named those colleges is because we had students already transfer over and our credits transfer over. UAF, UAA, things like that. For our tuition, cost per credit is $205 per credit. For part-time students, it's $1,230. For full-time students, $2,460, and then registration fees vary from $60 to $100. Books vary from $0 to $400. And then we do have dorms. If you're looking to travel up to Barrow, we do have dorms. All right. And then what we have available to all Alaska Natives, American Indians, North Slope Borough residents over the age of 18, we have a tuition waiver. And then we have no federal student loans. We want our students to leave without loans, so we don't offer any loans there.
For our application process, we want to make sure that our students are supported through every point. And so we try to keep it pretty straightforward, starting with contacting somebody if you're interested. So I hope after today, if you yourself or anybody you know wants to apply, anybody on our team can help point you to the right sources and places, which would probably be step 2, to submit an application. This can be done online through our website, or we can send you a PDF via email and you can fill it out on there and send it to us. Then we invite our students to work with our financial aid on tuition. Simon kind of covered that, but our greatest asset for our students is making education accessible. And the financial resources and help that we offer our students through scholarships plays a big part in that. We have staff in our financial aid department that are very knowledgeable, and they also are aware of the different scholarships being offered through tribal corporations. So the deadlines and things like that. Our students then register for classes with an advisor. An advisor is also an important person in your education because they will help oversee your journey. And so with an advisor, our students are able to select classes that they are ready for. Our students then purchase books from the bookstore, and to make sure that they're ready for class, we make sure that they're able to access all of the different systems that they'll need to complete their coursework.
So why choose tribal education? The Northwest, so one of the reasons why is because we were accredited by the Northwest Commission of Colleges and University, NWCCU. We have in-person and online courses. We have the Alaska Native Tuition Assistance, the small class sizes. I've been through the programs from, like I said, the GED program all the way up to the bachelor's program, and the professors there are really one-on-one. So it's basically 4-to-1 odds with students to teacher ratio or professor ratio. So they can actually help you with the one-on-one sessions if you need. Tutoring services, we offer free tutoring for all students. Culturally supportive student accommodations for things like Nilukatug, things like our feast, our kiviak that happens, every 2 years. Our professors are really supportive with that. Our actually deans and our presidents really supportive about that. And then our internship program, which one of our students, Toime, Legina, and Lynn have gone through. We work with entities within the North Slope and also entities here in Anchorage to help our students gain that great career-based internship so that once they leave Ilisava College, they have a basis of things to follow coming from their internship.
At Ilisava College, we have an initiative, and it's Students First. So I'm going to invite everybody to look up at the screen and look at these beautiful faces. These are some of the faces of our current students here. Obviously, if we could fill everybody's face in with all the different pictures, we would, which is something that we should probably do. Some of them are present today, and we'll bring them up again. But as I mentioned, every decision that we make at Ilisava College is made with the intention of keeping our students first in mind. Their well-being, their dreams, and the stories that they want to tell through their educational journey. And so I know that our students came up at the beginning and introduced themselves and shared. I'm going to invite those students again, for those who have walked in late, to share their experience one more time. And so I'll go ahead and ask Legina to come up, Toime and Linnell. We'll also invite Sasha Daranoff to come back up. I don't know if Aluk is here, but then we'll have Kayutuk come up and any of the other students that also shared.
Hello, my name is Legina Villasilofi. I am from Anchorage, Alaska. I'm currently pursuing my associate's degree in liberal arts. I chose to attend Ilisava College because I was familiar with the college, as I've had the opportunity to attend their summer camp programs. They also offer free tuition to Alaska students, meaning I don't pay for my tuition. One of the greatest impacts Ilisava has had on me, on my education, is the people I've met and the connections I've made.
Hello, my name is Toime Sailele, and my Anupiaq name is Kanik, and I am from Anchorage, Alaska. I have graduated with my associates in liberal arts and Anupiaq studies, and I am currently pursuing my bachelor's degree in business at Ilisava College. I chose to attend Ilisava College because since middle school, I have attended their summer camp program, and in high school, I became a dual credit student. After I graduated high school, I became an IC scholar. One of the greatest impacts that my education at Ilisava has had on me is the internship program. I got to intern for some great nonprofit organizations that help my community, like Covenant House and Pacific Community of Alaska.
Hello, everybody. My name is Linnell Punick. My Inupiaq name is Aluk. I am from Wainwright, Alaska. My grandparents are Jack and Ida Punick. I am currently pursuing my associate's degree in education. I want to be a teacher back at home, just give back to the community that raised me. One of the main reasons why I chose Ilisava was because their cultural values aligned perfectly with how I wanted my higher education to be. And also, like Simon mentioned earlier, their tuition waivers helped me graduate with no debt.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sasha Daranoff. My Inupiaq name is Kippy. My family is from the Sitka Huna area, and I live currently here in Anchorage. I feel as though Ilisagvik chose me It's the right place for me. It reflects who I am, and it grounds me in my culture, in my community, and it gives me real opportunities. I have earned my associates in business administration, and I'm continuing with my bachelor's degree. I'm a senior right now. I find that Ilisagavik is more than a school. It's supported every step of the way. My time at Ilisagavik has had a huge impact on my life. It has given me the tools to dream bigger, courage to keep going when it's hard, sense of purpose, and it helps me give back in meaningful ways and positive changes for my family and community. And I have 3 kids attending tribal colleges. Thank you.
Pagala rifsi wanga kaita ulimang koyat utkarvi mirunga ilisaktinga ilisagvimi Aussie Alaska Pacific University akaga ilawak apaga tigluk savaktunga Norso Borough Planning Me Director of Planning and Community Services, and I moved out of my community of Utkarvik when I was 18. And I was here in Anchorage for 16 years. So I didn't get to really fully, as an adult, hunt, pick plants, dance, sing my Inupiaq language. So I enrolled in Inupiaq Studies when I moved back home 6 years ago. And I think the tuition waiver is great for the community members that really do want to learn their Inupiaq lifestyle, because I've been able to do all of that. I'm also currently enrolled as well to get my master's degree in business. I already have my undergrad completed, I don't know, over a decade ago, but I'm an avid believer in lifelong learning. So that's why I am taking 1, maybe 2 classes every semester for my associates in Inupiaq Studies, just to learn my culture, language, and everything that I'm able to do has been a great value to the community members. I'm in the role Inupiaq language, Inupiaq Heritage, Language, and Culture Commissioner, and I just got onto that about a year ago, and that's why I'm here. I'm in that seat currently, again, to kind of learn from those around me, especially the elders within our community when they're at public meetings, and being able to speak Inupiaq, and so that's one of my goals, and I really thank Ilisagavik College for the opportunity.
So with this last one, we want to leave it open for questions, if anybody has any questions for us. And then also, we have our students and our staff passing out for our second half of our program, our bingo cards. So with these bingo cards, please do not check anything until we read off the main bingo card. So we have 5 prizes. So we're gonna have our crew standing around and see which hands go up first. So we want to leave it open for questions. Does anybody have any questions for us that we can answer? I think we do have one thing that I think we skipped on. It was for summer camps. We do offer summer camps programming for Ilisagavik College. We start off with the North Slope with students around the North Slope. And then we also go throughout Alaska where we bring students up. We bring students up to Barrow to get a feel of what college is like, either 1 week, 2 week courses. We just recently did a summer camp where students came up for a week, and then they also went to Fairbanks for 3 days and then Colorado for 3 days. That was a more exchange program type deal for the college. And so I like coming to AFN because we get to see a lot of the old summer camp students that are now adults with kids that are actually doing what we do now. So it's really, really amazing to see everyone here. So they are coming around. We do only have 150 cards. So if an elder wants a card, you're gonna have to give that card up. Just saying. Yeah. You got 2? Oh. Lynn. Please raise your hand if you want a bingo card. Raise them up high so we can get you a bingo card. We got one over here and one right here. So please don't mark it until we call out the bingo phrases, all right? So it's just like regular bingo. You have to win on the phrase that's last called, all right? Any bingo cards, please raise your hand. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 over here on this side. Please let me know if I'm calling slow too. I don't want to get yelled at. So we got some in the back. Oh, Corinne got it. Okay. Two back there. Got them over here. Okay. All right, last call for bingo cards. Keep your hands up high so our folks can grab it. So we need 2 right here in the middle. Anybody else on this side? We good, we good, we good? Oh, we need 1 right here. 1 back here. So like I said, we do have 5 gifts, all right? So if there's a tie between gifts, so if 6 people win, I'm sorry, but I have to give it to the elder. If an elder wins, I got to give it to the elder. I'm not trying to get scolded out here. All right, we ready to start? Oh, we need 1 back here. Look at that, one more look. Right back there. Anybody else? Going once? 2. 2 over there. So if you notice, our bingo cards aren't just numbers. It's not regular bingo. These are things that are from Alaska, from across Alaska, things that you have done, things that you have, things that you don't have. So we're gonna start right now. So the first game is 1 line. So you gotta get 1 line. All right, first one is, has driven a dog team. Oh, you need a card? You want a card? Yes. You have to have done it. So if you have it on your card, wait, let me get confirmation real quick. That's a good question. Oh, yes. For correction, you have to have done what's said, okay? So it's not that easy. So if we have it on your card, and that'd be too easy. But if you have to have done it, okay? Has met U.S. Senator Lisa Murkowski. Again, let me know if I'm going too slow. I'll go fast. Knows how to make a cuspuk or tikluk. Has tried to interact with someone who is fluent in a foreign language. Again, that last one was has tried to interact with someone who is fluent in a foreign language. Next one, has helped make a skin boat or kayak. Kayak. Why did I say kayak? And with that one, ladies and gentlemen, that would be a possible bingo if you have it. So has helped make a skin boat or kayak. Next one, has learned a traditional story from an elder. Has a family member who has served in the Alaska legislature.
And while we're going through bingo, we're going to share some fun facts. So this fun fact is actually from our Dean of Administration. It's Amanda Cialofi. She didn't come up here and introduce herself, but I just want to acknowledge her and her presence here as well. If you could stand, Amanda. Amanda's fun fact is we have an instructional site on St. Paul Island in partnership with the Aleut community of St. Paul Tribe. And she was a big help and advocate to getting that program started. So thank you, Amanda.
All right, we're back to the bingo cards, ladies and gentlemen. Is a first-generation college student or alumni? Wow. All right. That last one is the first-generation college student or alumni? Okay. Next one has visited the Illisavic College booth at Elders and Youth. I'm not seeing too many familiar faces because I've been there all morning. Y'all should have stopped by. All right, has visited the Illisavic College website. Oh, this next one should everybody, I mean, we should. Knows how to use an ulu. Wow, it's quiet. Focus. We focus. Next one has or knows someone who has a 3.0 GPA or better. Raise your hand if you got a 3.0 or better. Ooh, smarts. Has made a skin drum. We got a, is that a possible bingo? So you got a possible bingo right here with a seal hat? Oh, you made a seal skin? Oh yeah. Nice. And then has met the Illisavic College recruiter. If you guys didn't, everybody should put it down because this is the Illisavic recruiter. Oh, we got a possible bingo. Everybody hold your cards. Possible bingo, possible bingo. Oh, Lynn, you got to take a mic. So if you're wondering what the gifts are, we're providing you with a little gift bag from Illisavic College itself, a beanie. We got some nice shades, some socks, a hydro jug, and a book. So
Okay, so Eva knows how to make a kusbuk or atikluk, knows how to use an ulu. She utilized her free space. She has eaten Eskimo ice cream, and she has seen a live polar bear.
we have not called the Eskimo ice cream or a live polar bear. That's why it's important, y'all. Please don't fill out everything because it has to be called on the card.
It's okay, we're gonna give Eva the credit for doing those things. That's awesome.
Yes, great,
Thanks,
great.
Eva.
Give her a card. So we're still on one line. We're still waiting on that one line. Next one is, that last one has met the Illisavic College recruiter. Everyone should just mark it off because that's Kahelilani right now. She's our Illisavic College recruiter. So if you have it on there, please put it down. Next one, has eaten any kind of whale. Has eaten any kind of whale. Oh, we got a bingo. Possible bingo. Everybody hold your cards. Did somebody see your bingo over here? Got some false bingos, huh? Oh.
We got a bingo.
Another one right here?
Who has
We
bingo
got two.
back here?
So two of them.
Let's check it. Okay, Eliza has, straight down, has helped to make a skin boat or kayak, has eaten any kind of whale,
Yep.
has driven a dog team.
Yep.
That's awesome. Has or knows someone who has a 3.0 GPA or better.
Yep.
And has made a skin drum.
Nice, that's a good bingo.
Nice, awesome.
We got one more over here, one more over here.
Okay, so Nora has one straight across. Hers has met the U.S. Senator, Lisa Murkowski, has a family member who has served in the Alaska legislature, knows how to use an ulu, has met the Ilisavik College recruiter, and has eaten any kind of whale.
Good bingo.
Awesome.
Congratulations, congratulations. We're adding on to the card, so please don't throw your card away. Now we're gonna go for 2 lines, so just add on to the card, all right? So the last one that we had the bingo was, has eaten any kind of whale. The next question, has participated as an athlete in WIO or NYO. If you participated in WIO or NYO, please mark it down. All right, next question. Speaks an Alaska Native language fluently. Speaks an Alaska Native language fluently. Next one, has set a net before? If you have set a net. If you set a net, has set a net. The next one, I don't know if this is going to be pretty hard, but does not have a Facebook account. I mean, how do we sell things, right, Hans? We got to sell things somehow. That one does not have a Facebook account. Next one, follows Ilisavik College on social media. Next one, has won a state championship in any sport.
Okay, this fun fact comes from President Wilhelm, and she shares, did you know all language classes are free and available via distance? So if that's something you're interested in, please come and talk to us after. We'd love to share with you those classes that are available, those language classes. We have a course schedule actually available as well, so you can look at the other classes that you might be interested in and apply for this upcoming spring semester 2026.
Thank you, Lonnie. That last one was, has won a state championship in any sport. The next box is, has used a banya, sauna, or steam house. Has used a banya, sauna, or steam house. A what? Mucky? Or a mucky. We'll take that too. Knows where Utqiagvik is on the map. If you can point it to it on the map, mark it down. Wow. No 2 lines yet, huh? All right, has ever been to a sod house? Has ever been to a sod house? All right, has used seal oil for cooking? Oh, we got a bingo. Got a possible bingo. Hold your cards. Anybody else? Anybody else got a bingo? The last question was, the last answer was, has used seal oil for cooking? We got 2. We got 2 possible bingos. That was it.
Okay, Eva Sheldon. Hers were knows where Utqiagvik is on a map, has a family member who has served in the Alaska legislature, follows Ilisavik College on social media, has eaten any kind of whale, she has set a net, she has visited the Ilisavik College website, has or knows someone who has a 3.0 GPA or better, and has used seal oil for cooking.
And that's a bingo. Good job.
Okay, this is our last prize. We're gonna go ahead and verify this card. Okay. Andrea she does not have a Facebook account, knows how to use an ulu, has learned a traditional story from an elder, has met a current or past US president. Oh, so sorry. Oh, wrong line. Okay, just kidding. She's a first-generation college student, alumni, knows how to make a kaspuk or atikluk, has participated as an athlete in WEIO or NYO, and has or knows someone who has a 3.0 GPA or better.
Perfect. Good bingo. We'd like to thank everybody for playing with us today. Thank you. And our last slide just presents itself. We have a seat waiting for you. This is a great picture because for Ilisavik College, we make it so much community-based. We like to keep it culturally sound. And just having us here and the folks that traveled with us from Barrow, from Utqiagvik, we'd just like to say thank you for having us here today. Thank you, elders and youth, for letting us take the stage this morning to talk more about Ilisavik College. And we'd like to just wish you guys all the best for elders and youth and AFN. Thank you.
Coordinating this event. Hi, Anna Sattler, Talking Circle Media. I had a little bit of an audio glitch there because I didn't turn it on. Hello. That was Ilisavik College, a lunch and learn program. We're here. We're going to have a dance group here right after lunch, and then all of the attendees will be going into workshop sessions, 2 of them, a whole laundry list of options. What you'll be watching on stage from 1:30 to 3 is carrying on our culture through language and dance. That's here on the main stage at the Denina Center in Anchorage. And then from 3:30 to 5, we'll have learning about Indigenous language, culture, local history through archived stories. Again, that's main stage. We'll have an opportunity in between the workshops to be able to interview First Alaskans Institute staff here at the Elders and Youth Conference, and I hope that the next one will be Toby Woods. Really like to get to know how she's able to put on such a conference. This is her first one that she has been managing and leading. I think she's been here 2 years. We can verify that with her later. But she's done an incredible job. But so has every other Elders and Youth coordinator in the history of Elders and Youth. First Alaskans Institute has always done an amazing job. They continue to do an amazing job with the amount of workshops that are available, the amount of the people that are up there talking, giving the keynotes, and just guests, congressional level staff. They just put on a great conference, excuse me. I keep saying convention because that's AFN convention anyway. Today is Monday the 13th. We're here just concluding the lunch break. I'm really hoping that Toby shows up here in a minute and we can chat with her for a few. I'm not too sure who the dance group is up next, but they will be here at 1 o'clock. We have just a couple more minutes for that. They'll play for about a half hour, and then we'll have our conference guides come back up and
hello everyone.
And have everybody go on to their work sessions, workshop sessions. And again, Elders and Youth concludes today at 5 p.m. What you'll see is what you won't see on camera will be Natives Got Talent. Because they're going to be competing to be able to perform tonight at Shannon and Natives Got Talent. $5 admission fee, that is only for registered attendees and elders tonight. Tomorrow is the teen dance, that's just for registered attendees, and they have to be with their chaperone. Excuse me. And then tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. we convene again until 5, and then Wednesday the conference is really set around houses, women's houses, men's houses, and then LGBTQIA2S+. I always have to make sure I read that because it just seems to get longer and longer. But anyway, LGBTQIA2S+ houses. And that is where you're going to be watching Chanan and the Natives Got Talent that we're going to be recording tonight but playing for you on Wednesday. Okay, and there we are. We're going to go to the stage, and we will be back here at about a half hour before everyone heads out to the workshops.
Will be voted on by conference attendees. Please note, if you want to submit a resolution, you do need to attend that.
Okay. There's an additional workshop today during the 1:30 to 3 p.m. session, which is the Cultural Identity and Wilderness Trekking Workshop in Cotonou 2. And there's also going to be an additional workshop tomorrow, the Sources of Strength, at 3:30. And please take some time throughout today and tomorrow to visit our community hall on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The hall is full of talented artists selling their artwork and community partners. And I can do the next one. That's the one. I forgot exactly what it was called.
Okay, no, sorry. You go.
And finally, tonight, starting at 6 p.m., is the 14th annual Chanan, a night of cultural celebration and Natives Got Talent. It's an evening to celebrate the talents of our peoples in all kinds of creativity. Live auditions are today at 5:15 p.m., so we're calling all singers, comedians, dancers, and anyone who wants to share their gifts. Please see Jichla if you have a song you want to sing. She will be at our FAI table to the left. And we have two iconic hosts for Chanan Night. One of our hosts is Zoe Nasquak McCallson, a talented Yupik artist. You might know her from her social media presence, My Benema, where she shares her culture and talents with the world. Our other Chinan host is New Talk Simmons, who you may have seen on the hit Netflix series North of North, where she plays the beloved and hilarious character Elisa P.
We are so excited to have these two talented Alaskan natives as our hosts for Chinan Night and Natives Get Talent. We would now like to introduce... Really? Okay.
And now we're going to have Apiak, the Indigenous Knowledge Researcher at FAI's Policy Center, announce a few door prizes, which are for registered participants who are present.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for joining us today. As they said, my name is Apiak. I'm originally from Wales. I'm the Indigenous Knowledge Researcher, and I get the honor of announcing some door prizes. They will be announced right after lunch for attendees, and then we'll have larger prizes at the end of the week for people who complete the Elders and Youth Conference evaluations. So just know that as attendees, you have the chance to win something if you are present after lunch and in the morning. And so today we'll be giving away 2 door prizes at 1 o'clock, and they'll both be $25 gift cards to either Moose's Tooth, Bear's Tooth, or Broken Tooth, depending on what you prefer to eat. And I did a random drawing earlier this morning, and if you are present, if you could just come on down, I will have those gift cards momentarily. I unfortunately don't have them at the moment. But the 2 winners are Cheryl Andrew and Leilani Living Good. So if you are here, please come. I see one hand up over there. I'll make sure to bring you your gift card as soon as I get it. What about Leilani Living Good? Are you here? Where? Right there. Okay, awesome. So I will give you guys the gift cards. My coworker is on his way up with them. I apologize, but just know that if you come on time after lunch and you are here and your name is called, you will get a small door prize.
So congratulations to those winners. There will be more door prizes later on in the conference. Both of those sound very cool, very interesting. Next, we would like to warmly welcome the Kayana Katiagmi dancers onto the stage. This Inupiaq dance group is sponsored by Opt-in Kayana, an awesome youth-funded and directed group in Kayana. So please come up to the stage and please give these dancers a warm welcome. Here's your microphone. Does anyone else here need one?
Unaksha Lotak, Uvanga Atiga Poyun. My name is Sierra Foster. We are the Opt-in Katiagmi dance group. I would like to thank our elder Thomas Jackson for teaching us our traditional dances. We would also like to thank Martin Woods for accompanying us with our performance. We will now introduce ourselves.
Uvina Atika Mazrak Shirak Shakely.
Uvanga Atiga Katinik Atorak.
Uvanga Atiga Nusangin.
Uvanga Ayubsak Thomas Jackson.
Uvinga Atiga Aklachak Bar.
Uvinga Atiga Kalishrak Agak Jackson Schaefer.
Uvina Atika Igak Bar. Uvina Atiga Tigik Jackson.
Uvanga Atika Poyun.
Uvina Atika Nunagak Westlake.
Uvana Ataga Dukfan.
Uvanga Atiga Akimayuk Mars.
Uvana Atiga Kutin Curtis.
We will now start by singing Ariga.
And I'd like to ask if you guys could all stand up, please.
The first dance we will be doing is Kana by all the dancers. The next song will be No Song by Calissa, Valerie, and Taya. The next song is Raven by all dancers. Our next song will be Igloo for all dancers, and if you want to come up and join us, you could come up. The next song is Ahoy by Arthur, Calissa, and Kevin. The next song we will be doing is Talik by all dancers. The next song is Huyanga Yanga Ya by Sierra, Taya, and Valerie. The next song is Airplane by Ali, Tiny, Valerie, and Taya. The next song is Ea Ea by Awe. The next dance is a two-to-pack invitational.
Invitational. One more. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You did such a good job. Thank you so much. Wow, Koyana Tailukshi, Kayana Katiagmi dancers, that was so amazing. Thank you for letting me dance with you. Let's go ahead and give them another big round of applause.
Anabasi, that was amazing. I
I'm
love
here
that the
with
group
Suzuk
is youth
Huntington.
founded and
I have to just say real quick before I let her introduce herself, my stepdaughter graduated last year from Edgecombe, and Suzuk was the superintendent of Edgecombe, Mount Edgecombe High School. I was super proud of that. I finally get to meet her. I've received 1 million emails from her. Thank you. Tell us what you're doing now.
I have moved back home to Bering Strait School District. I worked there 19 years before going to Edgecombe for 3 years, and now I am the Director of Cultural Integration. So I work in the district office and serve all 15 schools.
All 15?
Yes, focused primarily on language and cultural revitalization and just boosting our indigenizing our ways of learning again.
I just have to say that I've been a fan, and so I'm really happy to meet you. Thank you for representing all of us Indigenous people so well. I'm a super fan.
Thank you. I try. Not always successful, but working hard to do the best we can.
Heck yeah. And you're originally from Shishmaref?
Kikek tami ko nga aglan pak mami inunyak tu nga sa itu nga ungalaksak mi. So I'm originally from Shishmaref and I live and work in Unalakleet now.
I love Shishmaref. Hi Lisa. Hi Naina. You want to say hi to anyone real quick?
Too many.
I
love everybody from home, and home being the whole district, but especially my hometown.
So tell us a little bit about what else you're doing for the school district.
So as the first time around, I had the position, it was a coordinator position, and it was cultural programs. This time around, it's a director position and cultural integration. So one of the primary goals is to really emphasize our language learning and language use and language communication while not losing sight of the cultural side and the cultural arts, but in addition to supporting our local teachers who are teaching those items, it's also supporting the mainstream regular ed teachers, all staff, classified staff, principals, and I get to be a site advocate for a few schools and work more directly with supporting the principal and anybody and everybody.
So if you had a few words to encourage youth and others to go get their teaching degrees and certificates, tell us a little bit about that, what you'd say.
Well, everything, it's well worth it, first off. And we're working really hard to try to figure out how you don't have to leave to come back to do it. And when I was a student, when I graduated from Edgecombe, I saw what it was like to be gone. And before I got to Edgecombe, I couldn't wait to leave. Yeah. And having been gone, I couldn't wait to be home and work on both sides of my education, my cultural heritage education and my academic content education. And so we're still working on ways to make it more feasible to do it from home again and to indigenize our ways of learning and to capitalize and articulate the ways that we naturally learn. But also, many of us can absolutely be successful through the system as it exists. It's really, really hard to get through some of those times that get rough. But once we push through it, we know we can do it, and then it seems like it went by really quickly after the fact. It's hard to get through sometimes, but it's well worth it, and there is no way to overstate how much any individual from our communities bring to the table when we know what we've grown up with and we know how to see the whole picture, not the limited scope of what it is to be Alaska Native, what it is to be serving our own.
Very good. Any challenges that you guys experience?
Today, I want to make sure to announce
even just delivering education or that kind of thing.
It is from 12 to
the challenges change as we get deeper in. Yes. And so I think one of the things that the first thing is getting in the door and then getting comfortable with what we're doing and then finding confidence in trusting our instincts in what we need to deliver and why. Sometimes we can label it after the fact. That's what I find is more often, like I will do it because I know it's right, but I'll feel guilty about what I'm doing because it seems like it's counterproductive. But after having done something more natural in a more native way of doing things, then I realize after the fact how I can articulate why it was worth it and what would have been missed if we hadn't done it that way. So I'd say for a lot of us, it's really knowing and trusting what we want, or even rediscovering what it is we want to teach and how we want to teach it.
Very good. So we have a few more minutes as Roy is up on the stage transitioning to the first of two workshops today. Are there other things that you'd like to highlight or showcase and talk about this afternoon?
I will take every opportunity to say, use your language. Yes. Whether you know it or not, whatever little bits you know, use it. And one thing that we have been getting a lot better at is recognizing that we need to communicate before we need to be precise and accurate. So we're getting a lot better at not accidentally saying, hey, that's not how we say it, and say, I'm so glad to hear. And we're getting better at learning how to model more precise ways of saying things instead of getting upset for hearing other dialects, for hearing, I'd say broken Inupiaq, because if we keep in mind that communication is the first and foremost, I started getting to the point where I would ask, instead of just having somebody tell me what to say and writing it and reciting it, I would put together what I want to say, and then when I'm done, I just say, does that make sense? Did you understand me? And it actually has done a whole lot towards, one, building my confidence, but also making it easier for the people who hear all my mistakes to say, I understood you, you're really learning. And I remember as a teenager, I would be offended and hurt a little bit when people say, oh, you're really learning. And I would think, that must mean I'm not very good.
Yeah.
But I really appreciate that's the most important thing first. Like, we do fully, truly appreciate you're really learning, and the rest will come, and that's okay. We can't be perfect to start. We have to be novices to begin.
Yeah.
And communication comes first. So it's kind of funny that the people who are usually less precise will use it more confidently, and it inspires me to be like, oh, I'm not even saying anything here. I'm going to try, and it's really hard, and it's harder and scarier to do it with your intimate circles, but it's easier to make it more pervasive and saturate the environment, the mainstream. That's the other piece. We need it to be in the mainstream, not only we need our Rolla-like circles, we need our native language class, we need those, and we can be more vulnerable there, but we also, like, the places where I find it's more powerful is at basketball tournaments and wrestling tournaments, because we reach a broader group, and we need everyone to feel comfortable. Like, you don't have to be hardcore to do it.
Yeah, everyone can do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know if this statistic is still accurate, but as of a few years ago, from what I understand, Yupik is still, or may still be, the second most commonly spoken language in the state. The only indigenous language in the nation that might be second. I need to follow up on that and see if that's still accurate, because I really hope Inupiaq and all of the others end up being the second, third, fourth, or all of us being tied as a second. I wanted to ask you real quick, beyond language, what do you think of others using our gasbucks and regalia and stuff? Can you tell our viewing audience about that?
Appreciate the question. What I've learned, having been in Southeast and having been in an environment where we're not actually the main population and we're not in a power base, is there's a lot of desire for respect. And so I think the biggest key difference is knowing when it's a regalia situation versus a standard everyday wear. Because more often than not, it's an allyship, and it's representation, and it's showing support. But there does come a point where it turns into appropriation. So it's just a matter of finding somebody you know and trust to get that nuanced information if you're unsure. We'd rather have more, but there is a degree when it does cross the line, but it's usually not the degree that we're
What do you think the difference is between regalia and then just everyday wear? Like, is there a distinction? Sorry.
Yeah, part of it might be ceremonial times, part of it might be the depth when it's family representation, but again, it depends on the situation, the context.
It's been a pleasure meeting you. I finally get to meet you.
Thank you.
We're going to go to the stage. Today's workshop is Carrying Our Cultures Through Language and Dance. We will be back at 3 p.m. Prepping for the next workshop at 3:30. Thank you.
Angang sada saktakuk akutanamilana kaktakuk. Verbing sum ilin tanari cook. I'm Nick Vincer. I'm from Akitan, Alaska.
My name is Dianjana Nikolai. I am from Gasigul.
Ovlulota kabilay katit. I'm ready to ticket. Ovnga any back. Pickle katak any beaten. Akulikag miyongurunga. I am from Salawik, Sabaktok, UAF, RSS me. I work as the Indigenous Wellness Coordinator over there.
Uvanya Ataga Miyuk. Miyuk is my Napiak name. My White Fox name is Nevaeh Offerman, and I go to FE as a senior.
My name is Jennifer Mayo Shannon. I was born and raised in Fairbanks, Alaska. My mother is Bonnie Mayo. My grandparents are the late Tucky Mayo and Marjorie Mayo. I work at Doyle Foundation.
Hello, I'm Nina Shannon, and my family comes from Stevens Village.
Shoji Nitime Oji Diniquats Anikliga Tanangwichi. Tetsi Quichin Govenjit Todichini Ichli. My name is Nitime Mayo. I come from Stevens Village, although I live in Fairbanks now. And I'm Dinihut Anna and Todichini.
Hui chuchtun aloga runga jalishu atka kasatun Jovante Usugan Weddington jalishu javog myungunga kutasha gmyungulashu. So my Chupik name is Nalugal Ra. My English name is Jovante Usugan Weddington. I come from the communities of Chivak and Seward.
All right, the first part of our workshop, we're going to do some language circles. We're going to practice expressing joy or what we're thankful for in different languages. If you couldn't tell by our introductions, we represent a wide range of communities and a wide range of cultures from all across Alaska. So we're going to have the leaders of the language circles share one word of like joy or thankfulness or your favorite word, and then where people should find you for the circle that for your language circle.
Tin ugu tadach, that means be happy.
For Unangam Tanu, y'all could go in this section over here. Yeah. Follow Nick.
Koyanga means I am happy.
For the Yupik Chupik language circle, you could go to, yeah? Then we'll go right here, right close to you.
Inibak, Kavesuk means to be happy. Kavesuk tunga, I am happy. Kavesuk tukuk, we are happy. And for Inibak, I don't know where.
For the Inupiaq language circle, let's go right here. Yeah, in the middle here. All right.
For the interior Dene section, and I'll be probably over there, but my word is shoichli, happy I am.
Shoichli. That's a little Guichupik. Where'd you say you are? Where are you going? He said, where the ancestors take me. Follow Natani for the Dene language circle. And then the rest of it. Okay.
We're doing Danaka, and the word is Soldeltsi. We're going to be over here on the right, or stage right.
Okay. And then I'll be, do either of you want to share a word? Okay.
I'll be floating around between the different tables, but joy or happiness in my language is nunanik. So like saying I am joyful or I am happy, nunanik yuchto.
So we're going to be in our language circles for about 20 minutes. Time starts now. And then those of you, I don't know where the camera is. I'm assuming that's the camera. I'm gonna walk closer to you. Hello, camera. It's nice to see you. Hello, virtual world. We miss you here in the room. That would be embarrassing if this is not the camera. But those of you that are joining us online, if you're with a group of people, we encourage you to practice speaking these languages just like we are here in the room. If you're maybe by yourself or you're too daqaqiq, one might say, which is like really shy or bashful, then journaling about it, practice incorporating the words into sentences or anything like that. Y'all can see on this slide, we have a language cloud filled with words that we as just like the hosts put together that are some of our favorite words and expressions for expressing joy or gratitude. One that I was really proud of myself for learning, so I'm Yupik and Shupik, I am not Gwich'en, but I learned Shinjit Gwinzi, which is like, with me, it's all good. And I've been saying that all week long, Shinjit Gwinzi. If there's any particular language circle that's like too large to all fit at one table, you're welcome to like create your own little language circles. If one of your languages is not represented here, then we encourage you to just like get with your buddies, express joy. What are you thankful for? What are you happy for? So on and so forth. All of y'all here in the room can just ignore me. Anytime you hear my voice on the microphone, I'm gonna be speaking in this hushed tone until I gotta like warn you of how much time we got left. So just keep up in your language circles. I just wanna say, for those of you that are like online joining us and you might not be able to hear, it sounds like really beautiful in here. Everybody's speaking in their languages. I see some happy faces. We're expressing joy, gratitude, so on and so forth. Some more stuff that I was like really excited to learn when we were getting ready for this workshop. I lost it in the word cloud. Uhuta cooking. That one was really cool. I'm having fun learning languages. I hope y'all are having fun learning languages. If you're joining us from online, then like we said a little bit ago, feel free to practice speaking your languages and expressing joy in your languages with whoever you're with. If you're alone, then feel free to journal or just write it all out, anything like that.
Hi, thank you, Anna Sattler again with Talking Circle Media. We're here at the Denina Center in Anchorage, Alaska for the 2025 Elders and Youth Conference, brought to you by First Alaskans Institute every single year. And right now we are in the first of the workshops for the afternoon, 1:30 to 3. While the session out there is meeting individually and by table with each other, we have a few minutes to have a couple of interviews. And here I have Karen from Unocleat. Hi, Karen.
Hi, nice to meet you.
How many how many Elders and Youth Conferences have you attended?
This is my second because it's been a while. I used to go to AFN and stuff back in the day. I was a little disappointed that the AFN is only 3 days and you can't ask questions. I would like it to go back to 7 to 10 days if possible. That way.
7 to 10 days is how long it lasted in the past?
Yeah, they used to be, they would go from one thing of, and they would talk about the subject and then they would have people ask questions and they would answer them until they were all done and then they'd go on to the next subject. They didn't just listen to the panel of people.
Yeah. So back in the day, were you still a delegate or an elected official at your tribe or corporation, or how, or could
no,
anybody
because
come?
I'm too mouthy. But anybody could come. My dad used to be president and vice president of UNC, and so he used to come to AFN, and I used to go with him once in a while.
Okay, gotcha. When do you remember when the last time you attended?
It's been a little while because I was raising children at home and doing the subsistence thing and working at the school.
How was the recent flood in Unocleat?
It wasn't as bad as some places.
Okay.
We did get high water and we did have high water on the flats, but the second time not really.
Okay, okay. Is there anything that you'd like to share with our viewing audience?
Oh man, I think that we need to get National Guard back together because who knows what's happening out there, but they really do need to guard the areas because we do have, who knows, Trump and Putin might be thinking of something and but back in the day, we used to have National Guard, and I think that we really need it back. I think the the whole communities of Alaska should really think about it. And as for like the trawling, I think we need to make them accountable for what they're doing because they're wasting our fish and they're killing our fish, and so some places did not even get fish this year. And it's a big part of our subsistence lifestyle.
Yeah, that's right.
And don't forget, there are people out there who used to hunt and fish and stuff. They can no longer do it, or they don't have a way to go do it. If you do those things, please give them to those people because they would really appreciate it.
And also share, right?
Yep, sharing.
Share with the elders in your community if you can, right?
Yeah. I would like to get a petition going that where they put back the people in the Division of Public Assistance because there's a lot of people who rely on food stamps or rely on disability or rely on whatnot, and they're not getting them because they laid off people.
I had heard about that on the news, but it's interesting to hear, how that affects real people on the ground.
Well, one of my daughters had not had food stamps since November of last year, and so
and it's October.
Yeah, and so I kind of get rated a little.
Yeah, I got it. So you're pretty close to White Mountain, where Roy is from. How do you guys know each other?
Yeah, I've seen him at meetings, different meetings, and there used to be a Covenant High School, and
In
so a lot,
Unalakleet.
yeah, and so a lot of people went there, even from out of state.
I have to say hi really quick to Donna Erickson. Hi.
Hi, people. I hope you're having a good winter, summer, fall. I mean,
How long are you here for elders and youth?
I'll be here, and then I'll try to go to AFN, and then I'll get my eye done and go home.
Okay, good. So AFN is Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You'll stay for that?
If I get to say my little peace of mind, yeah.
I'm not sure how. I don't think that's formatted that way, but anymore. But unless you're an elected official and delegate, but
I would seriously like people to consider telling the people that they do need to bring it back to 7 to 10 days so that you may get your questions answered, and they may know what questions you have, what concerns you have, how you feel. Every single person has a voice, and you do have a voice, so I hope you learn to use it.
thank you. Thank you, Karen. Good, wise advice. We still have a couple of minutes here. It sounds like the floor is pretty quiet out there as people are meeting in circles. Is there anything else that you wanted to share with our audience?
I think that we need to find a way to get the children to interact with other things in the summertime so that they're not so bored and they don't get in trouble. Like my grandson has learned to bead. He does it with the fish skins even now. He's learned to Eskimo dance, and he's learned to drum. And so he enjoys himself. More of you should get out there and do it. You don't need the TV, and you don't need your phones, and you don't need all those electronic things. You should go back out there and play with other people, or, go out there and enjoy yourself. Don't forget to do subsistence because it's important to all of you.
Exactly. I call it soul food.
Yeah.
Have to go get some.
Oh, and don't forget to learn all of your medicinal greens and edible greens. There's poisonous greens, there's edible greens, there's medicinal greens, of which a person can learn about, or I think that should be taught in schools because someday there might not be plain.
Right?
So I would urge all of you to maybe try to learn about your greens.
Tell us about some of the greens that you guys harvest in Unalakleet.
We have Dukayuk, which is elovage. Really, really good. We use the willow leaves when they first come out. We call them surah. The willow is almost as good as the stinkweed, which is a medicinal plant. And I notice Anchorage doesn't have that, so have to rely on other things. But stinkweed, you could actually get it down and put it on where you ache, and after 15 to 20 minutes, the ache should go away. You can put it on a tumor or something, and it's supposed to shrink the tumor. A lot of people like to just put the stinkweed into their mouth because it tastes a little minty. Other than some other people do not like to drink the stinkweed juice. But if you do, the green ones are more potent than the brown ones, and you can pick them year round. You just drink a little less of the green stinkweed juice than you would of the brown one. The willow, you can actually take the bark off of it, and you can chew on it. And I joke you not, I had broken my foot, and after chewing it for about 10 minutes or so, my pain was gone. So it's another good medicinal edible.
Just so you know, we do collect stinkweed here on the road system, and surah, and Eskimo potatoes, and What else? Two different kinds of beach greens.
Yeah.
We do have them.
Cool.
You have to look. We don't. I've never found wild onions though. In the 28 years I've lived in Anchorage, I miss wild onions.
I forgot around which area I saw them because I travel all over when I'm here. I know that Eklutna Lake has some good greens and some good berries.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And what I didn't mean to interrupt you. Tell us a little bit more about other things that you pick. Eggs.
Yes, eggs are lots of fun to look for. Some days I would go up or down a hill and I'd be like, how did I get here and how do I get back up or up down? So I've had that happen a few times. We like, Unalakleet has almost every animal that Alaska has. It has fish year round. The hills, of course, Nalato Hills, and we're just having a water problem. We end up boiling our water a lot because they have it right beside First Hill, which is kind of, if you go up the hill though, there's the windmills, and the windmills are leaking oil, and then we have the dump, and those both leak right into the water system where they put the water, and so.
Are you seeing oil, or because I mean, wind turbines don't use a lot of oil other than to just grease the wheels?
Mm-hmm.
Where are you seeing oil from the wind turbine?
On the bottom part.
Oh, on the bottom part. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. So, and then we even have like wild cabbage, which we call ikituk, and you can or even the rose root, you can use both for like your sore throat. So they use the root part of it. Mm-hmm.
And you guys pick a lot of Eskimo potatoes too, right?
Yeah, matsu. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We call I don't know what we call them in Yupik, but I know that we'd pick them with mouse food.
Yeah.
But I just learned how to go find them
and
pick them. Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, and they say if you do take the mice food, you would just cut the tips of it and rinse it off, and that would be good. But they would like you to leave something else where you grab that food from, so that it's like to honor the animal. Mm-hmm.
We grew up getting mouse food.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we did too. So it's really nice and sweet.
We find them here too. You have to drive a little ways to the tundra, but those little shrews are everywhere.
Mm-hmm. And they're pink flowers, not purple flowers. Maybe the purple flowers might be the dangerous ones.
For real?
Mm-hmm.
Purple and pink, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But they look similar?
Yeah, they do look similar.
Okay, that's interesting. I think it's the pink ones were the ones we were looking for. I took a little class with somebody from Unalakleet actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that. We could take botany classes and they would pay for us to go there.
Really? With who?
The colleges.
Okay.
Northwest Campus and the one in Bethel. Mm-hmm.
University of Alaska Fairbanks Bethel campus, or
mm-hmm.
whatever it's
Any
called.
of those should be able to help you.
Okay, very good, very good. Let's see. Do you have anything else you'd like to share, or can I go ahead and talk about what to expect on the agenda for the rest of the day?
You can.
Okay, thank you so much, Karen. Oh, that's okay. I'll take it. So we are now in the workshop session 1. The session that we're currently watching is Carrying Our Cultures Through Language and Dance. But each of the attendees are participating via singular tables out here on the floor instead of up on stage. So we're just trying to fill a little bit of time. Karen, thank you so much for coming over. At 3 o'clock, Well, we're going to be switching workshops, and then 3:30 to 5 is the next set of workshops, a whole variety of different options that participants can attend. And then tonight is Chinan and the Natives Got Talent, and you'll be watching that on Wednesday during the houses. We're now going to go to stage, and we will be back shortly.
I just wanted to say, you know, Eskimo native dancing was always a part of the cultural back in the day, and so you shouldn't be ashamed if you want to Eskimo dance or what do you call that, line dance, because they used to do that to entertain themselves in the winter. And you really do have a voice, and so you should go out there and tell them what you think.
Okay. Thank you, Karen. We're now to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. We're gonna. Okay. The workshop itself is not done. We're just moving on to the next segment of it. Like I said, keep the things that you're thankful for, that you're joyful for, keep that on your mind because it's going to be an important part of the next step. What's one thing that you're happy for?
I'm happy to be here with my community.
What's one thing you're happy for?
A bigger bed.
That's a good one. That's real. Honestly, that's so real. What's one thing that you're thankful for?
Waking up today.
That's a good one. What's one thing you're thankful for?
My cat.
I love that. Do you want to say what you're happy for? Do you want to say what you're happy for? Do you want to say what you're happy for? Okay, that's okay. All right. I'm going to guess those new toys. What's one thing you're thankful for?
Being here.
Nice. What's one thing you're thankful for?
For being here with the Trathiata group and also representing UAF.
What's one thing you're thankful for?
Family.
Wow. The more and more that people share what they're thankful for with me, the more and more I'm like, mine was a matcha. I literally was like writing down my script to remember everything I said, and I was like, you know what I'm happy for? Salted caramel matchas. Everybody's like, being here, family, waking up. I'm like, those are great. What's one thing you're thankful for?
Annika, my Anna.
This is one, okay, I feel like I need to come up with another thing. But it's okay, because all joy, all gratitude is valid, big or small. We're going to move on to the next part of our workshop, which is some discussion time. So if you have something to write with or write on, you can use that. If you don't, we have some sticky notes up here, some pens, and then we have some sheets of paper that have all of the languages and the words that you just saw on the last slide, and some lyrics, because we're going to be learning a song after this. But we want you to write down something that you're struggling with or your communities are struggling with, something that you're anxious or worried about, something that you want to let go of. And when you're done with that paper, we're going to put it in what's called a burn box. A burn box is something we put like all of these things that we're facing or that's just like weighing on our mind into one place, and then we're going to burn it. We're going to physically release it. It's a good way to like visualize or what's it called? Release, but like what's the like physical? Yes. The like not personify, but like in a physical form release it to help us like mentally, spiritually, emotionally release the things too. And this is another thing that could be really big or small. It could be that maybe you were worried about sleeping through your alarm, or maybe the storms are something that's like worrying you, anything like that.
for the discussion time, like our communities are impacted by a lot of different things, both little and big and heavy and not so heavy, right? We become a part of statistics that are much higher than other places and other races. And another one is like we don't get to enjoy the presence of our own family members in this lifetime for as long as we should. We carry things within, but we also have our communities as our strength and each other as our form of perseverance. And that's why we thrive in who we are and in our continuance as Indigenous people. And also just a reminder, happy Indigenous Peoples Day. You are what makes today a day worth celebrating, and by being here, being yourself. So thank you. With the sticky notes, we'll go around and put some on some tables, and our goal is to identify some challenges of what we face in our communities, and just get it on paper, and then we'll collect and do the burn box.
Do I want to disperse stuff? I forgot to. Yeah. Yeah. One thing that I've been noticing a lot this year is that a lot of people have been struggling with the same thing, whether it's something that their communities are struggling with or they themselves, like personally, have been struggling with. And one thing that's been interesting to me is that a lot of people, when they're sharing with me, have been saying, oh, but nobody else would understand, or I'm the only one going through this, or anything like that. But then when we open up a little bit about our struggles or we start to release it, it becomes very apparent that a lot of the stuff, if not all of the stuff that is probably weighing on your minds or on your hearts, or that you're seeing others struggle with, or that you yourself are struggling with, is stuff that so many people are also dealing with. And one thing that we really want to stress and impart on all of you, as I know we just got done expressing joy and building community in that way, but sometimes expressing when you're struggling to a close friend or a family member, or heck, a new best friend that you met at a elders and youth conference or something like that, can help us realize that we're not quite so alone, and that there are ways that we can get through it. And that some of the ways that we can get through it are those things that we shared when we were in our language circles, those things that we're thankful for, those things that we're excited about. If you have some stuff that you wrote down that you want to release, you can feel free to bring them up to the stage. We'll collect them and put them in, like I said, a burn box. For those of you joining us virtually online, we encourage you to do something similar, just like write it, get it out of your brain so that it's somewhere like physically just out of your mind, and then finding whatever way feels appropriate to you to release that, those things that have been weighing you down, that you've been struggling with. And it could be like something as small as, oh, I got one question wrong on my math test. That's still, if that's weighing on your mind, then that's weighing on your mind. Go ahead and release that, get that out there. It could be some of that heavier stuff that we're seeing and that we've been hearing about this week. Stuff like the storms. I know me personally, I went to Mount Edgecombe High School, so some of my close friends and former roommates are being affected by these storms. And that's something that's been weighing on my mind. Another thing, honestly, was this workshop. I was getting pretty nervous to come up here and be with all of you, but now I'm looking around and I'm like, you know what? We got a pretty cool crew up here. If you need a sticky note, a piece of paper, a pen, something to write with, flail about so that we know to get you something. If you want us to collect any of the stuff that you're writing that you want to release, go ahead and
also flail about and we'll collect it from you.
Okay, we are back, and I have to say, for finally, we're going to interview Toby Woods. I've been wanting to do this all day. I want to acknowledge that you have been leading and coordinating this entire event. And before you start talking about, other things outside of this event or specific agenda items, could you just talk to us a little bit about what it takes to put something like the Elders and Youth on?
Sure, thank you.
And if you want to introduce yourself, I'm so sorry, Toby.
Of course. Yes, Shigishi, Juchla, Dinina Slanchida, Kakaya Slanchida, Popunoi Shugush Kayak Ilanda, Dishunta, Kutan Katnakaluda. I always like to introduce myself our traditional way and Dinina first, just speaking our Alaska Native languages, our indigenous languages into the world. Helps us remember our words and our cultures and our traditions. But I said my name is Toby Woods, or Jichla is my Dina name. And I'm from Bristol Bay. I'm from a very rural area in Bristol Bay called Popenoy Landing. It's on Lake Iliamna. And I'm of the Raven Clan. And I'm really excited to be here. I am the Indigenous Leadership Continuum Director here at First Alaskans Institute, and it takes a lot. It takes a huge amount of effort, not just from me, but our amazing team. We have a very small but mighty team here at First Alaskans, a lot of volunteers, and really a lot of time. A lot of time and preparation goes into this amazing event. We start planning almost a year in advance, so we'll start planning for next year, probably next month.
Everything from finding sponsors, themes, right? And you're meeting monthly with the Youth and Elders Leadership to come up with the theme for the conference, and then all the workshops. Tell us anything you want to about any and all of that.
Thank you. That is one of my favorite parts of the planning is meeting. We meet once a month with our Elders and Youth Council, and we just had our regional breakouts today at 11, and that was for nominating our two youth representatives and 2 elder representatives from each region of our state. So it's a statewide council, and we meet once a month. It's every third Thursday, so they're committing to that time once a month to meet on Zoom. And one of my favorite prompts that we ask them is, what do we want to keep in our berry buckets or out of our smokehouse or out of our ice cellar? That's a new one we added this year. And not everywhere has a smokehouse, so really what we're asking is what's working in your community? What do you want to keep seeing in your communities? And then what change do you want to see? What's not working so great? Where do you want your voice to be heard to make those changes? And we discuss that as a group, and that's how we land on our ideas. Everyone submits ideas for our theme, and then they vote on that theme. And that's how we came up with the theme this year.
So how many themes were there to choose from this year that they vote for?
I believe there were 9 ideas submitted, and then it's a process of having them all translated. So the process of having them translated is really important because not all of our English words translate to our Indigenous languages so seamlessly. And as Elsie was sharing yesterday, that some of the words we may not have a word for, some of the words that are in English, or it might be we say it a different way in our Indigenous languages. So it's a really important process, and one of my favorite parts of the planning.
And so I always comment every year about these workshops. There's several of them every day, sometimes up to 4, but the variety and the choices in each block, like from 1:30 to 3, which we're in right now, the block of choices are insane. I've never seen that before in any conference, convention ever. Tell us a little bit about what it takes to pull all that together.
Oh boy, how much time do we have? Just kidding. It's basically like a big puzzle. So the way I looked at it is figuring out how many spaces we have to begin with for each of these workshops. And the Dena'ina Center, it's a huge convention center. So the main floor, we're able to divide up the Idluget Hall into different sections, so that created more room. So first, figuring out the amount of spaces that we have, and then we have 2 sessions a day. So right now we're having our 1:30 to 3 sessions, then we have our 3:30 to 5 sessions.
Okay.
So I believe we had about 15 spaces, and then two sessions a day equals 30 spaces, and then 2 days, that's how we came up with 60 spots for our workshops. And then, of course, at the same time, we have our workshop presenters submitting their proposals and letting us know the title and the presenters and all of that. So there's a lot of spreadsheets involved.
So can I just ask how many proposals you received-ish?
Close to 60, if not more. Some of them were not able to make it. Different things happened. But it was close to 60 this year.
So in terms of popularity, which ones really stand out, or are they all pretty much well attended?
The ones that are coming back that have been here previous years that I know are well attended are the ones that Tlingit and Haida put on. The deer processing today, and then seal processing on the main stage tomorrow. That's very well attended, very popular and exciting. We have a lot that are new this year. I just want to plug in my sister and my cheetah, my grandma. They have a workshop tomorrow. It's learning Dena'ina language through song and dance, and that is on the second floor, Kotnu 2, from 1:30 to 3. That one stands out to me because we have so many different dialects of Dena'ina. Not so many, but we have different dialects of Dena'ina, and so you'll probably hear people say Dena'ina, like the Dena'ina Center. So in my region, our dialect, we say Dena'ina. We say Chinon instead of Chinan. Little differences like that, but it's exciting. This workshop, we only have 2 fluent speakers left for our dialect. My cheetah is one of the last fluent speakers, and we have different dialects represented in this workshop. So it's really exciting to have all of us come together. I'm really excited about all of the language workshops because to me that there's so much of our culture embedded into our language, and to see it being shared and passed down to the next generation and the youth who are excited to carry it on is really moving to me.
I'm really glad that you highlighted that. I mean, 2 speakers left. Can I just ask what you guys are doing to increase that number?
It might be wrong, but yes, so workshops like this, having opportunities like this to have these workshops. My sister, Michelle Ravenmoon, she is the Dena'ina language director for our region in Lake Iliamna, and she's doing a lot of language work with culture camps. Any opportunity like this to hold a workshop.
Yeah.
And our Native Corporation, Bristol Bay Native Corporation, is doing a lot to bring not just Dena'ina, but Ksukshtun and Yuktu and Yupik languages in our region. They're doing a lot.
Yesterday I thought that you were Yupik because you said you were from the area. I apologize.
No.
Dena'ina. And then Chinan. Okay, I'll get it. Very good. Let's highlight some more. We have a little bit more time, so we can talk about anything you'd like.
Very silly roundabout way you can help us through some of the struggles.
I'm not sure if you had a chance to interview our youth keynote today, Charlie.
No.
She is amazing. It was really inspiring listening to her keynote today. I don't know if you had a chance. She talked a lot about language and her efforts to carry her culture and language on. So hopefully you'll get a chance to interview her.
I do have to tell you, I just interviewed Sisok Huntington, who used to be the superintendent down there, and she had really good things to say about Charlie. So I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, no. Yeah, I would love to learn more. I just met Charlie, actually, because of the Elders and Youth Conference, and she is really amazing and inspiring to our youth. I loved what she said about our language is not a barrier, and using that to bring us together more and bring our communities together more. I really love that outlook. Yeah. Let's see, what other workshops do we have happening today?
Oh, workshops today?
Yes. I think.
How many of you are thankful for TikTok?
So we have, like I mentioned earlier, deer processing. I think that's happening right now with Plinkett and Haida on the first floor. The seal processing will be on the main stage, so that will be. I think that will also be a live broadcast.
And cutting fish and then making pickled salmon, that's sort of a staple Elders and Youth thing.
Yep.
Gayla Hosseth from Dillingham.
Auntie Gayla, we call her. She's my husband's Auntie Gayla.
I love Gayla.
She's amazing. And then we also have Chinan night tonight. That's very exciting.
Yeah. And the Natives Got Talent audition and how that has been incorporated into Chinan. Chinan?
Yes, Chinan. The dialect here that we say Chinan, so I just use that dialect. But yeah, so we have our host, Nutak Simmons. She is one of our hosts, and she's from the show North of North on Netflix. So very excited to have her here. And then we also have Zoe McCulson, and she is known as My Banema on social media.
Okay.
For a while we thought that was her name, so we were referring to her as My Banema, but her name is Zoe, and she's really great. She's really funny and bubbly, and she has a beautiful voice, so we're hoping she'll do some singing tonight, but we'll see.
Oh, good. So they're hosting.
Yes, those are our hosts for Chinan night.
And that starts at 7, $5 admission. And what time does it usually conclude? Do you know?
It really varies on how many people audition for
Okay.
Natives Got Talent. So I think last year it was 9:30, but I've heard in years past it's gone to midnight. Yeah, it really depends. So we also have some dance groups lined up, so it's going to be a really fun night.
And then just remember that we won't be showing Chinan and Natives Got Talent tonight, but you will watch it Wednesday during all of the houses.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for mentioning that.
Yeah, of course. Did you want to go over things to expect on Tuesday or Wednesday even? We haven't talked about Wednesday at all, other than just mentioning the houses and why we don't record them. But I don't mean to be turning the pages for you. You're more than welcome to turn the pages.
So you have already talked about Wednesday and the healing houses?
Not really. I mean, I just only that there's the women's and then the men's and then the I always have to look at the LBGTQIA2S plus house.
Right.
And that we'll be watching Chinan because those are very private, sacred conversations that they have. Other than that, we haven't highlighted it all today.
Okay. Well, I can talk a little bit about the hosts of those houses. So this year for the women's house, we have Mita DeWitt. She'll be leading the women's house. She's amazing. We also have, for the men's house, we have 3 hosts. Max Chikalusian, he's a well-respected and an elder, and Jesse Coleman assisting him. And then we also have Gabe Fahrenberg, also Mita DeWitt's son, and he's really coming into his own leadership and excited to host the men's house. And then in the LGBTQIA2 Spirit Plus house, we have Tom Pittman, and this will be, I'm not sure if this will be his second year, but he was also hosting last year. So we're really excited to have them. And you're right, it's a sacred healing space, more of a talking circle, a safe space. We want everyone to know it's a safe space to share and come together and heal. And it's a great opportunity for them to do that, but it won't be live broadcast.
Okay. I want to ask, if there's anything that you could share about outcomes after attending one of those that, wouldn't break any confidentiality or, that just would sort of provide a good 30,000-foot overview of what to expect if somebody wanted to participate next year or the year after, whatever.
Yeah.
If not, no worries.
Well, I don't want to speak for our hosts. I can speak to each of them hosting those houses. They do have a plan and a structure on how they'll present and review. So it's a different host every year. So next year we might have a different host, or they might come back. We might ask them to come back. But it is very healing in a safe space to talk about a range of different topics. So unfortunately, I can't speak for them on what they'll be discussing.
Yeah, that's fine. Another thing that we haven't touched on is the sponsors, and I think that we should give them a little bit of an honorable mention.
Yes, thank you.
If I know where they are, there we go.
Yes, so we have at our elder level, Plinkett and Haida and Wells Fargo. And then we have at our leader level, Alaska Airlines and Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium. Our mentor level is quite a few. We have Nana Donlin Gold, UIC Foundation, Rasmussen Foundation, My Native Corporation, BB&C or Bristol Bay Native Corporation, Alyeska Pipeline, ConocoPhillips, and looks like that is
Department of Health.
State of Alaska Department of Health.
Yes.
And then at the teacher level, we have Alaska Native Heritage Center. They also give us the space for our teen dance, which is happening tomorrow night. So we're really grateful to ANTHC for that. OnStar Natural Gas Company, GCI, Alaska Children's Trust, Chugach, Koniag, KPMG, and Doyon Limited. And I missed one here.
That one is American Philosophical Society.
Yeah, so they're all at our teacher level. And then at our youth level, we have Alaska Friends Conference and 90.3 KNBA or Quantic Broadcasting Association.
Perfect. The other thing that we haven't touched on, and we have a few more minutes for, is Guyana, the Cultural Performance Night. I'm sorry, that's for AFN.
Oh, that's okay. I'm really excited about that.
I'm so sorry, Toby. I'm so sorry. That is Thursday and Friday since I brought it up, but that's for the AFN convention, not part of FAI or Elders and Youth. But since the week melds together and it's Native New Year, I just can't stop thinking about it because it really is one of my favorite too.
It is. It's really exciting. And a lot of people mix us up with AFN Week because I believe AFN originally was hosting Elders and Youth.
Yes.
And it later changed to First Alaskans Institute.
I'll do better next time.
It's okay.
We have just been told that we're going to go to the stage and we'll be back in a bit whenever they transition from one workshop to the next. Thank you so much, Toby. I'm really happy that we were able to interview you and talk about what it takes to put on a conference like this. That's just amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chinana.
First, we'll go over them. So, I don't know where to stand for this. I don't know where to go. I'll be right here. Okay, so the first word, la. Say la. One more time, la. That means the drum. How do you say the drum? Beautiful. So we're looking for the drum. We're gonna say ho day. It sounds like it rhymes with ho le, but it's ho day, which is where is it? So say ho day. Ho le, you're good at saying ho day. Say ho day. So what does that mean? Where is it? Yeah. So the full sentence, la ho day. The drum, where is it? Or as we would say in English, where's the drum? So we're going to be looking for it. Beautiful. Yeah. So all together say la ho day. Beautiful, amazing. And then, like we said, Seira sodaltsi, my soul be happy. Seira, it sounds like say yeehaw. Say Seira. Now say yeehaw. And then say again, Seira. So that means my soul, my essence, my picture. It could mean my cartoon, right? Molly of Denali, it's a cartoon. In this song, though, it's talking about my soul. So you're commanding your soul, so delts ich. So delts ich. I don't have any way to rhyme it, but I always go, so delts ich. So say, so delts ich. And that's a command to be happy. You're not just saying like happiness or like I'm happy. You're saying my soul, be happy. Not that aggressive. You don't gotta be that aggressive, but it is a command. Good job. Do you want to say that in here? Okay, she said so delts ich rhymes with seat. And you know what? I accept that. That's very true. So say it one more time. So delts ich. Be happy. How do you say be happy? Oh, what's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Oh, I'm sorry. I take it back. Okay, say one more time. Say la, re, la. What does that mean? Yeah. One of y'all were quick with this. Drum. Yeah, the drum. La, re, la. And remember, we were looking for it, right? But now, hold it up. It's right here. Estén. Estén. The drum is here. La, re, la. Estén. So say, say estén. Say la, re, la, estén. What does that mean? Right here. The drum's right here. The drum is here. I heard in the distance. The drum is here. How do you say the drum is here? Beautiful. I think we're ready to sing and dance together. All right? Oh, we didn't even go over the rest of the motions. We just looked for it, and then we were like, let's give up on the motions. So when you're referring to your soul or your like essence or your own being, there's a few different ways to do it. You could like put your hand on your heart, just sway with it. You could like pat yourself. You could just point. Some way to indicate that you're talking about your own soul, your own essence, your own being. This guy, right? But that's seira so delts ich, because you're reminding yourself to be happy. It's good to remind your friend to be happy too. But in this song, we're reminding our souls to be happy. I didn't mean to get your attention. And then hold it up again. Y'all see how Natani is holding up the drum? Like that. Yeah. Some of y'all said, yeah, that's exactly it. So you just hold up the drum like this. Imagine that you have a drum. You have the essence of the drum with you. So you just hold it up. La, re, la, estén. And this could mean, when we're like going forward, in this song it means the drum, right? La, re, la, estén. But for me, on Friday mornings, I could be saying, salted caramel matcha estén. Because that's the thing that's making my soul happy. So we're gonna sing this song together. If you can, like, stand up, come a little closer so we're all singing together. And then we're gonna live our truths and just keep the good times going. Yeah? Yeah? Do you have anything to add? Do you have anything to add about Grandpa's drum? Do you have anything to add about Grandpa's drum? Yeah. You have things to add? Wait, what? Oh, sorry, I was listening. Yeah, okay. Are we ready? Yeah? Okay, so come and join us. We're gonna not be scary. I hope that we have not been at all for this whole time. If you want to just be where you are, that works too. I don't know where to put this down, so I'm going to put it right here. Okay. While y'all are like working your way forward again, we're just going to go over the motions again really quick. La, re, la, ho, de. What does that mean? Where's the drum? How do you say where's the drum? Seira so delts ich, my soul be happy. How do you say my soul be happy? We got a harmony going on over here. This is beautiful. Okay, how do you show that you have the drum? Yeah. How do you say the drum is here? Yeah, la, re, la, estén. There's a little bit more to the song. We call them vocables, or like just Dene versions of la, la, la. One of the words that you're also going to hear in here is aliyah, which means like good vibes, good times, good luck. All the good vibes, yeah. We could fill up the stage. One thing that one of my grandpas always says is that we're not here to perform, we're here to be native, and we just are native. So don't worry about it being a performance. And like I said, if you want to just join us where you are, that's cool too. Live your truth. Follow your heart. That was amazing. That was so cool. That was really cool because like we started off the song and I saw it on like almost all of y'all's faces. Y'all are starting this with a lyric that is not up there, and I was like, oh, that was on me. I forgot to mention. We started off with none of these lyrics, but they're in there. But as we went on, like when we got to La La Estan, y'all saw me hold up my drum, and y'all went La La Estan. I was like, yeah, you're with us. We're with it. We're together. So we're gonna sing through it one more time. I know a bunch of y'all are like running back to your seats, but we want to spend this time singing and dancing together. It's a good way to like get up and get moving after and before a long day of conferencing. It's a good way to like be moving together, get your heart rates up, filled with that joy and good energy. We're gonna sing this song one more time, and then just whatever other songs like come to our hearts. Like I said, you could join us on the stage. You could join us where you're at. There's a whole lot of room over here and some like harmonizing going over there. I was like trying to summon you up here, but that's okay. Yeah, wherever you want to join us, we're going to do Grandpa's Drum Song one more time, and then just a whole bunch of other whatever kind of songs and dances that we have time for after that. Yeah? Beautiful, amazing. Say, so del si. What does that mean? Yeah, be happy. Yeah. I was like, what does that mean? And some of y'all were like, just silently being like, my soul. That's who I'm commanding. Yeah. Seika so del si. My soul, be happy. Beautiful. All right. Join us some more. It's a good time. I think so. Maybe I'm biased. But I think y'all were enjoying yourselves. So with that, I'm going to stop yapping, and we're just going to sing and dance.
Come on up and join us. We need our voices to come together. We need, it's Indigenous Peoples Day. We don't stand alone. We all have our own unique worldview, and our voices is what breaks out into the outer world. Beyond this room is a concrete jungle. You're not going to hear the song. You're only going to hear cars, people yelling, sirens even. So our voices together will, not only brew what's inside of us, but it'll heal us as well. A car alarm is not going to do that. The siren's not going to do that. The traffic, the yelling, all this, chaos in the world is not going to do that. But our songs, our language, our culture, and our identity will. So please come up and join us, or however you want to express yourself. Stand where you are, but yeah, you're more than welcome to come up and join us.
We're gonna keep dancing, so don't abandon us.
Hey!
That's one of my favorite songs. I can't believe I didn't even bring it up before now. That song is called Bikanaja. It says, Bikanaja klahohe tolthna, which means his words will carry us through. We hope that y'all's words of expression of joy help carry you through not just the rest of the day or the rest of the conference or the rest, but like the rest of everything, forever, all of time. That was just really cool. I was just like, oh my gosh, people should know what that is. Language is amazing. Bikanaja klahohe tolthna. Anyways, we're going to keep singing and dancing until they tell us to stop. So join us if you want, or just like relax, live your truth.
I did not get to hear the keynote. Is there any chance I could ask you about the keynote?
Yeah.
Hi, we're back. Anna Sattler here with Talking Circle Media. I'm here with one of the conference guides, Hayden Johnson. We've had a few minutes here to discuss what has been going on during the 2025 Elders and Youth Conference, and what to expect in the future. Hayden, thank you so much for being here, and you're doing such an amazing job.
Oh, well, thank you for having me. I'm really grateful to be the conference guide this year. I didn't think that I would be. I was first introduced to the first Alaskans through the summer internship program, where they placed me with the Kekshmak Heritage Land Trust in Homer. So I worked there for over the summer, and then for the closing week, we had to come back and we had to do like a presentation. And I guess that I spoke good enough on that, they decided I could speak here in front of 3,000 people. So that's when I first heard, oh, there'd be 3,000 in person, 13,000 online. I was like, oh, maybe someone else. But like, no, we want you. And I was like, oh, if I must, And then they told me, it's like, it's not a punishment, Hayden. And I was like, yeah, you're right. Okay, it's not a punishment. But yeah, it's been really great. It's really nice to just see like kind of everyone, get to know each other, kind of get more comfortable kind of see everyone, make connections and to see the connection and the knowledge that's passed down. Because that's what I'm really grateful to be doing this for the elders and for the youth. Because I'm like 22, so I'm in between, like an uncle and a youth, so it's cool to see like young people connect with their grandparents and their elders, like how I remember connecting, and like, oh grandpa, like why do we do this? Why do we do that? And him answering. And it's really cool to see people foster that connection to their culture at such a young age. Because for me personally, growing up in Eagle River, there's not a lot of other natives. I mainly really had my grandparents, and it wasn't until that I went to school at Fort Lewis that I kind of became aware of my place in the world and kind of my place as an Indigenous person. And ever since then, I think I've been slowly growing closer and closer to who I am as a native. And I'm really happy about that. Every time I think about that, it makes me feel very proud of how far I've come. Being in elementary school and thinking like, oh, like why am I different than these kids? Or like, why are these kids like making fun of me, to be now being like, this is why, but I'm proud of that now. I'm not ashamed of that. And I think that I'm happy to see all of these people here, not have to go through that or have that pride so early on. That really means a lot to me. So that's why I'm happy to be here. Yeah.
I can see why now that they chose you to be one of the guides, because you're so articulate and you talk about tough subjects in a really just nice, just in a way that makes it relatable to others. Thank you for that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, of course. No, people have always said that for some reason, which I've always found strange. But thank you for the compliment. Yeah, I don't know. I always feel, I can't remember who told me, but I was always told to like take your time, like think before you speak, and like speak well. So I'm glad to hear that I'm doing that now. But yeah,
you're doing a good job.
Yeah.
And on top of that, it looks like this is one of the more well-attended conferences. I mean, people are seated when we're not in workshops, and this is full. Like this morning,
yeah,
people were on the floor.
Yeah, no, it's full, and that's what's good to see. Is it makes me happy to see that it's such a big turnout, and that people flew from all over the state to be here. People want to be here, and that's what makes me happy to see that, and to see that the people that put this on want them to be here. I think that kind of that reciprocity in that sense really goes a long way. So I'm very happy to see that happen.
So tell us, Hayden, if you were going to talk to somebody in a village that didn't have much exposure to even traveling outside the hub or even anywhere on the road system,
yeah,
let alone to the lower 48, and they wanted, like in their heart of hearts, to come here and be able to do what you're doing, could you give them some words of advice and encouragement?
Yeah, I would say probably, take small steps, take it slow. Success isn't overnight, and dreams aren't made overnight. It's okay if it takes a while. Don't be ashamed of it taking a while. Start small, speak in front of your family, speak loudly, speak proudly. When you have opportunities for public speaking, do your best, project confidence. Out here I'm making a lot of, little mistakes, missing things, tripping up. But the important thing is that you skip over it. You don't go, oh my goodness, I meant to say this. Just go, oh, well, anyway, and continue going. Like, don't let them know that you're nervous, and no one will know you're nervous, and it'll help you be less nervous.
Right, because we're all here supporting each other.
Yeah.
So, and we're proud of you too.
Oh, thank you. No, I'm proud to see everyone support each other and to see everyone show so much care. It really reminds me of how Apagarak earlier was speaking about that we as Indigenous people don't leave each other behind, and I've always loved that about who we are, and I've always loved that care in which that it really is that way. Like if you see someone struggling, you try your best to help them.
Exactly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So let's go over the next couple of days, because you were talking about some workshops that you wanted to attend. I forget, was it Monday or tomorrow?
Tomorrow mainly.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow I was really looking forward for the Lex work on ducks. I'm not a hunter, but it's a dream of mine to one time be one, because I feel like that is something I need to do to be complete as an Indigenous person, is to have a success as a hunter, because that's one of the traditional Yupik values is success as a hunter. So I'm looking forward to that one. I'm also looking forward to this Dena'ina language through song and dance. That one will be really interesting, especially because I know some of the people in there, so that'll be really cool to go. And then as for Wednesday, you know, that's just a closing day, but I think that'll be a really nice kind of like quiet day, kind of calm day to be like, okay, we had these amazing last couple of days. Let's just come together one last time and show each other appreciation for who we are.
And will you be able to attend the houses sessions? Oh man. Well, they're here. I'm just trying to see what time that starts on Wednesday. So conference begins at 8:30. There'll be some agreements, the plenary
presentation? Oh, yeah.
English is a second language here.
Oh, that's okay.
And then go over the houses, the descriptions and instructions, and then the houses. That's not televised. And remember, it's not televised for a reason because they're all confidential conversations, but our viewing audience will be able to watch Chinon and the Natives Got Talent. That starts tonight from 7 to whenever it ends. We'll be able to show that coverage during houses on Wednesday.
Yeah, I will definitely be going to the men's house. Me and my friend Paul, I went to school with him. We often talk about how we feel that lately among Indigenous circles that we've seen a lot of women step up and a lot of women come to the forefront, which we love.
Yeah.
You know, we want that. We're really happy about that. But we also notice men are falling behind. Men aren't picking up where they need to be. They're not doing their part. If women hold up half the sky, the men are letting go of their other half, and that's sad to see. And that, you know, men have a place too.
Yeah.
Women do too. But just because, you know, women are stepping up, which is good, doesn't mean it's an excuse for men to let go. Men still have a role to play and still have responsibilities to their community and duties to carry out as men.
I agree. You know, that's a really tough discussion, but one that I agree with you on and that I've been saying for years. Women seem to get into the fabric or fold of whatever dominant race society we're in or whether we're back in the village, but our Native men are struggling. And I'm 22 years old and you recognize that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
We need to copy and paste you.
Oh, thank you. No, yeah, well, like, it's not that I see it around me immediately, but I do see it around me, you know, when I was at school and when I was growing up and even now that it's like, hey, you know, you need to step up and be your best self too. Just because other people are trying doesn't mean it's an excuse for you to not be that, if that makes sense.
Totally makes sense. I can't tell if we're going to go back to the stage here or not, or if we have a few minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much,
Well,
Hayden.
thank you so much.
I look forward to watching you tomorrow and the rest of the day. We're going to go to the stage and we'll be right back.
Thank you to the MACP grant for supporting us to come down and put this on for you guys. Just thank you for your time. Thank you.
Okay, so at this moment, we are now taking a 30-minute break in between this workshop session and our next workshop session. I would like to say thank you to these lovely folks for sharing their song and their dances with us. So please take this time to, go to the bathroom, get some water, eat some food, get some fresh air, and then get ready for the next workshop session, which will be happening in, I think, about 30 minutes. So thank you.
Welcome back. Anna Sattler with Talking Circle Media. We're here at the Denina Center for the Elders and Youth Conference 2025, brought to you by First Alaskans Institute, as well as a bunch of sponsors and as well as workshop teachers. But I am here today with two people, one person from Dillingham and one person from Igiugig, so fellow Yupiks. You guys are participant youth here for 2025. Tell us your name.
Harley Sava.
And where are you from?
Dillingham, Alaska.
Avery Salmon from Igiugig, Alaska.
You girls are just beautiful. How many times have you been? Oh, I love the flowers.
Thank you.
From where?
They're from the second floor. This lady has a bunch of furs and like pelts, and she had a bouquet of these.
I think her thing is called Lux Creations.
I've seen her on Facebook.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
So how many times have you guys attended Elders and Youth?
This is my first year. I'm a freshman, and our school only takes high schoolers.
Really? You're a freshman?
I'm a sophomore, and this is my first year.
How long have you guys known each other?
3 years?
I think so.
3 or 4.
3 or 4. We went to a Bible camp together when we were younger.
In Port Ellsworth, Tenalian.
Okay. So I know it's just that first day. Well, actually, were you guys here yesterday?
Yeah. Yesterday morning.
Morning? Okay.
We stayed until a little bit to the afternoon, but not like long because we had just flown in yesterday.
So this is your first full day. Tell us like your most favorite thing today.
Walking around and seeing people's creations and the dancing.
Seeing anybody you know?
I've seen a few people I know, but they mainly only know me because of my mom.
Probably walking around looking at all the different styles of carving and different beading styles and just a bunch of different earrings and jewelry. It's really pretty seeing how everyone else does it and how other people are different from other styles. It's really cool.
Native bling. I see you're wearing some. Are you wearing some? Yeah. Oh, native bling. So what workshop did you guys attend from 1:30 to 3?
I did the cedar rose making.
We kind of came in late, so I quickly joined one. I don't remember what it was called, but it was really fun to listen to what they're talking about.
How about this second session, 3:30 to 5? Do you know which session you'll watch?
I haven't really checked yet, but I was just thinking to do what ones my friends are doing.
I was thinking about the skin sewing one, but I was also looking at deer processing.
And tomorrow we'll have seal processing, on the main stage from 1:30 to 3. Just makes me salivate.
Oh, let me correct myself. I wasn't looking at deer processing. I was looking at Light Up Your Health Aurora Borealis canvas paint workshop.
Oh, nice. With Gloria Yates. Millie Voigt and Hannah Gumluckbuck. Probably from Togiaka or New Stew.
New Stew, probably.
So, how long are you guys going to be here, and will you be attending Chinon? And
I'm staying all week.
even for AFN?
Yeah.
I think we leave the 15th. I'm not quite sure.
Okay, that's Wednesday.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure we are going to Chinon.
How many students came from Igiagik?
Only 3, since we're only the 3 oldest high schoolers. We're only high schoolers, so.
How about from Dillingham?
The school brought 10 kids, but there's a few other kids that came with family. So I'd say like 15, maybe.
I see Gayla is doing her fish cutting and pickling. She does every year, Gayla. She's going to do it twice this year. Those are always fan favorites.
The Dillingham kids were told to do other things than fish because we have a lot of fish in Dillingham and we have a lot of people who pickle and we have a lot of resources there, so we just kind of leave that for people who really need it.
Yeah, good. I don't know what question I was going to ask you, but because we were talking about fish, just looking through this, do you see any workshop sessions that stick out?
Me and my cousin, oh, I didn't notice that one. Me and my cousin were really excited to do the agurak making one tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I really want to do that.
Do you guys get all the salmon in Igiagik? You do?
Yeah. But
go ahead.
Oh.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
I thought you were going to say something.
So my friend Taylor Keene went to Igiagik this last summer. He was teaching people how to write indigenous books. Older guy, probably 50s, 60s or something like that. Do you remember that by chance?
Maybe I might have been working, but maybe if it was for a thing we did, I forgot what it was called, but I think that was him. So,
Lower 48 Indian guy.
Oh yeah, I remember him now.
Sort of good looking for an Indian guy, for an older guy. Anyway, for an older guy, not an Indian guy. Did not mean to say that. Anyway, you ladies, I'm so glad that you guys stopped by to say hello. Toby said you guys were real shy and we're going to hold hands. You guys don't seem shy.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there we go. So quick, say hello to people back home. You first.
Hi, Mom.
Ah,
Hi, Dad.
Sweet.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Graham.
So sweet. Come on. Anyway, we're going to take a break here. Actually, there's nobody on stage. If you girls don't mind, if you ladies don't mind, do you mind if we just stay on for a few more minutes and find something else to chat about? Is there anything that you would like to say to like somebody that had never like left their village or been to a hub, or like to encourage them to come and participate? What you would say to them?
It's scary. Like at first, I get really bad anxiety on planes and traveling. So I guess I'd just say to be cautious and be ready, because it's not always going to be fun. But there's never times where things are just fun for forever. So there's going to be moments where you're not going to have fun, and that's okay.
Right?
Even though it's probably going to be like really scary due to how much people it is, I think it's a really good experience learning and seeing other cultures and, communicating and just sharing what you know and what you can learn.
Right? Very wise words, you guys. 9th and 10th grade. Jiminy's getting old. I keep thinking you guys are babies, but 9th and 10th grade, I mean, you guys are older, right? High school. So what are some fun things that you have planned while here in Anchorage?
We're going to the mall sometime. Today we were going to go to the food court for dinner. We're mostly just here all week. I don't really know if we even have anything planned other than being here.
Well, good, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Are you reaching out like to others that you may not know and meeting new people?
Yeah.
Good.
Trying to walk around and kind of like start conversations. I'm not a very shy person.
Oh, good.
I think I really want to go mini golfing. I didn't know that they had a mini golf place here. I just found that out yesterday, yeah. And I really want to do that. But other than that, we're just here almost every day, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And how about you? Are you meeting people?
I don't know yet.
You don't what?
I don't know if we're going to be meeting up with people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like meeting just people that you don't know. Like.
Oh, yeah. I've been having conversations with people.
Oh,
like,
good.
Yesterday and today, and it's
Good.
really cool.
Yeah. Good. Very good. You know, I see one of the other. What are they calling them? One of the other conference guides here, and so I'm hoping that we can go to a break for a minute, say goodbye to these young ladies, these young Yupiks, and see if we can come back and chat with Laurel Fate Sullivan, who is one of the conference guides for elders and youth. If we can do that. Oh, clear. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everyone. We have a group who have lost their van keys. So if you see car keys or van keys anywhere, please bring them up to the staff table here. That would be much appreciated. If you find
Thank you. Anna Sattler here with Talking Circle Media. Again, we're here at the Elders and Youth Conference brought to you by First Alaskans Institute 2025. And I am here with one of the conference guides. There are two of them this year. We interviewed Hayden a few minutes ago, and now we're here with Laurel. You've been doing an amazing job.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Is this your first time at Elders and Youth?
Yes, it is
Okay.
my first time at Elders and Youth. So I'm just so excited to be here. And it's my first time doing anything like this, any sort of presenting or hosting or big public speaking.
You're a natural.
Thank you. I hope that people haven't been able to see that I've been pretty nervous, but it helps too to be up on stage with Hayden because we were both interns in FAI summer internship program this summer, so we were already friends, and he's great, so we kind of can like bounce off of each other if one of us stumbles a little bit.
You guys have been doing an amazing job, and just remember, you're here with family.
Yeah.
We're all here to support each other.
Yeah. That's the other thing I kind of was trying to remind myself when I was getting nervous was that, you know, like I'm at FAI and I'm being a conference guide because of what this conference means, and like that's just what I want to help with. I want to help facilitate it, and you know, it's less about me and more just about our community, and yeah, it's been really great.
I know you just said that it's not about you, but I do want to highlight you. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Laurel. I'm Koyukon Athabascan. My family on my mom's side is from Rampart, and we have roots in Allakaket as well. And I grew up in Anchorage, but we would spend our summers at our fish camp on the Yukon, and our fish camp's 30 miles upriver from Rampart. So that's
wow.
Yeah, my favorite place to be for sure. And I graduated last year from Stanford with a psychology degree. It was a great experience being there, but I'm so happy to be home right now. And I was an intern for FAI this summer within FAI in the Policy Center, and then they just hired me in the fall. So I'm really happy about it. I'm an assistant in the Alaska Native Policy Center.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Is that what you want to do in the future?
Yeah.
Policy?
So I'm not entirely sure. I'm still mapping out my future, but you know, we've been focusing on a lot of issues that I care about, and that's kind of, I guess in my future I always saw myself hopefully giving back to people. So yeah, it's been really great.
Very good. So can you tell us some of your most favorite things, even though, I mean, it's only 3 o'clock or 3:30, right? But can you just tell us what your most favorite thing is since you've been here on this first day? Or we started yesterday, but for the first long day. Yeah, full day.
There's so many things. I mean, it's just been so wonderful to look out in the crowd and see all of the elders here and the youth, and just knowing that, you know, those two groups that are so important for our people are here together, and there's going to be that sharing of knowledge and all of the wisdom that our elders have, you know, that the youth are going to be able to absorb that. And even just looking at the agenda and seeing all the different workshops, that makes me really excited too, because there's so many amazing opportunities happening, so many really cool workshops. So
60.
Are there 60? I didn't even realize that.
60.
Wow. That's incredible. The amount of volunteers that make this conference happen is so amazing.
Right?
Yeah.
It's insane. I mean, you look at all of the workshops, like right now, actually we're in the 3:30. Right now, I mean, there's 12? 1, 2, yeah.
There's so many. I'm going to go to this one. I'm super excited about this one. The Dene Girls Coming of Age ceremonies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I read that. What do you think?
Just super excited to learn about it. I've heard stories kind of about some of the coming of age ceremonies I had heard a story from my auntie, and she had told me about what my great grandma did with her, but I always wanted to learn more about it. So what's your favorite part been so far of the conference?
Well, I just love all of the, people that are coming in, all of the artists, listening to you guys, watching the youth, come up. I love chatting with the elders. I'm sort of stuck back in here a little bit, trying to get to the next, interview.
Mm-hmm.
But when I have peeked my head out, you two guides are doing amazing.
Thank you.
And then I've mentioned this before today, but there are a lot of participants here. People are seated on the floors.
Yeah.
All the way around.
Wow.
Yeah. Did you notice that?
I did. I saw. Well, I didn't notice it originally, and then one of my coworkers mentioned it. and then I noticed it. It's amazing.
Yeah, I think it's the most well attended.
Is it really?
I
Wow.
think so. I'll have to verify numbers, but I've never seen it this packed.
Wow.
Yeah.
That makes me so happy.
Right?
That's wonderful.
So beyond this one, for tomorrow, were you thinking of another? We have time to go through these.
I know that a few caught my eye, but I'm trying to remember what they were.
Sorry to put you on the
no,
spot.
No, you're good. My brain has just been so focused on being on stage.
And peopling.
Yeah.
And being
peopling. Because I get so nervous up there, I forget everything else except kind of what I'm supposed to be saying.
Is it getting easier?
Yeah.
As the day goes on?
It's
okay,
getting
good.
easier.
Okay, good.
Yeah. It is getting easier.
Donut making.
Oh, I was excited about any of the salmon ones.
Yeah.
Just because, on the Yukon.
You don't have salmon.
Yeah, the last time that we were able to subsistence fish for kings was in 2020. So it's been a long time. So that's another thing that I'm really excited to be able to work on at FAI is focusing on the problem with our salmon and trying to bring back our salmon and continuing our subsistence traditions because, looking at just my childhood versus now, the last 5 summers, it's so different. And
right.
I don't want, to lose that for my generation, but also for the future generations.
So you said no fishing for kings. Does that mean that you can fish for other salmon?
We can't. No, we can't.
Okay.
No chum, no kings. We can.
Okay.
This summer we could fish for she-fish.
Okay.
But yeah, and I'm not sure about the fall. I don't know if there was silver fishing open like where our camp is, but yeah, it's very restricted and it's really hard for everyone.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah.
5 years.
Yeah.
Are there still efforts, do you know, to send in Pacific salmon or salmon from other parts of Alaska? I heard about that years ago, and if you don't know, it's fine.
The Operation Fish Drop during COVID. Yeah,
right.
I went to Stanford with him, with Sam Schimmel.
Okay.
Who started that.
I know Sam.
Yeah.
I just met him at my sister's.
Yeah, he's great.
I love him.
I know, he's awesome. Yeah, he started the Operation Fish Drop.
He did?
Mm-hmm, during COVID.
Oh my
I know, it
word.
was so impressive.
He is impressive.
He is he's really impressive. He was a conference guide a few years ago too.
Was he?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what year that was. Maybe 2022?
I don't even remember. That's so embarrassing. He is a superstar. You guys are all superstars, but Sam is pretty special.
I just looked at the screen for a second. I know I'm not supposed to.
No.
Oh my gosh.
Don't worry.
It's crazy.
I just avoid looking at it because it always sort of stumps me up. I'll be talking and then I'll be like, oh.
Yeah. Oh, but that was another thing that you mentioned that I'm excited about with the conference is seeing all of the art. Because I'm an artist too.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I realized I didn't mention that when I was, telling you about myself. But I'm an artist too, so I love getting to see everyone's art here.
What are you? Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Laurel. We have to go to the stage now. We hear Roy up there, but thank you so much. You're doing an amazing job, and I am so looking forward to what you're going to bring to Alaska as Alaska's future leader.
Thank you so much. This is
welcome.
great.
You're welcome.
With Richard.
We're back to the stage. We'll see you here in a
Atuk.
few minutes.
Izaluk Debbie Atuk. Baningyak Katie Burdan, and Alagnak Linda Sloan. So let's go ahead and welcome these folks to the stage, and they'll do a presentation on Inipiurakta, learning about Indigenous language, culture, and local history through archive stories. If you all feel compelled to come closer, this is a huge room. We'd love to see some of you a little bit closer to the stage, so feel free. Nobody here is going to bite you.
Koyana Roy. Good afternoon, everybody. Uwanga Jaluk, Sitnasaku Runga, Atataga Richard Nonak Etak, Akaga Jane Etaklu, Mary Andre Liu. This is the Kisak Kingik Muraguktuat language group. We started in about 2017, and it was something that started pre-COVID, pre-Zoom. But once COVID happened, these quickly turned into regular sessions that were held on Saturdays over Zoom. They started at the Alaska Pacific University while Joe Sanungatuk, the late Joe Sanungatuk, and his wife had a elders in residence studio space, and they graciously gave us space to practice. I should say them. They started it, and I was actually out of state, jealously hearing about language learning going on. I didn't know my dad knew this much language until 2017. So I won't tell you how old I am, but it was a long time, more than 4 decades. So we have a presentation for you here, and let me just get us going here. What we're going to do today is we're going to have an opening prayer. If you could come up, and I'll ask Katie.
Thank you, Debbie. I asked Yvonne Sarin. She's from Wainwright. She's going to come up and open us in prayer.
Good early evening to everyone. Angayuta, let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for what you have been doing this whole afternoon, this morning. Lord God, we thank you for all the information that's being spread about. I thank you, Lord God, that your Holy Spirit is here, being our teacher and our guide. And Heavenly Father, I ask that you be present from table to table, from study to study. And Lord, we shall be careful to give you the praise, honor, and glory. Kaya napelak. Amen.
Guyana. It's now my pleasure to have my father, Richard Atuk, come up and talk to you about some of the work that he's been writing about. And he has a book that is just been accepted to be published by the University of Nebraska Press. He has a proposal that's been accepted. We don't have a publication date yet, but you're going to see some of what he's been talking about in the last few years. He's been developing his thesis, and so I'd like to ask him to come up and say a few words about what how culture is embedded in language. And this is something that he covers in our Saturday sessions quite a bit. And our approach to language learning in the group is not to just do drills or to do first grade lesson plans where we're learning how to read at a first grade level. My dad has a very different point of view about how he teaches the language, and so I'm going to let him talk for himself.
Okay, thank you, Debbie. I'm going to go ahead and read what's on the screen there. I think that will cover most of it. I want to say that we've got this group presenting. I'm presenting tomorrow, Tuesday afternoon, a lot more technical and detailed information, but I like this coverage that we're doing right now. You go ahead and read it, what's on the screen, and like I say, I'll embellish it just a little bit. So, introduction, the living language of identity. Languages are living vessels of history and worldview. The King Mutant dialect of the Inupiaq language spoken in and around Wales holds the stories, humor, and knowledge system that define our identity as a people. And I want to stop and expand that last line just a little bit. When we look around and look at some of the issues that are plaguing people in rural Alaska and different places and in Anchorage and the cities, and that is our young people and sometimes what happens to them. And as we studied languages that other people worked on also, we found that language is one of the avenues to get back to assessing this situation with young people. Often has to do with identity. In other words, who am I? Who are we? Where did I come from? And as we worked on our culture and our language, this came up right away. That is an important question to answer. and what we claim as different language workers in the world, especially with indigenous people, is that language is a part of way to make that connection with the question of who we are, where we came from. I just want to add to that, as we work on languages, one of the things that I see as we worked on this in the last 7 years is that a lot of people are going forward with language. In other words, another way to say it is they want to learn how to speak Inupiaq. Some part of that, what we are, but more importantly, when we started working on language, we started with Ilisuktavik, and here's what they said that I remember, and what started us off is that they said, we want to talk about language. We don't have any grants, we don't have a lot of money, but we want to share what we know, and that's been our attitude ever since. We want to learn about language and share what we know, and I'm glad we did it that way. Going back to going forward is when you go forward, you want to speak your language, right? And what does that mean? It means that because our cultures crashed, I guess I can use that word, crash, that it got caught in this vice grip of, what do you call it, imperialism? Is it there? Let me read that. That'll help more than what I can put together here. The Kingmute dialect is at least 5,000 years old. And that's a tough claim to make, but what I ran across is that artifacts were found at Wales, Alaska, that were at least 5,000 years ago. And when the indigenous people came from Asia, my understanding and a world understanding, when probably the lead way to understand it is people came in through the Bering Land Bridge and into Alaska, and of course down to other parts of Alaska, and that is about 10 to 12,000 years ago. And then there are talk about other entries into Alaska, I think using the same route about 20,000 years ago. In other words, Wales is at that pinch point where people go through. So the dialect could be at least 5,000 years ago old. The ancestral language from which it developed may reach back 12 to 20,000 years ago. And to give you an idea of what we're talking about there, I would believe that in some parts of the world, 12,000 years ago, there were mammoths on the earth. When we go back 20,000 years ago, we start talking about mastodons and saber-toothed tigers. We're going way back. Our people have been on this part of the world for a very long time, measured in 12,000 and 20,000 years. And the people that gave us trouble and changed our culture, whether they wanted to or not, the United States of America is going to celebrate 250 years, right? So we've been around a long time. Our people, our indigenous people need to understand that. The history books have not written it. I'm taking a shortcut to what we want to do. We want to be involved in our own history. And our own history is going to come through our language. That's what I mean by going backwards instead of going forwards. We want to catch up to what we missed. So this deep linguistic continuity makes the dialect not only a means of communication, but a living record of human presence in relations to Seward Peninsula. And speaking about communications, when you just only speak a different language, what have you accomplished today? And my view of it is that you just learn to say the same thing in two languages, right? When you speak Inupiaq, you're saying the same thing in Inupiaq that you say in English. So how far have you gotten, and what? It's fine to do. It's a very, very good thing. It has a value. And the value that I see is when you start to understand who you are, where you came from, how long your people have been on this earth, and what they struggled to do to get to here, that has value. That value needs to be understood, passed on to your children, your grandchildren. They need to know where they came from, what the struggles were done to reach there, and something they can really be proud of. Our parents in my Wales people gave us everything they had, everything. And the people before that did the same thing. And going forward, indigenous experience we are living today is perpetuated by the violence, or it perpetuates, it just means it keeps it going, happening, the violence of colonialism. Boy, these are tough English words that my mouth still doesn't like. But I understand the impact. A lot of us, like me, I was 7 when I spoke Inupiaq only. And all of a sudden, the world changed. And that's a really tough thing to get back and catch up to. I'm so proud of indigenous people in Alaska doing it anyway. And we're going to talk about that in this session, and more so on the session on Wednesday. So the last sentence is what caught my attention when I read it. We presume ourselves already severed from the generation before us, and that hurts. When we lose our attachment to our grandmother, to our parents, that is too much of a loss. And understand that it wasn't done by people, a nation on purpose. The world did that to us, whether they wanted to or not. Perhaps some people wanted it to happen. Regardless, it already happened. And so when I looked, and it's going to end here, that when we started talking about language, we said, oh, what's going on here? And my idea was, let's do it the way our parents did it. Let's do it and teach it the way our grandparents did it. And you know what they did? They told it through stories. They told it through repetition. They told us through talks of how to behave. And today we're all separated. So I don't know, we're not going to do it in exactly the same way, but I think we're going to understand what they did and replace that as best we can. Thank you for being here today. I tried to say an awful lot in a few words. That's the trouble with language. But you can feel it in my heart that it is important. I hope that the rest of this presentation and the presentations on language that are happening, that you'll get more of it. It's so, so very important. It's everything we are. Thank you, Debbie.
I want to introduce one of our members that's going to come up and help us go through some of the Inupiaq sounds. And her name is Dr. Linda Sloan. Our family have known her from when she was a doctor in Nome, and she was Dr. Lawnberg, and my mom was a nurse there. It's funny how we have connections that go back. She was raised in Unalakleet. She has studied many different dialects, including Malamute, and also she's working on Kotzebue dialect. She works with us on a weekly basis. I call her our A student. I call myself a B student at best. We put together some information on how we hear the sounds that we're studying. We're using a lot of recorded stories of elders. And so what we've tried to do, and I should say Richard has done, is he's created a, we call it the aglatit, the writing system to capture the sounds that are unique to the Kingik dialect. And if Linda, you could come up, I would like you to give us a little overview of how Wales dialect is a little bit different.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Ooh, Unualotak. I'm not sure where we're at. It's Kitiklutak. It's in the middle of the day. But I'm going over our Aglatit that was developed specifically for the Kingik Mutun dialect. I will say that the introduction for me was very inflated. You know, I'm just a lowly student, and I've studied a little bit of other dialects, but Kingik Mutun is kind of where I've been hanging my hat for quite a while, partly because Richard Atuk is so consistent with meeting every week, and it is wonderful to have something you can do regularly. Now, one thing he emphasizes is the importance of learning the dialect, our specific dialect, and I should say I mean his specific dialect, which I've kind of adopted, and he's developed this Aglatit, I can't even think what it is in English. Aglatit. It's the anyway. It's our alphabet, and so I'm going to go through it, and as you hear it, say it out loud. You know, we'll start with the A, which is when it's just one A. It's pronounced like fun. And then there's the long A with the A sound, and in many dialects it's written AI. But that's confusing because AI is A in some dialects and it's I in some dialects. And throughout Seward Peninsula, it's mostly A, except for in Unalakleet, I know they have I, like Ivik for, you know, walrus. But anyway, so A is what we use with the long A on top, and he's kind of developed that way of nomenclature for it. And then Ra, the regular ga, and then ra, which is more guttural, ra, and you can repeat after me if you want, and then ha, and then e, so the I is actually e, and then ka, and this is, and then la, and then hla, which is hla, it's the million sound, million, la. And then hla, which is the hla sound where you have air coming out both sides of your tongue, and then the hla with a dot under it, which is hia, hia. And then there's ma, na, nya, which isn't used much in Kingik Mutun that we know of, nga, pa, and then he has added a P with a line over it, which stands for a harder sound. Now, pa in most of the Inupiaq dialects is very soft. You barely put your lips together, ba, ba. But with the line over it, he wants to emphasize that some words are said with the hard sound, pa, pa. And then there's ha, the Q sound, ha, and then the Q with a line over it, which is ha. You know, otherwise it's a more soft sound. And then there's R, Ra, Sa, Ta, and T, and that is a soft sound, Ta. But we didn't put the hard one there, but we can do it later. And there's U, Va, Wa, Ya, and Za. And then just to point out some things, you know, we just mentioned that the pa, the P, can also be a hard sound, pa. And then ha and the K sound and ha sound are said in different parts of the throat. Ka is in the front of the throat, and ha is further back in the throat. And you hope you can hear the difference, because a lot of words depend upon endings that might be ruk with the Q and ruk for the K with the K. So there's words that depend on these being said very differently. And then it looks like something got left off of that next one, but there's the different L's, the la, sla, and hla, which we already went through, but it left off the L with a dot under it. And also pointed out is in Kingik Miatun and in the whole, between the villages in Seward Peninsula, the V and the B are often interchanged, or from one village to another you might hear it said as a B and sometimes as a V. And one example is Uvla Lotak, and good morning, but some people say Ubla Lotak with a B. So there's just some differences between the dialects in Seward Peninsula. And then the V is often close in sound to F, like kavfik. Kavfik is often more of a kavfik. It's a very emphasized V sound that sounds almost like an F. And then we also mentioned ga. Ga is a regular G, and then the guttural G, ga. And then there's N, na, and then the NG sound, which is nga, the back of the throat. Also, often interchanged, meaning one or the other is used in different villages. In Wales and Shishmaref, they often use a Z sound for the R. So that's a common thing in that area. So there's just a lot of regional differences. And then there's, instead of shra, sometimes there's more of a jra sound because the Z is used instead of the S. And then there's some, the ha sound, more of the breathy sounds for ha and ha, way back in the throat, ha. And ha is more in the front of the mouth. But these are both breathy sounds that mostly you're letting air out. Ha and ha. Let's see, double consonants are lengthened sounds, but in some places they'll put a double D with a G with a dot, and I probably don't have enough juice in my throat to make that sound correctly, but it's ha, ha. It's a very deep sound as opposed to gra. So these are fun things to play with and keep working on, and I have to work on them all the time to say things right, and the best way I find to do it is just to listen to something like on a tape and just kind of keep repeating after it until I can try to get it a little closer. And of course the best thing is to be with someone fluent, and we do have people or with someone who grew up with the language. Even if they're not fluent, they can often say things much better than I can, who didn't grow up with it in my household. Let's see, how do you turn the slide over? Oh, push this button. There you go. Oh, it's down here. So I don't have to look up there. Okay, so yeah, then we went over some of this. We said the ah is more like the U in fun. It's a sound, and then the A with the line is A, long A, like same. And then a double A is a ah sound, and it's a father sound. A is a same sound. Then we have the umlauts, we call them. Those are the double vowels, which are combined to make one sound. And the AI, as we've said, it's been changed in the nomenclature in this alphabet. It's been changed to an A with a line over it to be perfectly clear as to how to say it, because it's a long A, like a same. And that way we don't get it mixed up with an I, as it's said in other places. And then the AU in Kingik Miatun is pronounced O. So Richard felt, why don't we just make an O with a long O with a line over it to indicate that it's a long O, like boat. And so in some of the things that we will be reading or doing since there, you'll see the spelling is a little different. it's not too hard to go back and forth if you want to go back and forth with other dialects, but it just makes it simpler for us to read it and use it. The IA is ia, like area. EU is you, like mew. Ui is ui, like quick. UA is like squawk, walk. And then there's, in some places, in general, you try not to get 3 vowels together. And in the instance where we have the long A and the long O, it's less likely this is going to happen. But you'll see in a lot of dialects that if you end up with 3 vowels together, you need to group them so that 2 vowels are together and the other one is separate, because there's no way to say 3 vowels. So you put an apostrophe to indicate where the break is between the vowels. What do I, oh, it just went, okay. So now we will have Katie Bordone will help, will go through the introduction.
Quiana. Kini Lua Gipsy, good to see you all. We are going to do an activity where we're going to stand up, and the room is super spread out. If everyone could kind of come here in the middle. So if you're far away over there, come on over here. And if you're on the edge over here, come closer, because we need to be sitting at tables where there's about 5, 6, 7, or 8 of us so that we can start talking in Inupiaq with each other. So go ahead and stand up and move. It'll feel nice to stretch. Come on over. Especially young people, we're going to play some music here in a little bit and stand up and mix. So come closer. We can change it. How do I do this? Okay. Yay, Quiana for moving. And if you're sitting at a table with only 3 of you, Pingasut, please join another table so there's at least Dalimat. What comes after 5? Ish. How do you say 6? Atta. 7, 8. Kulit. That's the best one. 10. But please join so there's more people at your table. Okay? And we are going to practice introducing ourselves. So this is the activity where we're going to talk. We see number 1 is Uwanga. Uwanga paninyak. Sitna sok miururunga. Ugwak angayugakka. Franklin Lu Suli Lavan Lu. It's a very simple introduction that you're all going to do at your table. If everybody could stand up at your table and go around the circle and introduce yourself in Inupiaq, this is your chance to get your tongue nice and loose. And it's okay if you make a mistake. What's more important is that you give it a try. Okay, so everyone stand up. When your table is done introducing yourself, then you will all sit down. And once everybody's sitting down, that's kind of our clue that we've all done our introductions. If there's only 2 of you at a table, if you can move to the table behind you so there's more people at a table. You guys are great up here, Quiana. So stand up. When you're done, everyone's done introducing themselves, then you will sit down. So we're not going to do the whole group. You're just going to introduce at your table using Inupiaq. Okay, go ahead and get started. Who would like to go first? Matna Tavra. Good job. All right, so we are going to do the same thing in a very fun way. This is an activity called Mix, Pair, Share. It's something that I do in my classroom. I used to be a classroom teacher. When the music plays, you are going to stand up and aguiluta. We are going to walk. You can walk, you can dance, you can skip, but we're going to mix this room up. And when the music stops, you're going to put your hand up and find a partner close to you. Don't run across the room to your buddy over there, to the person closest to you. Ublala talk Debbie. And then you're going to do this exchange. You're going to practice again. Owanga paninyak or atiga paninyak. Sitnasok mugurunga. And ataga Franklin Lu, akaga Lavandu. And then Debbie would answer me, I gotta go to the next one. Sorry about that. I do. Here is my slide. The music will play. We will aguiluta. We will walk or dance. The music stops. Find a partner close to you. High five them. The person with the longest hair will talk first. And here is your introduction. Your partner with the shortest hair will respond. Ublalatwak, Ilvin. I'm sorry, that's V-I-N. Ilvin, your name is. Sitnasak Gurotin, Guroatin. There should be an apostrophe there. You are from Nome. Atatain, Franklin Lu, Suli Akain, Lavanlu. Your dad is Franklin, your mom is Lavan. And then you switch. So then the person that said your name is will then introduce themselves. So we are going to Inupirakta. Please stand up, push your chair in, and I'll play some music. If you're able to walk, if you're not able to walk, stay seated, but people will come to you, okay? So I'll play music. We're going to stand up and move. Hopefully this will play.
Little one, close your eyes. Mommy will stay here by your side because I love you.
Okay, find someone close to you, give them a high five. Person with the longest hair, you will talk first. Introduce yourself in Inupiaq. Okay, tell your partner, Matna Tavra. Matna Tavra. We're going to do it again. You guys ready to mix? You're going to have a lot of practice introducing yourself and telling your friend what their name is. Give me a second. I'll switch the song. Okay, find a new partner closest to you. Give them a high five, say Ublalatwak. The person who got up the earliest can introduce themselves first. So find out who got up the earliest can talk first. Did you tell him what his name is? Bilvin? Okay, tell your partner, Matna Tavra. Let's do this one more time. You guys ready to mix? I feel like there's less and less people participating. Please stand up and participate. Let's walk one more time.
Hi, Anna Sattler, back with Talking Circle Media. I'm here at the Elders and Youth Conference brought to you by First Alaskans Institute. I'm here with the keynote speaker, Charlie Corthius. Welcome. I know your mom pretty well. She runs ABCP. My little sister is Mary Peltola. She has a house in Bethel anyway. But I understand that you did the keynote today.
Yes, this morning I did do the keynote. It's such an honor presenting and speaking in front of everyone at this year's Elders and Youth Conference.
And you're headed to Iceland?
Yes, tonight I'll be traveling to Iceland for Arctic Circle Assembly with a part of this current cohort of Arctic Youth Ambassadors, so I'll be flying with them tonight.
Okay. Okay, good. How long are you going to be there?
I'm going to be there all week and weekend. I'll travel back to Alaska on Sunday.
Okay. You're going to miss AFN.
Yeah.
A lot of fun natives.
I know. I'm missing out on all the good arts and crafts.
Have you attended the Elders and Youth Conference before?
I have in high school,
okay,
but it's been some time since I have.
Yeah, okay. Tell us anything you want to talk about to our viewing audience all over Alaska and in 80-some different countries or so on the webcast.
I'm very happy that elders and youth are able to gather here in Anchorage and have many different communities come together, the elders and youth and everyone in between, having great discussions, seeing relatives that you probably haven't seen in a while, and just preparing for the week filled of the different workshops and great discussions.
I love your earrings.
Thank you.
Those are pretty impressive walrus tusks. Where'd you get them from?
I think they were a gift for when I graduated high school.
Wow, from your mom and dad?
Yeah.
Pretty juicy gift. So is there anything else that you'd like to share with us, Charlie?
I don't think so.
Were you able to attend any workshops today, or?
I did in the beginning. I was just cruising through each workshop, just seeing what they were about, and it was all really nice.
Did you find any arts and crafts?
No, I did not. I was just going from here to there and didn't really get to stop and look at them.
See any family friends?
Yes, I did. It was great reconnecting with them after not seeing them for a while.
Did you want to say hi to anybody while we have a second here?
Hi, Mom and Dad. I'm sure you're watching, and I can't wait to see you guys during Christmas break.
Yay! So you're here in Anchorage?
Yes, I go to school at UAA.
Okay, what are you majoring in?
I'm majoring in anthropology with a minor in Alaska Native Studies.
Do you know what you want to do-ish?
I do know that I want to give back to my community in some way or another, along the lines of preserving and moving forward our culture that isn't limited to, but extends beyond language, the land, the water, our salmon.
Okay. Well, Charlie, thank you so much for being available today. We're going to go back to the stage, and great job on your keynote.
Thank you.
Okay.
Her name is Queenie
We'll be
Milligrat.
back after
she
this.
lived to be well over 80. She's from a little place called Little Diomede. If you're familiar with that, it's part of a pair of islands that are off the coast of Wales. They're separated by about 2 miles, and Little Diomede is U.S. territory. It's part of the United States, and Big Diomede is part of Russia. But back in Queenie Milligrat's time, she would travel by, it says here that they would walk across the Bering Strait to do trading, maybe over the ice. That makes more sense. They weren't walking on water. But there was a trade that happened between Siberia and people from the Bering Straits region. She moved to Nome when she was elderly, and some people were able to record some stories that she was known for telling, and we have some of those from the University of Alaska Fairbanks archive at the Alaska Native Language program. So we're going to hear a little bit about her story that we call the Russian soldier story. You're going to hear her speaking the story at her regular rate of speech, which is super fast. And Richard Atek has worked very diligently to transcribe it for us so that we can read as she's speaking And even when we do that, it's still really hard to catch. So then we play it back over and over. And he teaches us what we're saying phrase by phrase, and he breaks down the words in the sections of phrases into the pieces of the language. So this is just to give you a demonstration of how we've been trying to relearn the Wales dialect, which is distinct from the North Slope dialect. And Richard will be talking about that on Tuesday. And I think if you're interested in the different dialects, it's really worth going to hear him at 1:30 tomorrow. So we're calling this Kuliak Dwasi, storytelling as a teaching tool. And if our friends behind the curtain could cue up the video for us.
Taimana pimaat, kaluluya tamna, tamaro utak satok, taime itaktok urata, tamna. Taimana pimaatan, niwa na kinamisu lakit miraga, ya, ten nakaka.
I went back.
She's gone. He played it back. So try to find where she's at.
Kaluluya, pigiakto ama tamna, ima tamruma, baba tututota na labua. Taimana pimaat, kaluluya tamna, tamaro utak satok, taime itaktok urata, tamna. Taimana pimaatan, niwa na kinamisu lakit miraga.
Kitmiraga.
Kitmiraga. Amat na may ka, ubatam na ka. Tabra, utak mawatan, tamaw na tao ang utak nga. Autuk, kan utak aton nung. Uba aglalaw na, kono kaya ko nataga kitmiran na. Asuklo ang nakitmira kahit bigo. Sako kukiyam na. Makmantam nung ubaga. Ang itiya, aba uglitok, tam kitmilsaga, tam matumyaga.
So we listen to these and
then
we will pause it.
Does anybody want to take the first line?
We will practice
I don't know
one
the
line
first
at a time.
word. Tereaktok. Uvatamna il. That one. That one over there, or uva right here. That one. Ilay, I don't even know what that is. I don't quite know. How come I don't know? Tavruma, that one again, and ava.
Yeah, I like the pronouncing. And I'm not sure on, I think I heard it right, Tereaktok.
Tereaktok.
If it is a P, and if she's saying Tereaktok, one, I'm not totally certain. But when a body moves, either a person or an animal, it's a word something like pikik. Uva, tamna, together, yeah. Look, uva, like hello, or pay attention. Just like Rose said, it's that one. And ila, Gavruma, a person or being. Generally, Gavruma, that person, that being, Gavruma, that one. 61.
So you can
this
see we go through these line by line, and we're learning words and phrases, and we don't always know what we're saying as we're saying it. Then Richard will correct us or give us pronunciation tips or give us some background on the words. And we've been doing this every Saturday for years, and it is amazing how much better our pronunciation is. Just me standing here, I could not have pronounced a lot of this back then, but now I can recognize quite a few of the words. So I wanted to give you guys a sense of how
I
we
don't
have
know if
a lot of
I know
different
what
elders, I don't mean that,
is.
people of different ages who are coming and studying with us on a regular basis. Young people, people in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 60s, 70s. During COVID, we had people from villages all around the state, actually, who were coming and practicing with us. People who have the ability to speak and were just wanting to practice. People who have never studied before were coming and practicing. And everybody gets the chance to practice. And, if you don't practice and let yourself be bad at something, you'll never get a chance to be good at it. And I think our group is a really good demonstration of how we're very supportive learning environment and allowing people to just sound these words out because they're very foreign to our ears. But the more we practice, the more comfortable we get, and the more we can pronounce those sounds like the G with a dot and the hard Q, as we call it, or the hard T. So this story here, some of these words that I'm talking over, he's talking about a dog that was tied up, and it's not the full story. I just wanted you guys to have a little bit of a sense of what it's like to attend a Zoom session and how we take turns reading and we get some really gentle correction. I'm going to just go ahead and ask them to pause it, and we're going to move on so that we can keep going here. Thank you, guys. See if I can go back to the presentation. Click, click, click. Okay, so today was really our intention was to give you an idea of some of the philosophy behind how we, specifically my dad, Richard Atek, feels so strongly about the preservation of individual languages. We refer to them as dialects, but as I worked with him in the last day or two, it's really become clear to me that when we say dialect, it's not a dialect to him. That's his language. Kingikmutun is his language. It's not a dialect. Oh, hi, nice to see you. And same thing for anybody from any of the other villages. They don't call it my dialect. They call it my language. So we are encouraging people from all of the Inupiaq-speaking villages in the Northwest Seward Peninsula to join us on Saturday sessions, to come to the workshops. We've had at least 5 or 6 workshops, most of them in Nome, but we've done some in Anchorage. And we'd really like to continue doing some documenting work where we transcribe some natural speech. We're at the point where we have so few people who speak the language fluently that we need to continue to document fluent speakers and then do transcription, upload videos, and create materials so that people can continue to learn. This is the information for our group on Saturday. There's the passcode, there's the meeting ID. If you have a phone, you want to take a picture of that, you are welcome to just log in, and we'll just ask you to introduce yourself when you join us, and there's an email there if you want to ask any questions. We have a website, it's kisak.com. We have been working with the Yukchun Technologies group. They've done some really fantastic language websites for the Lower Kuskokwim School District. They've worked with Edna McLean up in the North Slope, and I'm forgetting the third one. I think with the Southeast. So they have a lot of work they're going to be launching very soon. So watch our Facebook page, and you should be able to see information about how you'll be able to access our videos on our YouTube channel using filters where you can choose topics like the tables of the base words. We refer to the base words as a SIU, S-I-U, instead of the word base. S-I-U is base meaning first, and it's in a lot of words that refer to the first of anything. So there's a list of topics. You'll be able to select a topic and videos. You'll be able to see all of the videos where we've talked about maybe when we were developing our alphabet worksheet, or when we were talking about a specific story by Alfred Seradlook. Then we are also going to have a few more videos with transcriptions, so you can listen to someone speaking and see the transcription. Ideally, we will get to the point where you'll be able to click on the words and you'll be able to see the definition on the side. One more. We have a keyboard, which has been really helpful for us as we have now narrowed down what characters we added to the alphabet and which ones we're not going to use, so that we can all agree to use the same characters when we're writing and transcribing, which has been a real help. And we can give you the information to download that if you email us. And this I don't know what time it is, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody had a chance to know that we are interested in learning about why you came today, if you have anything that you'd like to share about your language journey, if there's anything that you do that you think that would be helpful to us, we're open to anything. So this is a phrase we use pretty often in our group. It refers to a hymn, How Shall We Proceed? Kanuk ilu ila loa liuk pita. I practiced that too. So if you want to ask a question, I can bring you the mic, or you can come up here and ask a question. But other than that, I think that is it. Oh, we have a backpack. Oh, you know what? The backpack story didn't get into the presentation. The little backpack, we had a little dialogue on colors that was so cute. So sorry. You want to do it without the slides?
The reason we came up with this little thing, Makmosi Toraga, is because Debbie fell in love when we learned Makmon means backpack, and then she learned Makmosi Tori means small backpack, and then Makmosi Toriga means my small backpack, and she just thinks that word, that was such a cute thing, Makmosi Toraga, and she kept saying it. So then we started doing all kinds of conversations about it, like where did you buy, in Inupiaq, or in a Kingikmitun, where did you buy your backpack, you know, nani ahili viong, you know, makmosin and stuff like that. We had different little expressions that we came up with, and so then today we just did a real short thing. Well, we have to do it together, so we are going to have to read it from here since we don't have the screen, and you are, you're Siku and I'm Anik, I guess.
Okay,
Siku, Nonga itpa makmosin.
Nalushunga.
So, sumik kalakakpa. Koi tuakpa?
No, me.
No? Tuakpa. Magik tuakpa?
Whoa. No, me.
Kalik tuakpa?
No, me.
Suga balikpa?
No, me.
Dak tuakpa?
No,
me. Sunak tuakpa?
Yee.
Ah. Egani kinedea.
Gianna, Makusi Toriga. My little backpack.
Anyway, she had us laughing with that.
My little backpack, you guys. I can't stand it. It's so cute. Makmosi Toriga. My little backpack. I have no idea what time it is. It was a lot of fun being here with you guys. Thanks for working with us on practicing the sounds of our language and listening to us. I will just share with you that, again, Richard Atek's going to be presenting tomorrow at 1:30. He and my stepmother have written a book, a children's book called Nunayag Vigmi Itut Uvlumani, a day at camp, and it's 4 stories that are based on the stories behind some of the traditional dances we do at the Kingikmute Singers and Dancers of Anchorage. So some of the long-time dances that group has been performing for the last 30 years have been changed into children's stories, and they kind of flow one to the other, and they were illustrated by an indigenous artist named Karen Eben Garcia. It's a really beautiful little book. If you get a chance to see it at Tidal Wave, I highly recommend it. And thank you very much.
was a wonderful first day of the conference. It can't get much better than this. And remember, we have Chinan Night tonight, a beautiful celebration of talents and our people. There will be songs, dance, and Natives Got Talent. It's our talent show, and if you are interested in auditioning for that, please see us over here at our staff table to sign up. It will be open to the public, and you can buy tickets either online, it's $5, or at the door, we'll be selling them as well. We'll have Zoe and New Talk as our hosts, and this event will start at 6 o'clock. So if you plan on attending, we'll see you there. Again, if you're interested in signing up to perform at Natives Got Talent, see us at our staff table over here. Chinan, thank you.